声がこんばんみーんということで、今日はちょっとね、CG やって、ミラー配信をね、見ていけたらいいなと思います。一緒に CG やってくれてる人がいたらぜひ言ってください。スカさんこんばんみらっしゃい。アポロさんこんばんみらっしゃい。ペイミンこんばんみらっしゃい。あ、ハムスター入れてくれた。見えてたハムスター。ハムハムいたハムハム見てなかったけど。大丈夫だった？あれだったらもう一回ちょっと早すぎたね。参加している人、まあ、2試合ぐらいはできるかな。2時から試合が開始らしい。アポロさん OK。2試合ぐらいらしいよ。参加 OK。ペイミンとアポロさん OK。今から OK すごい焦ってる焦りすぎいやマジ全然 CG やれてなさすぎて本当にやばい。だから月曜日の夜からは CG やろうかなと思ってファイナル見て、月曜日の夜は夜寝なくても寝ないむしろ寝ない、頑張って夕方2時ぐらいまでには起きて、グランドファイナルの日はでやらないといけない。夜みんタゲ取り行ってるからタゲ取り中なんでね。今日めっちゃ寝たよ。今日もめっちゃ寝ました。配信終わったの8時ぐらいだった？ 8 時ぐらいから寝て、まあほぼ6時に起きてるな10時間寝てますね。でそっからご飯作ってまた寝てる。そっからご飯作って8時にまたお風呂とか入った後寝て、で起きたの12時ぐらい寝すぎじゃない？今日14時間寝てるぞ。14時間寝てます私。ルールミン14時間寝てますわ。よく寝れるな私。いつまででもほっといたら一生寝てる気がする。ゲームなかったら私は一生寝てる人生を過ごしていると思う。Beautiful Beautiful。 みんなは寝れてる？でも働いてる人たちはあれだよね、めっちゃ大変よな。これこそルミンより睡眠不足ルミンはもう睡眠不足なんかありえないからな。これでルミンが睡眠不足だって言ったらもう殴ってくれ殴ってくれよ。お前14時間寝てるだろ。あ、ストレッチありがとう。ちょっと待ってね。ストレッチちょっと待ってエイム練習とはナイフも大事ってわけ。いやそういえばさ、今日のマッチアップ見たらびっくりしたんだけど、フェーズと嘘でしょ？ BDS が戦うのって、もうそこで嘘じゃんって、もうそこが優勝候補2つだったのに。はい、ストレッチしまーす。よいしょ。123456788 123456788 OK。パスカさんこんばんみらっしゃい。強いです。タゲ取りはみんなやれるよ。大丈夫大丈夫。おやおやボンドルドがいる。エアップボンドルドいるこんばんみらっしゃい。あなたは本当に可愛いですねルミって言ってくれてもいいんだよ。朝ちょっと早く起きちゃったのでそこそこ、そうだね、早かったもんね。だって 5時6時ぐらいだった。アジアンクレイさんこんばんみらっしゃい。さあ参加したい人いますか？今アポロさんとペイミあと2だね。あと2。ファイヤー、オッケー。ファイヤーない。ペイミ送れる。あ、これとペイミ、オッケー。 はい、送った。はい、バッチリ。はいはい、バッチリ。お、トゥデイ参加、イエス。田島さんする？あ、じゃあレイさん参加する？やりますか？いや、なんか、ダメだな。汚い。いやいや、君は可愛いですね。ぜひ私たちアビスの底を目指して冒険に。やっべやな。おもろいな。仲間になろうとしてる。うん、ドロップさ、これね、ノットアクティブ。ノットアクティブ。あと1アワーです。ノートアクティブ。ノートアクティブでございますよ。I'm late down a couple more minutes. Okay? いや、今すぐできないってこと？ Thank you for following! ありがとう。もうちょっとしたらにする？ NEXT マッチにする？オッケー。じゃあ、とりあえず一回行こうか。ででん。ででんでんででん。NEXT マッチ、オッケー。よし。よしよしよし。いや、本当にやばいな。何にもできない気がするわ。あれ、アルファパックなんでもらえてんだ？いつのアルファパック持ってんねん。8パック溜まってる。早く引きたいな。早く引きたい。なんかさ、これさ、ずーっと正当だったんだけど、名誉に上がってるわ。TK2 回したよね、多分ね、前回。なんか TK が。マジ早い？マジしちゃった？あ、ここの時間がってこと？何ペイミンだけ別でマッチしてる？何怖い。怖いよ。ペイミンマッチしちゃった？嘘やん。違うよね。ペイミンマッチしてないよ。私はここにいるよ。CAF 見ることを。これ読めない。難しい漢字。漢字難しいよ。マッチを発見。そういうことか。はいはいはい。あれだね。なんか、出てなかったんだ。マッチを発見って出るんだね。知らなかった。なんか、行けなくなる。練習場に行けなくなるってことか。その時点でもう、マッチを発見って出るんだね。全然知らんかった。いや、アジトだ。ずっといたかってん。いや、私はやっぱ廊下を守る守護神となろう。出てきてから、嘘 !20 秒ぐらい経ったけど、でもすぐだったんだ。今日は2時からという遅い配信となっておりますが、やっぱここは閉めた方がいいなって思ったの。ここは閉める。足りるのかな？ここ閉めたら足りるのかな？待って、一回他のとこ閉めて、足りなかったら意味ないもん。アジトずっとプロのやつ見てさ、やりたかったの。ここも閉めますでしょ？で、ここ2枚。足りるかな？ 1 枚余るんじゃない？余りそう。で、さっきのやつをロケット界に1枚置いたら完璧ってわけ。いや、絶対ね、やっぱね、プロの試合見た人だって、ここの廊下がいかに大切かってことを分かってるはず。マジここ大事。結構ここまで上がってこないとバレるの。来るな。敵部隊が爆弾を発見した。これ待って、あれだ。 ット、レッドドットだ。レッドドットよこれ。まずいまずい。レッドドットだ。ナイス。殴ってる。いける？ナイス。どっから来てる？多分ここ今外のところから入ってるの。
新しいマガジンを使う。敵部隊が一人残っている。
あとここじゃない？え？1ピン？はいナイス。ちょっとレッドドット使いづらい。やばいやばいやばいって使えないんだよ。使えないの。地下研究所。地下。僕で壁から出てこようとしてたちょっとの隙間からでやべ、それでやべ太ったかなってなってやめたんだおもろすぎる。何使おうかな。ここな可愛すぎるだろう。ほふく前進してる嫌なちゃん。
爆弾を守れ。
ずっと頭からこれ離れないの今。でも妹ちゃんじゃなくてぬるみの娘ちゃんに書いてもらおうかなって思ってる。このなんかぴょこぴょこぴょこぴょこぴょこしてるやつある。あれ何ミームって言うんだろうな。ミームの名前がわからんのやけどミームの名前ついてた気がする。
10秒前。
誰か教えて名前を。
5秒。
落とし戸は閉めたい。落とし戸を閉めたい。あ、迷子。やばいやばいやばい。あれこっちじゃなかったっけ？あれまずいよまずいよまずいよまずいよ。大丈夫？まだ閉めてる？何？怖いんだけど。なんだよ頑張って閉めてたのに。帰りたい。お家に帰りたい。帰りたい帰りたい。あったが我が家が待っている。帰りたい帰りたい。廊下いるね。キャッ痛い。痛いわね。よくもやってくれたわね。ナイス。はあ。一旦ね一旦止めてからまあ生きてるな。こっち側来てる気がすんだよ。
マガジン交換。
横が一番怖いね。フローレスだ。フローレスがいる。許せねえ。あ、ごめん。針壊しちゃった。
展開完了。
どこカメラはあ、デイボスデイボス上だ上デイボス。あー横なんだこれ。デイモス廊下側。
あと15秒。
時間はないぞ。お、やっぱいるいっぱいいっぱい。
あと10秒。敵部隊が1人残っている。あと5秒。
セット完了。
ナイス。私たち最強ってわけ。ナイス。天才ですわ。私たち天才ですわってわけ。どっちだった？宿舎だったよね。宿舎が強いんだね。これでもさ、ほんとむずいなって思うもん。バンディットやる。ナイスちょっと強いよ、私たちは強いよ。あ、ソーリーまだノットアクティブちょっとドロップス変えてません。ノットアクティブ today。 まだ1 hour maybe 1 hour not active。 まだです。まだ始まってません。どうしてめんどくさくて帰るの忘れちゃう。Oh sorry 2 o'clock Japan time 2 o'clock maybe。 もうちょっとしたここだよね。外ちょっと直。あーこれってどっちで締めんだろうね。3枚だったらいいけど2枚だと。
壁の安全を確保。
よし、
有刺鉄線の準備は完了。
有刺鉄線ばっかりよ。もう一個だけ、もう一個。さあ来なさい。さあ来るのよ。あ、来る。あ、やばい。危ない。危ない。危なかった今。
敵の位置を特定。
危ない。絶対終わったと思った。ギリギリ、ほんとギリギリ。めっちゃギリギリだった。もう終わり来ないんじゃない？またこれもレッドドットだ。もうレッドドットにしすぎてる。起きろ、お前は生きれる。
新しいマガジンを使う。
みんな強すぎ。あ、開いてる？いそうじゃない？盾の香りがする。いますわ。外かな。
敵部隊が1人残っている。
ほら、ここにいた。ここにいたんだ。外にいたんだ。ノマドらしきやつが。え？回った？みんなどうしちゃったんだ。みんな何があったんだよ。
マガジン交換。
ナイスまだドロップノートアクティブ。待って、これ変えるか。ちょっと待って、変えますよ。 ちょっと待って、まだノートアクティブです。まだノートアクティブ。ショークリッパーさん、ウェルカム、こんばんみらっしゃい。ウェルカム、こんばんみらっしゃい。すごい、全部言ってる。すべての挨拶を言ってる気がする。ちょっと待って、待って。ちょっと待ってよ。ナイトボット。次のマッチで買います。ロゴラックさん、こんばんみらっしゃい。楽しみ。いや、フェイズと BDS が戦うとは思ってなかったから、今日のミラーマジで楽しみなんだけど。マジびっくりすぎる。全然トーナメント表を見てないから、多分トーナメント表見たらもう分かることなんだろうけど。ハートありがとう。マジでさ、決勝戦じゃん。Everyone is waking up。マジもうそうだよね。見たくてみんな起きるよね。あれこれ地下かな？地下っぽいね。B1？
突入10秒前。突入5秒前。
それ。
今回の目的。
シンペちゃんこんばんみー。寝そうになってたので早めの配信助かります。よかった。今日はいっぱい寝たからいけるぞと思って。もう全然眠くない。でも明日お出かけしないかんのよな。あ、ビリビリしてら。ブルブルブルブルブル。これビリビリ壊すわ、こっから。ね、ここ開けますよと。開けたりますよと。あ、モンターうちらのモンタが死んだって話する？うちらのモンタをやってくれたわね。5ドルがあるわ。どこだわ。やったわ。二人やってる。どういうこと？嘘？2人いた？2人死んでるんだけど。どういうことです？どういうこと？ 2人死にました。なぜか相手2人死にましたけど。ここにいんねん。あれ死んでる。イエーイ。私たち最強ってわけ。あ、いない。ピンしといて、あいつ忍者だった。あ、ゲルティさんこんばんみ。ですよ。プレパレ超ショック。どういう意味だろう。超ショック。ノーショック。私はノーショックです。で、次。レイさんの ID 何だった？あ、ブレックファーストももうね、ルミはディナー食べてきたよ。ディナーですよ。今、ナイトですからね。深夜、ミッドナイト。ジャパンタイム is middnight。あった、これだ。リサ送って、で、私はナイトボットを、いっか。よくない。朝ごはん作らなきゃいけない？ OK。他に2人参加したい人いないですか？何か参加したい人。You're going to stream till morning 6 AM again? Yes. でもさ、昨日はさ、4試合全部でやったけど、ルミそのうちの3試合見ててあの時間だったじゃん。今回2試合しかないんだよね。めちゃ短い気がする。めちゃめちゃ短いと思うぞ。誰かいないですか？やる方。一緒に遊んでくれる方いない？いっちゃうよ。 行っちゃうからね。海行っちゃうからね。やっちゃうからね。いや、今めっちゃルミ強かったわ。行っちゃうからね。やっちゃうんだからね。行ったからね。Today no drop reward no。あともうちょっと。2 o'clock。Japan time is 2 o'clock p.m. a.m. スタート。ミンさんに起こしてもらえて、ペイミンさんから氷のスキルもらえてパーティーして属性付与されてた。手厚かったもん。スパークリングダタさんこんばんみー。おはようございます。この時間に起きてるの？ルミと同じ生活してるじゃん。今日まとものマップが多いですね。2問目？ほな、餅ついちゃおっかな。シャボカいらっしゃい。敵が突っ込んでこないように確かに。すごい手厚い。ガブリエルさんいらっしゃい。手厚い。手厚いっすわ。さすがパーティーは違うね。温かみが違うね。あったかいんだからこの私がまともなマップにマッチしているだと。アポロさんが多分光の戦士かもしれない。光の戦士かもしれない。ペイミンの悲劇のマップピックを遠ざけるような光の戦士なのかもしれない。
有刺鉄線の準備は完了。
反対側。ビリビリどうしよう。ビリビリはしなくていいよね。反対ビリビリしてるとさ、いや、失敗などしない。私は失敗などしない。恐れるな。何も恐るでない。恐れるでない。私はこれでいける。よだれちゃん、おはみんらっしゃい。
敵部隊に爆弾を解除されるのを阻止しろ。
私は恐れない。私は恐れません。やれます。餅つけます。来いよ。19時間やばい。ルミンより睡眠してる人がここにいた。ルミン今日の睡眠時間14時間なんだけど、そんなに寝てる？あ、来たわよ。来たわね。開いたわ1個。だがしかしもう彼は3個使っているということ。
マガジン交換。敵部隊が爆弾を見つけた。
もう通れません。朝5時に寝て12時でマジ入ったよね。
リロードする。
まだ残ってるの？残ってさっき3個使ったじゃん。エース死んだ。いい説教。イヤーズブリーディングラ。耳の出血っていう。嘘じゃん。初めて聞いた。ペット。どこから来るかな。なんか音するよね。どこ、なんか何したの？何をどこした？ナイス。あ、物流こっちだよ。 フェミンならやれる。あんたならやれる。まだ見えない。
15秒。
ジャストウィーさんこんばんみーん。なっしゃい。
時間切れまで10秒。
こっち側来たかな。
あと5秒。
ヘイライスハイライスハイライスナイス。素晴らしい。素晴らしい。良いですね。良いのです。いや、私2個エース投げた音したんだけどな。投げてなかった？せやん。怖い怖い。ナイス立ち回り。これはね、これはもうスコポっちゃおうかなって。私、スコポっちゃおうかな。スコポります。なんかさっき変なこと言った気がするんだけど思い出せない。もうどこが何した何したどこ何がどこした何がどこしたって言ったわ。This all because ロビンちゃんチャームエフェクト。イエーイ、ロビンチャームの加護があるってわけ。I cook egg for myself but mix up the salt and sugar. やってるじゃん。甘いスイートエッグスイートエッグ。今心霊映像なんかこれが人に見えた。スイートエッグだ。サブディさんこんばんいらっしゃい。
突入まで5秒。爆弾を解除しようとする敵部隊に警戒しろ。
このエッチな音楽がどっから流れてるの？どういうの？これエッチな音楽、これか。エッチな音楽流れてるからさ。2階から来てるな。
シェルが弾を補充。
ナイス。なんもすることないのではないですか。エッチな音楽と思って聞いてる。ちょっとエッチな音楽じゃん。上かな？ジムが開いた音がする。上。あ、ショットガンだぞ。真上だ。入ってんのかな。こんな音初めて聞いた。え？これ何？この音初めて聞いたよ私。え？何の歌？これ初めて聞いた。ナイスカバー。ナイスカバー。どこの音だ？
気をつけろ。敵部隊が爆弾を見つけた。
来い。
敵オペレーターが1人残っている。
初めて聞いた。何？ザステレテスザステレテスザステレテスザステレテスってなんか音してた。どこにいいの？ザステレテス音楽流れてたよ。敵がいない。敵がいないでごわす。カメラには見つかりました。
15秒。
あ、下下下下下下下下
残り10秒。
下下下下下
残り5秒。
洞窟ナイス下でごわすあれ自分の音楽ってあんなの流れてた？いつもルミンが行く前にみんなが壊してるってこと？ちゃんと壊してくれてるってこと？マジで初めて聞いたよ。この7年間シージをやってきて初めて聞いた音楽。ザ・ステルテス知らなかったな。金貨やるか。おらやれる。おらやれるぞ。タブルミンこんばんみー。いらっしゃい。バンディット。もう絶対にエースには終わらせない。絶対に終わらせません。ザ・ステルテス
爆弾を守れ。
知らなかったよ。あんな音楽流れてたの。ちょっと今聞いていい？ちょっと絶対ないって。あの時だけ。ほらこの音だよね。レアじゃない？ほらこれは知ってんねん。ほらザ・ステルテスじゃない。ランダムなんあそこの音。
あと5秒。
聞こえる？ザ・ステルテスじゃないんだよ。
敵部隊に警戒しろ。
知らない音楽が聞こえる。かっこいい。私の知らない音楽が聞こえる。絶対聞こえてなかったもん。なんか投げられてくるやつかな。投げてくるやつ。
敵部隊が爆弾を見つけた。防衛しろ。
家があるでな。ブラーボだ。ブラーバ取りやがって。ちょっと取ってくるわ。ちょっとバンディット取ってくる。私はバンディットを取ってきます絶対に餅をついてくる。
新しいマガジンを使う。
やめてーシャーイ。入ってるじゃん。入ってきたんだけどThank you for following 鹿色です鹿のこの子の子虎視眈々なんか味方かと思った敵いたってどっから入ったの？ここではないよ。だってバリ消し今閉めてたわ。そうだ。何が起こったペイミンが犠牲になってしまった。ペイミンが犠牲になってしまいました。かわいそうに。ここから多分入ったんだけどルミンが気づいてなかったん。ルミンをやりに行かないでガレージを先やりに行ったからね。びっくりよ。ない？私から殺さないんだと思って。びっくり。窓から来てたよね。最初味方がやーって来たなかったわ覗きに来た。何してんの？
あと15秒。
レッドドット変えたい。マジレッドドット本当に変えたい。マジで忘れてる。ナイス
ミッション成功だ。
レッドドット変えるの忘れちゃう。変えるの忘れちゃうんですけど。スカイクリーさんこんばんみらっしゃい。 レッドドットルーミーになってる。これ攻撃で思い出してもダメねん。変えられないの。変えられないんです、ルーミーは。やれないんです。レッドドット C の民もニッチェリ。いや、マジで本当に変えれなくて。ワーベやってくれるの？あ、これもで、地下かな？地下かな。なんかさ、火花で壊されない、なんか回路そういえば見た気がするんだけど、夢だったかしら。これだったら火花で壊されないじゃん。あ、違うわ。周りを全部、ショットガンで開けたんだね。この落とし戸の周りをすべて、ショットガンで開けたら火花でそういえば壊されないなと思って。ありよりのありだなと思って。自分の可能性もある。ジム。あ、ジムだ。ジムですね。さあ、マーベリックくんがやってくれるから。
突入10秒前。
マーベリアンがいるんでね。絶対相手も餅ついてくると思うんですよ。絶対に餅をついてきますね。やられたらやり返す。それが CG 民の心得。モルミンの近くにいる。怖っ。バイトを全部やめて貯金生活するピーナッツ納豆さん。ちょっと名前違うかも。こんばんいらっしゃい。Thank you for following. ありがとう。これカップがいるほどだ。許せねえな。ビリビリしてますわ。
爆弾を見つけた。
ミュートもバンディットもあるかな。てか見るんだね、バンディットがね。バンディいるねん。バンディだからこれで壊せるかな。あ、割られない感じですね。私が割る感じですね。OK です。もうないんです。私もないんですよ。残念ながら。あ、でも開通してないよこれ。今いましたわ。EDD はここです。すごいかわいそう。かわいそうだ EDD。これはかわいそうでしょう。これはちょっとかわいそうですわ。私だったら嫌だな。EDD あれ壊れちゃうじゃん。あれ壊れちゃう EDD だよ。やばい、後ろ。あの EDD はかわいそう。赤月さんこんばんみ。昨日のドロップスのマーベリックチャームがどうしてもゲームに反映されない。ちょっと見てみるわ。見てない。なんかもらったボタンはクリックしたけどゲットできてるかわかんないな。犬の鳴き声。ワン。いや、ここ割りたかったんだよ、もう。ここ、私は。ますよ。
味方オペレーターはあと1人だ。15秒。
わ、いた。こちら。ナイス。
敵のオペレーターは残り1人だ。
バンディットはどこだ。ナイス設置。でかいよ。来た。壁抜きはしょうがない。それはしゃあない。でも死んでること気づいてなさそう。ドンマイ。 ナイストライ。まあね、次やればってわけですよ。Hello, today is W7M on Face Day. Let's go! いやー、すごい戦いよね。楽しみだよね。ゾロさん、ダイスサブスクありがとう。もう1万人達成しました。ありがたいことに。本当に皆様、たくさんフォローの方ありがとうございます。ありがとう。そしてありがとう。感謝いたす。感謝を申し上げたいと思いまする。次、地下やんな。次多分地下やんね。やれるってわけ。ハートブリブリしてくれるから、グリッドロックってわけ。来年にはどうせやばすぎるって。とんでもないじゃん。何が起こったのか知りたい。未来は知りたくないけど、でも何が起こったか知りたいわ。どうする？炎上とかだったら。やだよ。炎上したくないです。誠実に生きているんです、私は。あ、アルニちゃん。どこで未来が変わるのか、それが知りたい。ああ、そんな躊躇じゃない、流暢にかば焼き焼肉三太郎をかじっていられなくなる。
10秒後に突入。
あらみや、はーい、いらっしゃい。
5秒後に
ミミ has free earring。そう、スリーイヤリング。I am human だからね。私はヒューマンなんで。動く耳つけてる。ピコピコって動く耳つけてる。ピコピコピコピコ。耳は4つあります。私の耳4つあります。Not neck, yes, I'm human。耳ほらあるでしょ、耳。人間の耳が。顔が2つ怖すぎる。あ、アルニがいるね、ここに。まだいるかな。いやー、負けたんだけど、アルニじゃねえし、フロストだし。負けたー。あんだけ分かってたのに負けたんだけど。なんで負けてんの、ルミ。いやー、ディープルミン。安らかにお眠り。そう、フロス終わったラストじゃないわ。めくれてたわ。まあびっくりだよ。さあ、じゃあいらっしゃい。やれる。みんなならやれる。あ、いい。それはいい。メインロングにいるのかな。あ、展開されてた。あ、怖い怖い。行くしかない。そこにペンリルあるのやだね。やばい。ナイス。痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。やばいやばい。ガンダッシュだったね。相手もガンダッシュ。 しかった今。かんちゃんこんばんいらっしゃい。惜しい。熱い試合になってまいりました。ほなさっちゃんさんするか。私のこのピンクいサッチャーさんに任せてってわけ。やれます。やれるんです。やばい、ずっと何かを食べている。本当に自分が怖い。やばいよ、ずっと何かを食べています、私は。
ドローンが爆弾を発見。
ピンおじ、そう、ピンおじ。ピンおじ再来。あ、餅つきしっとるってわけね。まあでもテレビもエースもいなくなったいるかなって言いたかったんだけどいないなった。じゃあ今からルーケに昨日作った天ぷらお願いします。ウーバーお願いします。天ぷら食べたい。食べた日天ぷら食べた日。重い重い。おいしょ。いきますわよ。いけ！ナイス！餅ついてなかった。あざみ死んだ。あざみガレージいないかも。アザミンゴ死んだくない？いるわ。まだドクンゴがいました。アザミンゴ死んでドクンゴがいます。何も見えません。私は今ちょっと何も見えていない。設置するべきだったただじっとしていないただじっとしてました私。ナイスジー。エビもめエビをもめエビをもめもめななななかわいい。かわいすぎる。ルミのさっちゃんかわいい。ただぼったちしてたんですけど晴れるを待ってたんで設置するべきだったわ。 Which team are you rooting for today? むずいよね。フェイズが優勝すると思ってるルミは。一回カジュアルにするかね。クイックマッチにしよう。いやと思うんですけどね。私はフェイズがいやでも昨日の BDS 強かったよな。本当マジ強かったと思うから。味方がお強いから私は壁を割れば OK やってるってわけじゃん。みんなの力ってわけよ。ドロップスsorry not active。 あとちょっとa little minutes。まだです。まだね。BDS ギルティさんは BDS なんだね。はいはいはい。いやどっちもありそうだよな全然。でもフェイズほんと強かった。もうなんか風格が漂ってた。おでるみんこんばんいらっしゃい。楽しみよ。ね、今日は朝まで見よう。いやサードマップまで全部行ったらちょうどいい時間なのでは。 ルミンゲーミングいるいいんじゃないの？ないの。ないです、そんなものは。気づいたらどっかに設立されてる。W7M さ、メンバー変わったけど、でもメンバー変わっても、でも名前が強いんじゃないって思い出してきた。名前からの風格が。I'm looking forward what breakfast Ruminちゃん going to eat? 何食べるかな。モーニングバナナとツナマヨネーズ。Thank you。中じゃん。今日の朝ごはんこれです。ツナマヨネーズサンドイッチランチパーク。Thank you for following! ありがとう。Hi, hello, what language is this? Now it's Japanese and I can speak kids English. リッチさんこんばんみらしょ。とんでもないマップが来ちゃった。どうしよう。わかんないよ。こんなマップ。知らないんだけど。ツナマヨレーズン。やだ。絶対美味しくない。そんなの。RD、ルミンゲームズがある世界線に私たち生きております。RG やめて。Kids English or Kiss English? No, Kids キスイングリッシュって何？中国語もね、いけます。何でもいけますね、基本。
突入10秒前。
どこここわかんないもん。あれだった、オレゴンとどことどこが混ざってるっけ？ Oh, cool. I always wanted to learn Japanese. Oh, thank you. よろしく。ゆうまぐるさん、こんばんみらっしゃい。まべちゃんももらえなかった？もう一回、ルミンもそうだ、見てない。忍者してる。いるわ。怖いよ。スケーリーだよ。とんでもなくベリースケーリーだよ。わ
味方オペレーターはあと1人だ。
怖い。What are some cool words to learn? ルミはでもイングリッシュ学びたいです。私は I want to speak English。マジ怖いんだから。ルナズキさんこんばんみらっしゃい。もうほんと怖い。ほんとやめて、こんな深夜に叫ばせるの。突然スケーリング、ほんとだよ。マジでやめて。You は私がじゃない。私は何を学びたいのってことじゃなくて。頑張れ。
ディフューザーを取り戻した。
英語話したいって言うから話してるじゃん。いやまだね、ほんとアリトルイングリッシュライス。もっとね、もっと話したい。あなたの好きな動物？ love hamster and morumots. I love モルカー。リアルモルカー ?My made in Lumin. Made in Lumin モルカー。顎が出ちゃうんですね。あ、ハムハム。ルミンさんの配信を見る上で一番難しいこと。それは音量調整。大変失礼いたしました。失礼いたします。皆さん、前失礼します。ルミンが通ります。ほんと、ルミンだって別に叫びたいわけじゃないんだよ。叫ばしてくる相手が悪いと思うんですね。何っすよ。
あと5秒。
コンプレッサー入れるとなんかガビガビするんだよ。音質がねめっちゃ悪くなるの。How do I say hello in Japan? こんにちは。こんにちは。あ、開けられない。ここは一体どこですか？あー、ここがあれね。武器庫ね。ここ武器庫だ。わお。
フラググレネードよ。
起きな。お前はまだ起きれる。見えた。
フラググレネードよ。
わあ、もう本当にやめてよ。I'm very much interested in this stream. Thank you. Lumin is very cute and beautiful and かわいい。萌え。それで音質になるのは設定の問題。いや、コンプレッサーね、OBS 側のコンプレッサーはダメなんだよね。Use grenade ルーちゃん。グレネードやれたか。あ、みんな豆できてなかった。そのうち届くといいよね。もえ。そんなんで何が喜ぶのさね、教えて。笑顔でアッププン。
ディフューザーを落とした。
惜しい。あ、ナイス。
味方は残り1人
ワン
だ。
V アイロンナイス。
敵部隊を制圧。こちらの勝利だ。
これでさ、みんなゲットできなかったらまだいいけどさ、誰かが「あ、私ゲットできてるよ」とか言ったらちょっと「えなんで?」ってなるよって一番怖い、それがキッチントゥットゥットゥットゥットゥルルルトゥットゥットゥットゥットゥルルルトゥットゥットゥットゥットゥルルルトゥこの CM何だったっけな、何の CM だったか全然覚えてないんだよ。ここはフロストかな。 If you watch Lana, Yana, she has ルミちゃんチャームをルミちゃんチャームイヤナにつけてくれたの？そういうこと？
応戦態勢に入れ。
全部につけるんだよ全部につけて、全部に。これどこ？ここわかんない。どこのライニング？ここってどこ？これが？わかんない。ここがどこかわからない。エメプレじゃない。アジトしか出てこないぞ。ここってどことどこのハイブリッドマップ？
敵部隊が爆弾を発見。敵に備えろ。
わーお。ここ。オレゴンだね。 オレゴンマップだ。How was cheese? Yes, very good. 今日めっちゃね、めっちゃ勝ってるよ。めっちゃ MVP。2 MVP。Thank you. Thank you for following. ありがとう。これ見れるんだよな。盾を置く余裕もない。もうこう。
シールドを展開。
こっちの音じゃない。わかんない、マジでわかんないわ。こうなぺってる。上歩いてる。I noticed it when one on one。ワンオンワンの時に気づいた？おわ！いや場所が悪い、場所が悪い、ちょっと場所が悪い、場所が悪い。むずすぎ。全然どっか分かってない。私ここがつながり方が全然分かってないわ。You have a very awesome looking charm. Thank you. ぜひ。またキッチン？またキッチンなんだけど、ワンに使うか。My charm is very cute. ぜひゲットしてね。キュート！イエーイ！あ、レッドドットチェック！レッドドットです。私はレッドドットです。レッドドットです。ただリアリーモントリオール待って待って。まだ私のところに来てない。マジ？ハッとした？
爆弾が敵部隊に発見された。
くそー。何度やっても変えられない。見える見える見える、いるんだ。こんなの無理だよ。ランクじゃない。カジュアルやってます。延長にはなりたくないな。アニクちゃんいらっしゃい。こんばんみん。おにじさんこんばんみらっしゃい。始まった？やばいやばいんじゃない？これルミ熱い。ちょっと裏画面に行ってるんです。やめてください。ねえ、なんで燃やすの？ちょっと裏画面に行ってたじゃない。私は今始まってるかなって。始まってないです。悲しい。熱すぎた。今燃えました。ルミ is fire。 お、頑張ってランクやれるよ。あ、いた。やれる。あ、りんこちゃんならやれる。やれるんや。動きうまいよ。あ、後ろじゃない？後ろじゃない？後ろじゃないそれ。おう。カメラない。ここかな？ソロでやるコツ。メンタルしかない。まあ、楽しんでやること、あと、まあ、割食やってるとルビーは楽しかったけどな。絶対やること明確だから。うわー、ナイストライ。割食大事だよ。割食大事だよ。上から。やっぱりね、ルミは割食が大事だと思うから、やっぱ自分が、おお なぜになぜになぜになぜにですかなぜにGet Rumin Chan Chan? Yes. Let's get Rumin Chan.
交戦態勢に入れ。
なんでなんでなんおかしいんやないの。ここが守れないんだよ、ここがさ。
許してすぐだ。
壁の安全を確保。
これ絶対大丈夫ポジション。
突入まで5秒。敵部隊が爆弾を敵に
逃げすあ逃げられました。問題は売り証拠誰もやらないから自分が選んでも MP をまあでも結構でもランク帯にもそれはよるかな。ちゃんとやってくれる人はやってくれる気がする。
リロードする。
やってくれない人もいるかもだけど、やってくれる人も多いのは事実。オフィシャルレインボー6 6 Oh, just started. Okay. あと何分？
牙を展開。守りを固めた。
LMG だ。LMG を持っている。なんでキッチンなんだよ。
味方のオペレーターは残り1人だ。
GG。あ、終わった。はい、皆さん参加してくださってとってもありがとうございます。9分あったね。急がなくてもよかった。English already start? Okay. ゴールドまでくらいなんてほとんど自分のメインキャラ。まあ、キルするのも大事だからね。やっぱりね。自分が一番使いやすいオペレーターを使うのも大事だとは思うけど、勝ちにこだわるならやっぱ車線作るの大事だと思うな。パチパチご参加くださって皆さんありがとうございました。ここからはミラー配信になりたいと思います。よし OK。 そう、イヤリング、そう CG マークででーん、いいでしょう。あれでグッドラックハブファームあるよ。あれほら、グッドラックハブファームある。今日は CG ミュートもマスクもある。よいしょ。要するにソロのコツは楽しむ、イライラしない、ルミンチャームをつける。そうだね。まあ、イライラは、まあ、するよ。絶対。イライラはする。もう無理ってなったらやめた方がいい。もうイライラしながら多分やっても絶対にね、やっぱできないもんよね。最近タウンハイの人が8割も KD を気にしてる。もう KD なんて気にしないでも勝ってたら上がるよ。ね。右耳のでかいミュートイヤリングじゃない、これは。これは違うでしょ。お面ですけど。どうしてしまったの。ロインチャームやっぱ大事よね。あそこ大事。イヤリングじゃないです。やめてください。違います。これはイヤリングではありません。ノットイヤリングです。ロインチャーム is very important. Go to me from gold to emerald within away. お、マジ素晴らしい。1週間以内にエメラルドに行きますって。でもみんなの実力もあるよ。待って、あれだ。あれあるかな。チャームマベチャーム。あ、やっぱルミもチャームないわ。ヌックと 豆とカプカンの体はあるけど、ルミもチャーもありませんでした。飛ぶした。ナイス。オッケー。ドロップスオンだよ。アクティブドロップス。I'm definitely going to subscribe so I can have the charm once I'm able to. やった、イエーイ。やったうん。せいやさん、グモーニング、いらっしゃい。グモニン。さあ、みんなお菓子タイムの時間ですね。お菓子を食べる時間ですね。お菓子を食べましょう。もぐもぐタイム。今日のドロップスは何が手に入るの？今日のドロップスは顔かな？カプカンヘッドギア、カプカンチャーム、カプカンのチャームも今日手に入るっぽい。お菓子タイムのマシュマロ。Please マシュマロ。見たほら、ルミのマシュマロ業者です。イエーイイエーイ。マシュマロメリーマシュマロ、アロートオンマシュマロ。全部食べるから。半径じゃない。日本酒タイム。このチャンネルで見てるとマシュマロまたやだ、怖い。どういうこと？箱買いしてるよ。でもね、これ30個入れ360円だと思う。結構安い。キティちゃんとプーさん。レイニングマシュマロ。ボラボラボラ。いっぱい。Get uni best seat watch measure。もう行きたいよ、ルミンもメジャーに。私も行きたい。会場で見たい。マシュマロゲームで。でもごめん、もみまん食べる。もみじまんじゅう私は食べます。What's favorite marshmallow？ フェイバリットマシュマロ？ね、チョコマシュマロ、チョコレート。あ、でもあれなんだっけ？スモア。I love スモア。スモアはマシュマロではない。その箱が後ろに天井まで積んであるとか。やばすぎ。あ、リサソマスさん。リサソマスさん、Thank you subscribe。ありがとう。Thank you。Can marshmallow can fruiting？ No。マシュマロも食べるし、バナナまで、ほら。バナナ焼肉。あ、これ見えない。焼肉カンタロマ。いっぱいお菓子。I have many snacks。あ、これもある今日は。ピカチュウ。ポテトチップス。なんでピカチュウコラボなんだろう。なんでだろうね。これだけピカチュウのね、袋だったの。焼肉。おめいさんこんばんみいらっしゃい。She's well prepared. Yes. ピカチュウポテトチップス。ピチュウとピカチュウとライチュウがいる。ここちょっと押せるよな。ピカチュウだけじゃないっていう。ちゃんとライチュウとピチュウ。いや、ピチュウがいてもだいたいライチュウいることないから、ライチュウはだいたいね、消されていくんだけど。今日もたくさんのお菓子たちの命が入れて。ルーミンの手によって。リンガーさん、ナイスサブスクライブ、Thank you。ありがとう。Thank you for following。ありがとう。ルーミンちゃん、well prepared this time。うん。やっぱたくさん見るからね、やっぱ体力も食べないと多分体力ついていかないから。うん、ジャスティさんこんばんみらっしゃい。ウォルモンガーさん、ウォーモンガーさん、はーい、ウェルカム。ファーストチャット、Thank you。最近お腹に食べ過ぎなので今日のおやつはプチトマでヘルシーにいったね。いいんだよ。メジャー中はいいの。メジャーが終わったら頑張る。 お菓子はもったいなくないです。お菓子はもったいなくない。Can you play Pokemon Unite? No! ポケポケはやってるけどな。Unite はやってないわ。ちょっと小腹空いたけど、食べちゃうとお腹いっぱいになるとね、お腹寝ちゃうよね。はいはい、ファーストタイマー。ファーストタイマーじゃない。ファーストタイムWhat about drinks? Drink is tea. 買ってきてないんですよ。買い忘れました。悲しい。可愛いお菓子たちはルーちゃんの体重に貢献したのだ。やめろ。それはルビンに聞く。水じゃない、ほうじ茶飲んでる。ほうじ茶。ほうじ茶はほうじ茶なの？ほうじティー。Need to get the kettle boil hot water? ホットウォーターはね、ホットティーは眠くなるからダメなんだよ。めっちゃ眠くなる。明日休みなら何も怖いものなどないのに。大丈夫だよ。やれる。I like your mask. Is that new? かわいいっしょ。キュートマスク。I have a あざみマスク。あざみ。カベイラ。ね、もみじまんじゅうにほうじ茶ぴったりさ。わお、ナイス Thank you! あ、来た？あ、パリピ。あ、音がない。ベイラね、口開かないから瞬きもできません。ほうじ茶 1.5 ミル。なんだろう、300ミリリットルぐらいあるかな。パリピ CM。 チョコレートこれ本当にチョコレートって言ってんの？本当にね、マジで合ってんのか知りたい。チョコレートを探している歌詞ですか？チョコレートはどこって翻訳で出てくるの？これマジでチョコレートを探してる歌なの。私は知りたい。マミちゃん、Do you have mask? ベノム。あ、ベノムマスクないんだよ。I don't have ベノムマスク。持ってない。あとはエラーゴーグル and FBI 帽子ってなんていうの？帽子。あ、フランス語なの？英語だと思ってた。キャップ、そうだ、キャップだ。Give me chocolate。私も食べたいよ、チョコレート。I want to eat chocolate。めっちゃ、並んでないめっちゃ。
Right. We're here, guys.
眠そ
Everyone good?
う。めっちゃ眠そう。
Guys, chill. We're here.
Good luck today, Romy. Do you best? Thank you. Strawberry san, thank you.
Montreal Major Finals. With his semi-finals day, we've got two best of threes coming your way. It is EU
黄色いバス、イエローバス。
and we cannot wait.
BB のリワーク見ました。本当かどうかわからないですけど、片手盾を持っている。そう見た。公式のツイートのやつはね、見ましたよ。いやー、どうなっちまうのか。でも盾の弱体があるからどうなるかだよね。まあルミンは何とは言いませんが、明日の朝6時ぐらいに動画が上がるんですけど、明日じゃないな、明後日の朝に動画が上がりますね。何とは言いません。My bus in the morning for school? これ ?This bus? モーニングスクール用のやつ。あ、 来るぞ。来たー。このオープニングマジかっこいい。They only enjoyed this stream are very intensive that with chat ありがとう。 Thank you. BB is going Romincha main operator. No. No. ほうじ茶はローステッドグリーンティー。へー、ローステッド焙煎した。かっこいい。いやマジでこのオープニング好きだな。ウェーイ。
It's EU versus
どんな動画がね
Brazil
上が
on
る
the
んだろうね。
semi-final Saturday. Bonjour Montreal. We are so excited to get started. There are so many storylines that could unfold here on this main stage. Two teams looking to prove that they truly are
この部分
the
シェルが
best
字が
in
持っ
the
て動いて
world.
そうですき
Another
ね。
roster looking to
あー
step
そういうことね。
out of the
動かされてない
humongous
感が
shadow
して
of
ってことね。
success
い
cast
やマジで
before
さ、
them.
なんかほん
And a
と
group
音
of
とめっちゃマッ
relentless
チしててね。
cyborgs
なんかワクワクさせられる。始まったってなる。
Montreal, shall I bring out our 4 elite teams onto the stage?
イエー
They are standing right behind the curtain. I said, shall we bring them out?
イ。
It came out
もう
too early.
もう
We're going to do it anyway. It's
もう
BDS
始ま
and
る？
Face Clan.
あ、もう始まる？もう始まるんだ。早い。めっちゃ巻きだった。
Many regarded
Dun,
two as the
dun,
best teams
Dun,
in
dun, dun.
the world, but this
Dun,
is where
dun,
they
dun.
have to well and truly
Dun, dun,
prove
dun.
it.
てんてんてん。早いね。じゃああれだ。
Licky Pat really snuck up on me there. I wasn't expecting to be just right there. Right, let's bring out our second two semi-finalists. It's VP and W7M.
うーあれ BDS と W7M の戦うの今日あれフェスと BDS じゃない待って
An EU team we know loves to step up under the bright
そうだよね
lights.
あ全員出てくるのか
And
な
some bullish Brazilians here to write their very own chapter of R6 esports
ここは
history.
ショートマン誰
Thank you very
が
much, gentlemen.
誰がかわいそうなのとファゼ
Montreal, one more time for our
今日2
semi-finalists.
試合あるよ今日はあそうか準決勝だそうだね BDS とフェイズと
We are getting close now. I
W7M
cannot
と
wait
バ
to
ータ
get
スプ
into
ロの
that
2
first
試合しかない
semi-finals. We look
で
to
明日が
book
グランド
in
ファイナ
those
ル
grand
で
final
1試合
spots, which will
BO5
be locked in. But first, we need to take a little look back to yesterday, a jam-packed day of Siege.
Dangerous
The
when
quarterfinals were
men
epic.
put hands in front pocket 何が起こるのポケットに手を入れたらどうなってしまうのあまたストローズゴーゴーゴーってずっとしてる肺活量やばいズゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーしてた今
Makes a little stand in a 1v2. No impacts, no nitro, no chance. Charlie Pasha does it again. He looks like Commissioner Gordon.
いやーどうなるかね
30 seconds for Sonics, who might
いや
have just got
こ
caught by
れ
KDS,
マジでフェーズ
who's
強かったよ
about to go
な
12-0.
ほんと強かった
Savage takes him onto the belt, but 2 kills
マック
fly
に
through
そう
from
幼
Virtue.
稚園
Rounding
生
in
がやって
towards
る
reading door. I
いや
don't
なん
think
な
they
ら小
noticed
学
him.
生も全然やる
They've
大
got
人もやるかもしれない
Yes,
すごいあこれいやこれシークレット頑張ったよな 1v3 高層ビルまで見たのかなんでマックのストローで飲み物飲むところってあんまり系統としてあんまなくないマックがやっぱ多いルミも
I'm sorry I
ス
opened
タ
my
バ
mouth
と
and
か
I
そん
think
な
I'm
飲まな
regretting
いし
everything I have done in the past 30
なん
seconds.
か
Clip it, ship it.
サ
We'll
イ
see
ゼ
you on
とか
Twitter
も行
later.
かないしサイゼのドリンクバーも近
Welcome
い
to
か
the desk for Montreal. I'm Manic, and joining me are two very esteemed gentlemen, Leo
今日も
and
フォックス A
Fox.
さん
It is wonderful to see you again. Both very well
そういう
dressed.
こと
Fox,
あるある
explain to me
あ
what's
る
going on here.
氷が入ってないと
everyone
ズ
was
ゴ
liking
ゴ
the
ゴで
gloves
きないか
yesterday, so
ら
I feel like I'd incorporate it into my
Cody
new
が入ってる
outfit, you know?
Can we-
You
can we-
guys see the
can we-
screen?
can we give me a
You guys
little
see the screen
spin?
up there? Y'all see that? Y'all see that? No.
なんか手
Sorry, that was a
袋
little
して
cringe.
る
I'm
ね
sorry.
やっぱ寒いんだろうね
I'll let you go. Leo, how are you, mate?
Pikachu-chan,
Quarterfinals
結構でも
delivered. There's no doubt about it.
薄はなかった
I'm
け
great.
ど
Honestly, I'm surprised
ス
by
カ
the
ジャン
weather
来て
here.
たよね
It's all sunny, great. I was
そうい
expecting
えば
to
ル
be
ミン
honest,
昨
I
日
love
ウォッチ
Montreal.
パーティーの
Yeah,
さミカ
it's
ちゃ
been
んの
amazing
さ
so far.
会場
It's
のや
been
つ見れなかっ
unbelievable,
た
and
ん
I'm
だけ
looking
どみんな
forward to
見
some
た
more. But before we get underway with that, we'll actually start to
見た
deep
かった
dive
な
more into what happened
マジでショ
yesterday.
ック
We got three things that we want to talk about. The first one is individual plays. Now, of course, we had plenty of them.
The
We had
moment,
four
the
quarterfinals. It's
the
nearly
monster.
impossible not to have rounds of
Monster.
brilliance. But Fox, there's one player in particular that genuinely stood out in a round that I think stunned everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it was SSG versus
Everyone.
W7M, and I think if you were watching it, you would have expected
Everyone.
Benja to
聞き取れまし
be
た。
in an action movie. I mean, this player was all over the place. He was a big pivotal player on keeping SSG in that game. But this was immediately when W7M was going to
私は
hit
モント
into
リ
the
オールが
site,
大好きで
and
す
you're just going to see some magic happen. Benja runs
晴れて
into the
最高
cluster
です
charge. That
み
is
たいな
something you don't see every day. Goes for an aggressive play, gets the kill onto the blitz.
確かに
The case is
めっ
in
ちゃ
a
天気良
terrible
さそうだ
spot,
もん
and then
ね
he's just able to stay alive, get his team one more round to survive. I mean, it couldn't get SSG over that finish line,
ベン
but
ジ
to
は
run
クラ
into
ス
the
ターチャー
cluster
ジに
charge,
突入
oh my
しま
god,
す
what
こ
a,
れ
what
は
a
普
heads
段
up
見られ
play.
ない攻
The
撃的
crazy
なプレー
untold
です
story there is that you see him on
あ
the
れ
right
クラ
side
ブハウ
killing
スは
the few
BO
shields. But what
一
really
番最
happens
後の
is
試
he
合
then
だった
carrying the diffuser, gets stuck into the
レ
captain
ク
trap,
さ
and
ん
that's
頑
what
張
completely
り
closes the
な
round.
さ
The fact that you have
い
the composure to do this, that's Benja Master for you.
It certainly is. Now, obviously, again, some close matches yesterday, close series. My mind went back to Falcons VP, but there was one map that topped both of their games.
クレイジース
That
ト
was
ーリーを演
between
じる
the
頭脳
EU
だ
Classic
右側に
earlier.
彼がいる
This
のを見え
game
ますシード
delivered
数個殺
everything
して
we
いま
hoped
す
it would.
We said
ああ
it in the
そういえば
pre-match,
そ
we
う
said
だ
it between these two teams,
め
they
ちゃ
know
め
each
ちゃ
other,
昨
and we were
日盾
expecting it
殺して
to
た
go
よ
all the way
ね
to a map 3. Well, it did. It
盾
went to
が落ちるの
Skyscraper,
が
and
早
every
かった
time
も
it
ん
goes there between these two teams, it's an absolute barn burner. And to be fair to Secret, it's amazing to see them live up to the expectation, finally being so close to beating BDS, being that top 2 EU parent seed, and you saw it in that game. It went all the way super close. In the end, didn't work for Secret, but they
私
deserved
はあ
it.
な
Yeah,
た
I
を
think
理
that's what
解
we
し
want
て
to
い
see
ま
from
せん
Secret
が
because obviously
非常に
breaking
興
into
味
that
深い
top
です
2 team
Thank
echelon is very
you
difficult for any team.
Arigato.
And Secret, since the start of the year, has been that team that's crept up into there. So obviously seeing them compete
Ruby
and keep it
Chat,
close
they
with
support
BDS, which is one of the fan
team
favorites here at the
phase
tournament,
of BDS.
obviously is great to see. Hopefully we can see more of them in the future. I really like the way that they were using verticality
Yeah,
on
my
layer.
own.
It gave a lot
Phase.
to hope for going forward.
だってこ
Yeah,
こが戦
again,
うと
just to
思ってなか
reiterate,
っ
some close matches
た
yesterday, but genuinely, I think that
ど
game
っ
for
ち
me
だろ
was
う
game of the day. I know you
BDS会
could
った
probably
こ
pick
と
and
ある
choose
か
wherever you
ら
wanted
応
to
援
go.
したいけ
The only
ど
free mapper.
でも
Only
勝つ
free
のは
mapper.
フェイスかなって
Crazy.
も
I
思
can't
って
believe that
る
there was
も
only
う
one
決
free
勝
map,
戦でよ
especially
く
when we
な
had
い
some
こ
really
れ
close matches.
This
But
match
it is
grand final で
realistically
OK?
one player that stood out above the
や
rest
だ
yesterday
決勝で見
across
た
their
か
series.
っ
And I've got to be honest, Fox.
たルチャサポートフェイスい
There
や
were
ーどっち
individual
も
moments
ど
Benja
っ
had an
ちもじゃ
unbelievable
ダメ
play. We just looked at it. KDS
どっ
has
ち
just
も
been
どっち
unreal.
も
Yeah, I mean, if
好
we
き
talk
なん
about
です
all-around
けど
consistency, he was so
Yeah.
good at shutting down Sonics. His lurk ability on every single map that they played was just so
Yeah,
difficult to
you
lock
show
down.
yourself
Every single
face,
round,
man.
he was getting a pick,
I
getting
will
2
stay
picks,
with
constantly
BDS,
aggressive on the road,
really?
constantly elusive. And it was a statement game for FaZe. Everybody on FaZe played great.
Yeah,
But the
I
launch
am.
control specifically from
BDS も
KDS
強
on
かっ
bank,
た
that was something that you don't see every day. Being
で
able
も
to
ル
get
ミン
into
死
garage,
神だから
constantly get those picks for his team, or defend garage,
ルミン
it's
死
such
神
a
なんだ
pivotal
よ
place on that
I
map.
am
And you can see it
Reaper.
in these clips. I mean, he was just locking it down from there.
ル
Even
ーパー
when
だ
he
か
wasn't
ら
able to use his guns, he's always using the utility.
負けちゃうよ
Perfectly, it was a beautiful
ルミンが
night and
BDS を応援
day.
した
I
ら
mean,
よ
just
くない
lights
か
out.
ら
You know what, Fox? I was hyping the NA guys. I was
反
hyping
対を
Sonics.
応援した方
I
がいい
even
ので
tweeted about it. I
は
was saying these guys are the best attacking team Right now at the tournament,
BDS
if you look
overface?
at
No,
who made it
Rui.
impossible for
そういう
Sonics
こ
to
と。
attack, it was KDS.
Yes,
it was KDS
I'm
winning, getting these
Reaper.
kills, getting disruptive against a very
ルイン
structured
が
team
ね
that is
応
highly
援してる
disciplined.
チーム全
That
部
guy
負
is
けてます
absolutely
ね。
amazing, and I can't wait to see him play against BDS right now.
Well, let's have a look back at the quarterfinal days and start to talk about
Grim
what we're
Reaper.
expecting in the upcoming matches. We've got two
Did you know
semi-finals to
she
come.
was a
I mean,
she
Fox,
guy?
is there anything sticking out to you on the screen that you
そう
want to
なん
highlight
だ
for
よ。
viewers?
Yeah,
ル
of
イ
course.
死
I
神
mean,
な
there's
ん
no
だ
North
よ。
American fans, no
Sad.
North American teams. They all
So,
lost, so that's a
Louis
little
almost
sad
played.
if you're here for them. But The other games that we have are super important. I mean, every single game, I love the little upset story that W7M could make it to the finals, maybe cross that threshold. So I'm rooting for them, but I really think every single game that we're going to see today is going to be so good.
You know what, Rob? I'm happy. You know why I'm happy?
Why?
Because the two best regions in the world are in semifinals. I can
Thoughts on that one, Fox?
I mean, I guess like I can't really say anything about it. I mean, yeah, there's no any teams that made it, unfortunately.
EU and Brazil, man. EU and Brazil.
I'd love to make a case for APAC, but unfortunately, I think it speaks for itself. We don't see anyone here. Let's go ahead and talk about the matches specifically for today. Of course. For those of you that are just joining us from home, we are kickstarting with BDS and FaZe. This matchup is touted as the greatest match that we could potentially witness in Stage 2. That is one you do not want to miss. But Leo, this second matchup, VP, W7M, the storylines for them are just as crucial.
Yeah, it's such a great opportunity for these two teams, isn't it? I feel like when you look at the big favorite for the event, you think of BDS and FaZe. So that gives you the opportunity on the other side of the bracket to be in that grand finals.
メドミーの中ではやっぱリキッドが別格としていて、日本チームは別格でもっと別格ね。で、リキッドを応援してて、負けちゃったから、もうあと、もう同じぐらいみんな応援してるんですね。アゴシャッキー。メダルラさん、Thank you, ビーンズありがとう。せーの、何いつアゴシャッキーメダルラさん、Thank you。
This is the first semi-final for the Saturday, and what a way to kick it off. You got the Kings of Brazil going up against the Kings of EU, the two best regions in the world, undeniably at this point. Leo, are you excited?
I am super excited. I think, Rob, this is grand finals material. Like you said, the best teams of Europe against the best team of Brazil, the two iconic super teams of the two best regions in the world facing each other for a spot in the grand final. You have the Manchester runner-up and EWC winner against the SI runner-up. I mean, at this point, I couldn't get more excited.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that whoever wins this side of the bracket could be the one to be the favorite to win the tournament. But in the last 3 years, both of these teams have only played each other once. And BDS was able to win it in 2-1. And in those last two maps, they smoked FaZe 14-2 the round count. So obviously, if you're FaZe, you have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder here.
And I want to reiterate. Don't you think it's crazy that these two teams are so well known? They've been dominating Siege for years. And it's only the second time we see them play in 3 years. And in fact, the last time we saw them was only at EWC, was only a few weeks ago. Like you said, so I just find it crazy. They don't know each other that much. And that for me is a great testament of how entertaining it is for us to witness that match.
Alright, let's start talking about the European dominance. BDS have just shown through and through so far this year that they are undeniably the best out of that region. It's been a very, very good showing from them so far in 2024.
Absolutely, and since their win at EWC into Stage 2, I really think we've seen a different monster of BDS, because Stage 1, it was just a team full of fraggers. They were just a really good team comprised of just winning gunfights, but now it feels like they're playing very team-oriented. You look at the stats, there's not really one player that stands amongst the rest. Everybody is showing up on the moment, and they're really playing against each other. And yes, they have looked human in their tournament. Every single game that they've played, for the most part, has been a 7-4 or more. It's close. But something that LickyFax said yesterday really stood out to me, and it was the fact that we are BDS. Everybody wants to beat us. Everyone's going to try that much harder to win against us, and that's exactly what we see. And yes, they have looked human, but every single scar that they've gotten throughout this tournament has only made them stronger. And you can see it in a round-to-round of them slowly getting better. And you know, the stars are aligning for them.
LickyFax has been pretty unbelievable, Leo, and you know, especially in this major where some of these rounds are decided by individuals, and I'm not just talking about highlight plays, but he's been the most communicative in the entire server for this roster.
Listen, we mentioned it yesterday. We said these guys can do it all. He's an amazing fragger, but like you said, what we thought was the ceiling for BDS was that team play. Who brings the cohesion in BDS? Who makes the short calls? Who do we see yapping around in the middle of the scene? It's always LickyFax. The fact that he's able to find these opportunities, these short calls, mid-round adaptations, and at the same time be the best fragger of the team, that to me is a testament of just how good of a player he is. And honestly, if this team wins the major, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the MVP.
Wow.
Yeah, I completely
Already
agree.
calling it.
It's so
新シーズンの
difficult to
情
be
報
able
も
to
出
be
る
the
か
main
ら
roamer,
もっと
one of
早
the
くし
main
なきゃ
entries, and still IGL and lead your team. So to do
仕
all
事
of
行き
that,
たく
I
な
mean,
い
it's nothing short of a miracle.
Their opponents
そう
for
だ
this
ね
evening,
日本だとさ
FaZe
こう海外だと
Clan,
今
a
日
name
曜日
that
の夜
has
だけど
rung
もう
throughout
私たちは
history
もう
in
先に月曜
esports
日を
and
迎えている
now
からま
is
ずいよ
really cementing an unbelievable roster for 2024.
BDS
Can we
defeat
finally
FaZe
see them
Warrior.
crowned as champions?
お
You know, we were
Yeah.
thinking with Fox, looking at these rosters, who
Baki
is the
baki.
favorite for this matchup? And it's so hard to predict. And obviously, my heart bleeds for BDS. I'm French, but I have to say, I had to pick FaZe here. Contrary to BDS, they didn't drop a single map in Brazil playoff. Contrary to BDS, they didn't drop a single map at the Montreal Major. They have the second best entry rate in the tournament. Okay, BDS is first.
Yeah,
I will
BDS
leave you
first.
that one.
Thank you for adding that one.
But if we bring back that stats graphic again, let's take a look at their defender win rate. These guys have a 79% defender win rate. I've never seen that before. Imagine, in average, that's almost 5 rounds out of 6 that they win in defense every single map.
エントリー一
I've
緒なん
never
だ
seen
ね
that
すごっ
before. I've never seen that
Not at all.
before.
あでも
They're
デ
the
ィフ
best
ェン
defending team
サー
in
ウ
the
ィ
world
ン
right now.
の率
It's
が
not
す
even
ごいね
close. And now
こ
you
んな
think,
違うんだ
well, all of these reasons, FaZe should take it, right? Let me give you one more.
50
Let's bring up the
79
3 best players in that tournament right now.
FaZe.
The active players in that tournament.
フェイズの防衛やばい
Are
な
from FaZe. Jeez.
ルミンじゃんそれ
KDS, the entry,
まさ
Vitek,
に
the
ルミン
IGL,
じゃん
Cyber, the second entry. All of these guys are
Kabi,
topping
Kabi.
the charts and are right now the podium.
Yeah, but to be devil's advocate, I mean, if you look at the road that they got as opposed to the road
マ
that
ジ
BDS
今日やば
had,
す
you
ぎ
could
だよ
look
ね
at FaZe didn't really face anybody that
だ
would
って
be
20 い
that
っ
upper
ぱいだよ
echelon of games. This is going to be their
1%
hardest
し
game. We
か
thought Sonics was
攻
going to give them
撃
a
を
tough
取られ
time.
てい
They
ないと
didn't.
いう
Now
こ
that
とよ
could be a true test
と
to
ん
how
でもなくない
FaZe just absolutely stomped them. But when it comes to
やばいっ
statistics,
て
they've been steamrolling
驚異
everybody.
の
Of
守り
course they should be
方
up there. Yes, their defenses are strong,
勝
but it's an
手
immovable
だ
object against an unstoppable force.
でさ
BDS is
言
the
うてさ
best
別に
attacking
さ
team, and we just
攻撃
glanced
も
over
弱
it.
くないじゃ
Yes,
ん
FaZe's
全
attacks
員
are
も
good.
攻撃
Their
で強
defenses
い
are
ね
even better. But BDS is the best
あ
attacking team,
リカ
and
ちゃ
in
ん
the
今日
current
アザミ
meta,
のコス
that
プ
is
レす
king.
るん
If
だっ
you're able
て
to scrape rounds away,
探
that
したい
obviously puts
め っ
you in a
ち
way
ゃ
better position.
真っ赤な
If you're
唇
getting
似合
5
う
defensive
な
rounds against BDS,
ミ
then
カ
of
ちゃんを
course,
探
yes,
すん
you
だ
deserve to get that win. But that's not going to be an easy task at all.
Speaking of kings,
やめろ
what
怖
are
い
your
よ
thoughts, Leo, on
何
this
が
player
見えてる
individually and so far in this
何が見え
tournament?
てるの
If you look at Liquefact,
大丈夫だっ
I
て
feel like it's,
信じよう
it's the exact same story. You look at Vitaking as that guy that was brought up after a
信じるん
side
です
when that roster was being rebuilt. And I remember everyone saying at the time, who is that guy? Why are they picking up someone as a rookie to be the IGL of one of the best rosters in the world? Well, let me tell you, it's the same story as Liquefact. He's lived up to these
待って
expectations.
さ
He's been
次の試
amazing
合な
so
んだっ
far
た
in terms of fragging, in terms of shot
あ
calling. And he's one of the
W7M と
most
バータスプロ
important
か
player in that roster.
そう
Bring
思うと
everyone
2 チ
together
ーム
and
フランス
makes
2
it
チー
one
ム
of
ブ
the
ラ
teams
ジル
that
が
I
残っ
feel
てるんだ
like is the
ね
more versatile in terms of style that I've ever seen in the world. They can play it all, and that's because of
まあ
Vitaking.
そりゃ
Okay,
反
I
対に
definitely
な
have
る
to give you
か
that one. I do think the way that
一緒の
FaZe
チーム
plays
で
is so
戦わせ
unique
られないも
to
ん
the
な
regular eye. If you were just a regular viewer watching, I
いや
mean,
マジ
they
で
are a
フォ
team
ックス
comprised.
イ
We
ケ
always
メ
talk
ン
about
す
it.
ぎ
It's
る
almost like having 4
や
flex
ばい
supports on the team that can
初
kind
発機
of
のル
mesh
ミン
to
も
any,
かっこいいと
any
思います
situation. And having that many support players on one team that can also get a bunch of kills, I mean, it's very difficult. Most teams are only able to really find one good support. So that's the difficulty right now in Siege. And they have just a lot of
ルミ
flexibility.
ンさ
And it's
本
very
当にね
unique to watch.
こういう人
Well, before we
た
get
ち
underway
は
with
本
the
当無知
map
で
veto,
申し訳ないんですけ
we
ど
have
フォックス A さん
Ian
フォック
courtside,
ス
if you will,
A さん
with
は
some
もともとストリーマー
Yeah,
だっ
you're
た
right,
の
Rob. I'm
それ
right
と
where I
もプ
want
ロ
to be.
ゲーマーだ
Montreal,
った
how
の
we
イ
doing? We all good?
エーイ
This is what it's all
リー
about.
ドさ
I'm
ん
with
感
Leo
謝
and
み
Ryan.
な
We've got a couple of fans
さ
here
い
to have a chat about what they think
あ
will
オ
go
キシ
down over
ゲ
the
ンな
next
ん
2 days.
だ
Leo, first things first, how you
その
doing?
時代を見て
Man,
ない
I'm
から
doing
さ
very great. This is
元
amazing,
プロ
man.
なんだ
The energy here, the energy that it brings to
Yeah.
us, it's amazing, man. I lost my
女の子の
voice
ファン多いでしょう
yelling at
ね
those guys yesterday, cheering for
でしょう
them,
ね
and I think they're gonna win.
A
So,
lot of girls
that's amazing.
fan but
WSexyEmi for life
nobody
over here,
there
Ryan. I know you're a BDS
yeah,
fan. You've got to get through FaZe Clan first. And you said to me just before we rolled, you think if you do that, you got the whole thing wrapped
まあ
up.
高根の
Yeah, I
花
mean,
みたい
like,
なアイドル
these
だ
are
よ
the two
アイド
best
ル
teams in the event. I think it's kind of hands down.
Ring Chan
And
Chan shows
whichever
their
one of these teams
hand.
wins, which obviously I hope BDS, obviously, I hope BDS.
ルイはもう
But
ね
whichever one of these teams wins, I think wins the event. These are the two best teams in the world at this point.
I
レ
agree,
シ
but
プロ
Leo,
シテ
you
ィで
were
元
in
木
Sao Paulo.
レ
You're
シ
from
プ
Sao
ロ
Paulo
シティって
originally.
い
You
うの
now
をル
live
ミ
here in
知らない
Montreal.
わ
But you flew back for the Sixth
初めて聞い
Invitational,
た
which was, of course, unforgettable. W7M made
え、最
history
近
there.
までプ
Different
ロだっ
roster.
たルミ
Big
が見てな
shoes
か
to
った
fill
だ
with
け
this new team, isn't it?
オキシゲン
Yeah,
の試合
well,
確かにそんな見てな
by
いん
the
だよ
time
な
I was divided by lows and
3
double
年
seven.
間は見てるのミラ
But
ン
those
がっ
guys
つ
that are
りちゃん
playing
と
at top 7 for me,
裏
they're
ば
my
っか
hype.
り
So
だった
I really enjoy cheering for them right now.
たまたま
Like, that's amazing, man.
見てなか
Tell
ったの
this
か
man
な
why BDS aren't going to win this major.
No, man. No. Sorry, man, but this is gonna win. W7
お
Mikado!
ー
Bora! That's what I'm
から
talking
の
about.
からのって言ったよ今
Check us the goat.
日本語使え
All right, good stuff, guys. Go and take your seats and enjoy the rest of the major. We are just
るいや
getting
ダブル
started
セ
here on
ッ
this
チ
Saturday.
見
Back
て
to
ほ
you guys
しい
on the
絶
desk.
対そっちの方がかっこいいもん
Bit of brotherly love. You gotta love it. This
なんで
race,
変わっちゃったの
I think
W セッチ見る
everyone
の
is in
絶対かっ
agreement.
こいいよね
This is going to be the closest matchup we have in
W7M より
Montreal. It's a semi-final. It's two of the best teams in the world. It's the best team from their respected regions.
なんで
Leo,
変わっちゃったの
this is how we set this
うん
one
す
up.
ごい決め
And
て
it's
たの
really important that we know what maps we're going to. So I'm going to allow you two gentlemen to do what you do best here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're expecting bans from FaZe
Got
to just
that.
be Chalet Border.
Right,
I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
どっちが勝つでしょう
since August,
か
those bans, Bank and Border, have just been banned 41 times from
ヘッチ
FaZe.
ミア
So
ブ
they
ラ
just
ジル
don't like
公用
going
語
to
の
those
こういう
maps.
こと
I think when it comes
あ
down to
そう
the
いうこ
map
と
bans, there's
か
no real bad maps
いや
for
そっ
either
ち
of
メ
these
インに
teams.
してほし
I
い
do
よ
think
マジ
FaZe,
でかっ
just
こい
because
いよ
they're
ね
so much more dominant in a region,
Yeah.
and obviously
もっ
throughout
た
the
いない
tournament, they're going to have the better
I
stats
go
wherever we
and
go.
show
But I think
hand
it is
all
pretty
my
equal around the
channel
board.
point
Yeah, if you look at the
お
rest of the bans for
全部
BDS,
かけ
they
る
banned Lair, which is clearly
Labo
because of
da
Secret
Labo.
yesterday. I don't
Yeah.
think they've liked playing it once. And then they banned Consulate. And that for me, that tells me a big thing. Consulate
pick だ
was one of their best map, and they also
世
left
界
open
そう
labs
そ
at
う
this
そう世
point,
界
which
基
is
準
their
になっ
second
ちゃっ
worst
て
map.
今
And that's exactly
W7M
what
になっ
FaZe
ちゃ
is
った
speaking into. Right now, FaZe's best
な
map so
ブラジ
far,
ル読みに合わせたかった
the second worst map for BDS.
え
Labs.
日本配
This is
信
an
ミカちゃん
amazing
来た
pick for FaZe right
ちょっ
now.
と
It's
待って
heavily favoring them.
Yeah, I think it really countered into BDS to be able to force them into getting that map pick. Skyscraper is going to be the pick for
あ
BDS.
レオ
That is
タン
obviously
とレオタンといるじゃん
今のメンバー全員日本来てくれてるんですよ。チームは入れ替わってるんですけど、来たタイミングと MNM と BDS というチームを合体してるんですけど、両方ともそのチーム日本に来てくれたんで、多分日本のファンは BDS をしてると思うんですけど、今回はフェーズの方が1枚上手なんじゃないかなっていうのが見方としては強いんじゃないかなと思いますね。
あ、そうなんですね。
ちなみにブラジル1位と EU1 位のチームです。勝ち抜けは。だから実上の決勝戦じゃないですかこれ。
いやすごい
かなりの多分熱々の激戦に
熱々です。世界で一番打ち合いが強いって言われてるシャイコっていう選手がいるので、ぜひ注目してみてください。
はいはいはい。名前聞いたことあります。
聞いたことある。
あります。
バーキンマンさんのプレースタイルに合ってると思うよ。突っ込んで一人でキル取りまくるから。
脳筋スタイルで。
マグ何してるんだろうね。
じゃあ俺に頭脳を足した感じですね。じゃあそしたら。
なんて？
俺に頭脳を足した感じのプレイスタイルとかですね。
じゃあぜひ頭脳学んでぜひ。
はい、わかりました。
なんで今日は私と岡山さんで
岡さん書いてた
サポートしながら
今からいいところなのにね。
はい。ぜひ見どころをねミカ様が伝えてあげていただければと思いますけれど。
頑張ります。
はい。じゃあもう試合が始まるみたいなんでちょっとこっちで巻き取らせてもらいますので。
バイバイミカちゃん頑張ってレオタンも頑張って。
お疲れ様です。
はい、戻ってまいりました。
But like, honestly,
oh,
I could have taken blame for this.
Celebration.
The day before Lynx tweeted
BDS,
that we were
I
arguing
nice.
if BDS looked weaker or not, because obviously they were dominating Europe, but it was every time it was very close, and so he felt like this was the time for FaZe. I love the reply from Suplex.
I do love it.
Final thoughts before we get underway with this one.
I mean, like I said, I think BDS have looked maybe a little bit more human, like they can bleed, but I think we've now seen something out of them that we haven't seen this last year, of them slowly progressing and learning from their mistakes as a team, as a collective. It's not just one guy anymore, it's the whole team.
Well, it's time for us to get underway with this one. The two kings of their region go head to head.
Come on, BDS like Ruchan.
So the spirit of FaZe is the mentality they have to always stay at the top and keep winning, keep qualifying for every event.
I think the strength of BDS is the record,
Blue
like
Bird
Shaq, like Fact, are the best players in the region of the role players.
They don't have really
if
like
BDS doesn't
this is why
win,
they are
they
always on the
all
top.
meet
Against FaZe,
point.
it's never easy.
そうだ、ポイントもらえるよ。でもすげえ、ワンマップ目はちなみにフェイスマップだからね。But I hope you win so I can get beep. おー、ケニール。さあ、コメント欄でも熱い戦いが繰り広げられています。
And now in Montreal we are going to win and see you there.
Beep by 10 million point. Beep
for
by
a grand final caliber semi-final. Two of the best teams in the world ready to go at it right here, right now in a best of 3 for a spot in that grand final. Montreal, are we ready?
Yay!
The secret is out. EU's finest are coming for this trophy. It's BDS!
あ、まだ入場してなかったんだ。いやー、ブラジル同士は正直でも見たくないよな、もう。どっちもはさ、結局ブラジルが強いのってなるやん。Thank you for following! ありがとう。ハンズオンポケット、確かに入れてる。ポケットインしてる。
Undefeated, unfazed, but are they untouchable? It's FaZe Clan!
アウェーなんだやっぱり。ブーイングある、ブーイング。
Brazil's best. Get set for action. EU versus Brazil.
うん、すごいね、このブーイングはさ、日本では絶対いないからさ。
And I'm just going to grab a quick word with them here. KDS.
I'm going toパレあのとの呪い。まずい。
Yeah, I mean,
ブーイングされた方が本調子でね。背負わないからね。
One thing you need for sure in a semi-final of this magnitude is a lot of confidence. KDS, you are currently the highest rated player in this tournament. You are on fire, you are flying. How are you feeling personally coming into this?
Feeling amazing because
ルミはフェーズ勝つ予想だけど、
the best feeling in the tournament.
フェーズ勝つ予想かな。
And yeah, we are going to play and we are going to win today.
Any final words?
トロフィーめっちゃかっこいいの。
Good luck, man.
マジでかっ
Alright,
こいい。
shake hands and get into this. I know that two of my very good friends, not just in Siege, but just in life, are very excited
リ
to
ブ
call
さん、
action on
看
this
板
one.
にいらっ
It's
しゃい。そう、あれトロフィーなんだよ。やばいっしょ。あんなの欲しいよね。
Two of the best teams in the world going head to head, and who comes out on top? There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, certainly got that feel about it. These are two teams that I was thinking about it this morning, and I feel like FaZe in this tournament they're already there. They're already hitting their peak. Their ratings are slightly higher than BDS, so it shows that. But BDS, it feels like they're getting better with every game, and they're on their way there. This is the one though that they are going to have to find that 100%.
Big one for me, really looking at it, is our top 3 players in the tournament, at least from those that are still remaining, are all FaZe players. They haven't dropped a single map. They are, as Ian said, untouchable. As it stands, however, is going to show that God's complete to me. BDS.
You look at those prior matchups, they've played 3 times, BDS have won twice, including recently, of course, in that quarter-final at the Esports World Cup. So BDS have pedigree of beating FaZe.
BDS でも合ってるからな。見ちゃったからな、リアルで。お、来ました。おー、結構互角。それは行きたいと思います、皆さん。BDS vs FaZe クランです。
Yeah, they were favourites coming in. I think they do
That's
remain
good.
slight
Habu.
favourites now, but this is without a
Go,
doubt going to
go.
be their toughest test coming up today. We've got Night Haven Labs, we've got BDS, FaZe, and we have got one of potentially the biggest semi-finals we're ever going to see. So let's get this one underway.
いやでも強いんじゃない、もともと。ふわ are you
Arguably the
rooting
best
for,
teams in each
Rumi?
region here coming head to head. As mentioned, we've got E versus Brazil in this first semi. We've got the same coming up later on, but really these are the two that are the teams to beat. Let's get into the ban phase though and see how things shake up. Pretty fair to say, Tim, we're expecting a Deimos ban coming up against Shaiko again. BDS can change up what their bans are here. Leaning in towards the book here, lots of vertical destruction on this map, no surprise at all. This for me has to be Deimos. Oh, okay. I wonder what Shaiko's playing on this map, Tim.
That's an interesting one. Of course, Breeder has been playing the shields occasionally. Very good shield player, we know this. So Monte is going to be taken away, but it does leave the blitz open, which is something that Andy has been using on occasion throughout the tournament. So we might just see a little bit of that. Azami being our first defender ban, no surprises there. That's pretty much as expected. But where do BDS go with the second one? It's gonna be Valkyrie. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of verticality potential here on Evan Labs, so not having those cams online might just help you avoid one or two of those nasty C4s.
Before we get into things, Tim, we were listening to the crowd as the teams came walking out, and it sounded like a BDS leaning crowd. So Montreal, who are you backing for this one? Are you backing BDS?
Yay!
Tim?
I don't know what response I'm going to get for FaZe, but anybody for FaZe?
Yay!
I thought it might be a little bit of that.
Oh,
Every tournament, every story needs a villain, and if FaZe go on to win this thing, I'm sure they won't mind playing their part.
They solely will not mind. In fact, the last two times these teams played on a big stage like this, of course, EWC was recently, but it was actually back at the Sweden Major in 2021. They met in the quarterfinals. FaZe won 2-0. Will go on to beat Dan1 Kia in a screamer of a semi, and then will sweep past them in the grand final to lift the trophy. It feels like BDS are once again that team standing in their way. We've got to see how things play out here on Labs. So starting things up on the top floor, BDS are on the defense.
大会オフラインで見るとめっちゃ楽しそうね。いやー、APAC カップでオフラインが見れるの楽しみだな。オフラインマジでワクワクしない。
to bring the blitz along. Of course, it has been left open. Blitz can be fantastic on this site for getting in and creating a little bit of space. Playing through that top aqua door, push yourself down directly into sight, and you can be a real nuisance. We've already seen him also used through electrical, through IT to create that space, but not going to be brought along by FaZe this time. So the thing to watch for here from the attackers is how well do they create space inside the site? How well do they move those defenders around? And how do they go about doing it?
なんだったっけな、今溜まったら CAG とフェア X、
Instead, we've got the bandit holding up more towards IT and looking to electrify that one away. I'm looking at the comp coming out here though. I'm looking at KDS, particularly on the Sophia. Game plan here, get below with that Sophia, pop that bubble off on below, and you're not going to have a blitz, bandit, able to sit on that wall and electrify it away.
12月1日にやる。
Because of that Maverick, they shoot this out now. C4 come on through. They've got to be really careful here, FaZe, when trying to get this wall open. But already, BDS are wasting so much time just by trying to play this Denial-based game.
Yeah, they're just stacking problems open. You can actually see if you look at BDS's lineup. Oh, back, absolutely beautiful, and that was the danger. FaZe haven't recognized the threat of the bandit playing there in IT, and he gets a beautiful opener, taking down the grim operators as well. There's huge loss of utility there. And like I said, they've also got the one users he's playing out towards that aqua side. They're going to find difficulty FaZe getting in through there as well. They can't really rely on going in behind utility.
I think we might see the Brazilians start to just stall out a little bit.
I think they're starting to look a little bit stuck already, Tim. They've got the Maverick still, they've got the Selmas to use, but we've lost over 2 minutes in this round now, and they're still struggling to even get inside the building. Yes, they've already found themselves tagged out losing Cyber. The Grim going down, as you mentioned, a little bit of a battle. But more on the other side of things, I'm just concerned they're actually going to run out of time here. It's not going to be an ideal push-in for them. They can still make use of the Maverick, but is it going to be enough? Having one angle that you can hit the site from? I'm not too sure. Here comes Vidiking, though, opening up a second, and the trade is there for BDS.
So important that Shaiko gets that. Look at BDS now. It's like there's been a flood contest. They're just going at them straight
今のダブルピークがなかったらさ、
BDS have held on to this site really well, and as I suggested at the beginning phase, they've struggled to work their way in. They've struggled to create that space that they needed. Every time they've headed in, there's been a challenge directly in the face, and they've not really had the tools to be able to play back.
Shaiやはりシャイコなのか。
BDS to kick things off. That top floor on Labs can be difficult to hold on to when you turtle inside a site like that, but they've just done a great job of it.
I remember speaking to the coach about TV today on social media. We were talking about why certain bands have come through and won a VP series, and his comment was around, you know, VP play very similar to how they play Clubhouse. It's all about the denial game. It's about keeping walls closed up. And I'd argue you mainly see that focus coming into the basement on this map. It forces the attackers to have to get first floor and second floor control. But here, BDS have rocked it up on this top floor superbly.
ここさ、いや乗り越え、いつも乗り越えだけどさ、やっぱ勝ちで見れる位置の絶対いいよな。ミラー配信してる。
Now we go down to that base and we're sticking with a
similar setup. You've got the kite, but now the two browse along for the party as well, Tim.
Looking on the side of the attackers, we've got a fuse being brought along by Vita King. I don't think it will have the shield. No, going to switch away to the ram anyway.
Ah, oyasumi baby, arigatou. Ne, X でやってたね。昨日もミカちゃんなんかツイチじゃなくて X でやってたよね。
Fantastic for util clearance, but instead it's
暇
going
だよ。
to be up to Vita King to get into
一瞬多分もう朝
storage
になってる。
to open that floor up with the ram to create those verticals down onto the back of the main breach wall, but also to move the defenders around site. Don't let them sit in those power positions. They're against BDS and they're expecting that maybe they're not going to face much opposition around the map. That's not always BDS's style, but looking at it, Des, we've got Solotov up on the top floor, we've got Bride and Leaker back off site as well. BDS are pretty happy here to spread themselves around the map.
I love how he still checked the floor and still jumped straight into a goo mine. Anything to slow him down at this point, and of course the information is brings. The side of BDS that are roaming up on that top floor is cool. Someone's starting to push in. Now's a good time for it to drop away, and they've done just that. The problem for FaZe is they're clearing off on the second floor here to start exposing the first floor. Then they've got to do exactly the same thing on the first floor to start exposing into the basement itself. So I'm a little bit nervous again about time, because when we start looking on the downstairs, these walls are probably going to stay closed. There's no Maverick on side. You've got a lot of trust going in towards the Twitch being able to get anything done here. And I just think BDS is going to be able to keep FaZe shut out again.
More than likely, we can see that FaZe are just trying to find any angle they can at the minute. That's over towards the top of cargo stairs. Again, just trying to make it difficult. BDS have knocked a couple back to site now. There's 3, 4, 5 actually. Just as I'm talking, I can see those locations changing back to basement, and everybody's heading back down. BDS are happy that they've burnt away half of the round. The wall is still closed, and right now FaZe haven't even begun to pressure them vertically, realistically into sight or down any of those staircases. BDS feeling pretty comfortable at the minute.
Until they get vertical control, they can't look to shoot the electrified gadgets off the main walls either to try and get those open. That's assuming they even want them open. They might not even bother. And instead just try and play in through X. So it's a very, very common attack that you see coming out of teams. To work in, but normally it requires a shield. Without that on side, they may find themselves quite exposed. And given BDS, they've got 3 C4 still sat in back pocket. I do not fancy trying to fight them before.
クリエイターさんもそうだけど、こうやってシーンが戻ってきてるのは本当に嬉しい。
Still work to be done. They've got themselves storage and can start pressuring from there above those doors. It's leaning towards an EXO push. That's where we can see FaZe ahead in a couple of drop down the stairs. Now I think they're maybe trying to just create a little bit of a presence on both sides, but Leaking back to that first floor. Shaiko with a big double. FaZe do have answers, but BDS are still asking questions of them as users manages to find diffusers down will be collected, but with 18 seconds there, they've got to go now.
And one of them has to plant, so you've basically got a 1v3. Looking at the third C4s. I mentioned they had 3 to play with, and so far 2 have been thrown, 2 kills have been secured.
あそこめっちゃ開けてるの強いかもな。乗り越えでもない。
2 seconds on the clock. You might get a nice kill.
Wow.
Bride's going to trade it back Once again,
今もっかさん
BDS
し
have
てるわ
completely outplayed FaZe, not just strategically, but in the gunfights as well.
Yeah, it was really nice from BDS. Looking at the players on site, how concerned were they? How much were they forced to move around? Not very. Again, I just feel like over the last couple of rounds, FaZe haven't always had the tools for the job that they've wanted to try and push, and it's a bit of an issue for them. They need to be thinking about the utility. They need to think particularly about how they're going to disrupt BDS and how they're going to create space, because right now we've seen 2 attacks where they're just pushing from really single locations without much teeth at all.
I think the big one really worth noticing is that the 3 of the 4 teams that we have remaining, W7M the one that I would call the exception. I think the 3 teams, the rest of them, lean on the slower side of gameplay in Siege. You think about Falcons, you think about SSG, you think about W7M, they like to be a little bit quicker, a little more frantic, a little more aggressive. And I think BDS have just read into that so well against FaZe, who are such a controlling and composed team. The pace that they're moving at, it does not work well when BDS can slow you down all across the map, from goo mines on the top floor, electrification downstairs, C4s to play for denial. BDS have just got a game plan in mind here, and FaZe are playing right into it. If they lose this round here, for me, it's attack timeout, and you need to change game plan because it is not working.
また聞きが違えるかもしれないけど、おっかさやってた、おっかさやってた。で、レオタン、バイキンメンさんが配信終わっちゃってるかもしれない。
And they can at
これ
least
ツイ
be
ッターね、
aiming towards a
終わって
4-2
たか
round
らね。
minimum. I'm sure FaZe will still have 3-3 in mind. Just going to spot out the lesion of Solotov there. They'll be aware of his position.
ごちゃごちゃに喋ってるから。コート最近なんかさ、会話がさ、行ったり来たりするというかさ、いいの悪いところ。
Fun fact for those of you at home as well, and for everyone here too. The most played operator by
いや、
FaZe
そこの
actually
ミ
is
ラ
the
やっぱ
striker that
強い
KDS is
ね。
on.
絶
I
対
mean,
にあるもんな、こ
earlier,
この
like,
ミ
why
ラ
the hell does he play it so much? And I actually think BDS have also read into that, and they know they're
イ
not
ン
going
グ
to
レ
have
で
some
エー
big
スも
primary
壊せる
gadgets
し、
to
ハ
help
ル
you
ドゥ
get
ンも
massive
怖い
amounts of map
し、
control, things like
空いて
Dokkaebi
る
or
と。
Lion being on side. Instead, leaning
めっち
into
ゃ
a
大
lot of
変だよ
secondary
な。
utility is great for clearing parts of the map or
俺
forcing
が画
players
面見
away
てる
with
と
those
半
frags.
あ
But again, I think BDS have just read into that and understand, hey, they're
そういう
not
こ
going to have a
とね
lot to force us
真
to
剣に
move.
見
We
て
can
る
afford to hold quite aggressively here, and that's why all the gadgetry is working out so well for them.
え、
It's
あんな
concerned that
際
the
に
FaZe
貼
it
るん
means
だ
they've been
下に貼ってたよ
outplayed here.
上とかじゃないん
Essentially,
だね
BDS have got their number.
That air jab gets deployed. I'm not sure if it was picked up by a mute jab.
入り口の際に貼ったら前に来る前に飛ぶのかな。
That's just going to be something that FaZe need to
な
be
んかさっ
aware
きから
of.
ね、
It's
ノマド
not
貼る位置がすごい
necessarily
下なんだよ
secure
ね
in that。
床
side.
に貼ってたり
Still
してる。
not really making progress on this top floor
お
clearance stairs. And
ー。
Cyber, to be honest, gets completely caught cold on warehouse stairs. Had no idea that the challenge was coming.
おー。
Top rope goes leak effect, and BDS they're really
強
finding
っ。
their feet in this one. Fear King manages to catch out Pre-Day, but it's little consolation for the 3 they've lost.
もうちょっときついよ、この飛んだ4方向ぐらいから写真使えてるもん。
Solotov on site collects 2. They're trying to clear top floor and just completely failing to respect the players that are sat on site themselves, and they pay the price for it. They've had
いやー、
3
顔
put
出
down
さ
so
ない
far
の
inside
偉い
the
な
garage, and the King, it's
う
about to
わ
become his worst nightmare. 3 players sit
左
swing
遷
at
の
once,
暴
and
力。
BDS are up.
BDS 強いです。
Attack timeout has to come in here because they are crumbling at the seams.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get themselves into this one. Third choice site, that's where you're expecting them to do something. But again, Des, it wasn't even really kind of close. At no point were FaZe in complete control of top floor, opening up verticals, watching down into site, causing disruption. They didn't manage any of that. They just got cut down trying to get that initial map control, getting into the map, and getting to the space has been a real problem for them. And you know what? They haven't played the Blitz yet. We've seen Handy bringing it throughout the tournament so far, on occasion, and it's not something that FaZe are leaning into here. I think it could potentially just give them that little bit of a focus that they need to get themselves in and to start to grab some map control away from BDS.
I'm no mathematician, Tim, but 6 kills across 3 rounds for FaZe does not feel fantastic.
Well, I can do the maths. It equals 0 rounds.
He really did the math there, guys.
Oh,
you're spot on.
Quick maths, quick maths, quick maths.
And it doesn't seem to be getting any better. It's not like they've accelerated to getting 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills in the next. It's staying very decisively. This is what I was on about, by the way, a second ago. Solotov just largely unchecked, and as much as the FaZe are trying to make things happen, one thing that we started looking at recently is the trade success of so many players. How good are they when a player goes down, at having someone nearby to trade things out? And in that round then, FaZe are trying to attack 5 different parts of the map at once. There is no one to guarantee a trade for them, and they pay the price.
this is it, and this is why I suggest maybe the blitz a little bit. It seems quite disparate from FaZe. Like you say, it's broken. There's a couple here, a couple there. Something like the blitz will give you that focus. It will give you, you know, that's where the push is coming from. We've got utility to support him. We need guns with the blitz, and then we can go in and try and take some space. We can force these roamers away, because BDS, they're not the heaviest of roaming teams, but they are getting these kills away from side. We're not really seeing it where, you know, all the kills are coming in directly as we go into sight. Round 2, there was a little bit of that, but otherwise, they are able to take the challenges as FaZe try to get into the map. So, again, it might create a little bit of space. Instead of that, they're going to bring along the Ying, which again, is a bad idea. It's a great way again of creating space. Those Candelas go in, defenders have to move or they lose their lives.
Compare that to what I spoke about in the previous round when BDS are aware that FaZe are playing a hell of a lot of striker of Sentry throughout this competition. They're relying on secondary utility just to get the job done and slowing them down as a result. I think a Ying is a great idea to try and get around that. Of course, the main thing you've now got to respect is the Warden on the other side. Users being sat on that. We've seen great counterplay to Warden throughout the competition, making use of things like Thatcher to disable his gadget and punish him with the flashes off the back of that. But the Ying, at the very least, as long as they're pushing the right part of the map, I think this can really help. Looking at the comp though, it's more electrification, it's the Kaid on side, the Tuber out here to slow things down even more, and the Mirror to cause even more headaches for them. Plus, 3 more C4s to play behind. We've already seen Leakyfat dancing around here and working some magic. C4 almost gets Andy down to 15 HP, not finished off. But it's definitely going to remind FaZe, you cannot take liberties here. Smallest misstep. BDS will be taking the score.
Real problem for FaZe at the minute, given that this is their map pick as well. We know that FaZe have got a fantastic map pool. They can play everywhere realistically, but BDS...
Except Border and Chalet, which they always ban.
Except Border and Chalet, but BDS are great on Skyscraper as well. We've seen them have some fantastic games there. I tell you what, 1-0 down to BDS, I wouldn't want to be going there. And if you remember at the beginning of the game, Des, I said that yes, we'd seen a little bit more than that BDS 70% that we had through the tournament yesterday against Secret, but it still didn't feel like they were maybe all the way there. And this was the game. This was the one where they really had to step it up. And they've shown us that they are capable of doing that so far today. Just to pick up 1, but BDS have got 3 in a matter of heartbeats as response. And the wheels are well and truly coming off for FaZe right now.
And it's Breeday in this round that has been the hero for them. We always used to say it was Breeday S. He's found to completely shut down any aggression that was coming out of FaZe. And Souls might be one of our most clutch players around the globe, Tim, but against BDS, they're unlikely to give it to you. Here, we're in a 2 versus 1 now. I know Shaiko's down his back, and of course, can't help out too much. Nothing else at this point. It's been a drive for his team, but that shot came from the hand where it's coming. Waiting, and BDS, despite the tactic, FaZe taking back from 4 and now on 4-0 on the defensive labs.
It's just a fantastic start. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think this is going to be completely one-sided the whole way through this map. FaZe's map pick, get them onto the defensive line. It's a defendable map. You know, we've got sides there, we've got top floor, we've got bottom floor where we do expect the defenders to be coming away with rounds. So I think that FaZe will have a response in the second half of this, but the question is, are BDS going to get a big enough lead here in the first half of things that it just won't matter, that FaZe won't have time to do anything about it?
私は死神なんです。グリムリープーパー。グリムルーパー。
BDS was saying this, but bearing in mind this is top floor, so there's less map to control here than attacking into the base, which is where we're going in round 5. It was still the same sort of tactic coming out of BDS. Admittedly, FaZe played around it better. Lucky to have Handy kept alive on the Maverick when that C4 came in. 15 HP left to his name. Once they got IT dealt with, there was no second set of electrification to have to worry about. It was just a slow going on IT. And I thought their initial push in towards Catwalk wasn't bad at all. They got the first kill pushing on through, they got the down towards Solotov. I was like, cool, they're actually getting a move on here. Problem is, that's assuming that you get past the strategical part of BDS's setup. Then you start looking at the players, and as I clocked, Breeday, 2 kills in the mid-round there, just completely shut down that Catwalk push. And even with Leakyfat being caught out below, FaZe just could not catch a break. It feels like they get a few things right, and then BDS trip them up somewhere along the way. Now, one thing that I love seeing in this round, for those who have seen the recent patch notes, of course, Mozzie got buffed recently. We've seen, I think it's SSG running a lot of Mute and Mozzie there, 2 most played defensive operators at the competition so far, and it causes a real intel blackout on the other side. There's very little information you can collect when all of these single doorways are being completely locked away from you. But we're seeing the same thing again. You've got the Intel denial coming away with the Mute and the Mozzie. The Capcan to capitalise on that and hopefully catch a player or two out. And once more, the Tuber out and the Kai to try and keep these walls locked up. The phase, it's about pace, so we've got to see them moving quicker through the map here and starting to look for an execute when the clock isn't hitting the last 10 seconds.
BDS have got 3 out of 4 entries along the way as well. There's 75% in that region is not going to help FaZe whatsoever. At the minute, they need those couple of confidence kills, really, to give themselves a man advantage. But even when they get them, BDS just seem to erupt into the round. And just, we saw it last time, got the entry, and BDS followed it with 3 of their own. It's just absolute madness for the Brazilians to try and start 2 right now, because BDS, they're just absolutely electric. And they're going to be looking.
Quite literally, they got a kite on side, Tim.
Quite literally, Des. Quite literally. They're going to be looking to continue down in the basement. Let's see whether FaZe can crack that nut this time.
I just wanted to clock one thing. I don't think I've ever seen this before. 5 C4s in the back pocket of BDS.
Why not? They've been having a lot of success with it.
I've seen 4 before, but never 5. And they've already found 2 kills out of the 3 that they brought in the previous round down here. Why not try and make it happen again? One is taken offline, as is the player. It's Solotov falling down by himself. And interestingly, I think Solotov's the only player on the BDS side that is negative on entry so far at this event. He's often the player that is off by himself, kind of doing his own thing, and not because he's not wanting to play as a team. He wants to be the ranked hero. That's the role that he has to play, to be the disruptor out in the map phase and figured him out there and taking him down. There's our first of 4 C4 kills, Tim.
They're aware of the player up in meeting. They are indeed.
What is he doing up there, Tim?
The big hand able to take down Leaker back, but it's something that BDS are doing well, Des. They are burning so much time. 4 versus 3. We've got 2 low health on the side of FaZe now as well. And still a bunch of nitros, 2 of them left on the side for BDS with 30 seconds left to go. FaZe have got to pull the trigger. They've got to go now. It's going to be EXO again. They got hit hard with a nitro in EXO last time around, and surely it won't be the same again. Shaiko is looking for the chance. In the zone. He gets one. But it's mid-air. The plant is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS, though, we praised him as the highest rated player. 3 kills that he finds at the end there, and as much as they might have lined up with C4s already, 4 FaZe players all stood in a line. You can just see a quadruple headshot lining up there as well. But with all the C4s lined up, a couple were shot out, 1 was detonated early, and they don't manage to make it work.
When that first kill goes in from Shaiko, I'm thinking, not again, not like this. Especially as the nitro goes over, but it just shows the difference online. We see it occasionally online, but when you're here online and there's no lag whatsoever, there's no ping, they're straight onto those C4s. We see so many of them just getting taken out of the air, and it was essential because it would have been an absolutely critical blow had that nitro been detonated. It would have got at least 2, if not 3, of FaZe. So a good response from FaZe. This could be a hell of a rescue mission coming in from FaZe here. If they can get themselves 2 rounds out of this first half, I know it doesn't sound great, but that's a real turnaround given what we've seen.
I completely agree, because it felt like those first balls, that level of dominance was shown by BDS that FaZe, it felt, never really had an inverse chance of getting anything in this half. That one, I was a bit concerned when they were still worrying about a second floor with 45 seconds on the clock, but the smoke they had coming behind them to stop any kind of flank coming out. Leaker Fat normally the player that would adopt those responsibilities to get a backstab on the go. They dealt with Solotov well on the entry early on, so then they've struggled with throughout the majority of this game. And to then line up with 4 to make sure no funny business comes out. They lock down that box and are able to get the plant down. Really good team play from FaZe, and reminding us again, certainly no slouch of a team, if nothing else. One of our only teams, I think, that we've said have been every major tournament, making it to top 4, top 8 so consistently for the last 4 years.
Well, that's it. You look at that stat, and you've got to, we've already spoken about it previously on the broadcast. You've got to FaZe look back to 2020 for the last time they were knocked out of a tournament, and it wasn't by the finalists. And half of that is just down to success there. They get into semi-finals, so obviously they lose to a finalist.
The one thing is, if BDS win, they win the whole thing, right?
Down.
Certainly looks that way.
It's
hard to argue with the numbers, that much is for sure. Going to be attacking this time onto Kitchen FaZe. There's a real opportunity for them. It's not an often played site by the defenders. I think BDS maybe just trying to catch FaZe on the back foot a little bit here. They brought the clash as well, and how about that? They don't need a shield, they don't need a clash. They've got Shaiko, takes down Vida King 7-3, and that is always one of the questions that I ask myself about BDS. How is Shaiko gonna play
バニー
today?
さんこん
Because
ば
he
んいらっ
can
し
be.
ゃい。
Thank you, Shaiko.
汚れが
He
ちなんで
can
ね。
be such a defining factor in games, and that's what he is being today.
What more can you say? He's gone and got 2 kills, and outside of a real bad throw by BDS, he's already won the round for them solo. 8-3, rising to the occasion, certainly no complaints. And you mentioned the Clash Shield a moment ago. It's again more of the same game plan, whether it's intel denial, whether it's wall denial, whether it's in this case shield denial. They just keep on bringing things along in every single round to keep slowing FaZe down. I think as long as FaZe don't do anything too crazy or hectic with like a blitz, for example, we just have to worry about and saying, you know what, we're happy to play the slow game. We feel that we beat you there, and given the first 4 rounds, I'd agree with them.
Looking on the side of FaZe, where are they up to in the attack? They have some vertical. That is good for them. They can at least push around BDS a little bit. Breeder needs to be careful on that clash, exactly where he goes to, because they're going to try to maneuver him back into sight and into their lines of sight, and they do it beautifully. Cyber managing to take down the shield. KDS sounds leaking back 2v2. 40 seconds left to go. This is still very much winnable for FaZe, but we see users up above. He's retaken that vertical.
うわー。5-1？まずいよ。
Usage giving in the old slipperoo there as well, right to left to right. Great stuff with the use of the Zoto canister as well. Helps gives you the indication as to when they're inside it. Slows them down, they can't run away easily. It's a great way to almost guarantee yourself a kill. Now, you spoke a lot before, Tim, about the counter to Deimos, of playing the tuber out on the roam. As we mentioned, Deimos was not banned away. You are going to see Shaiko playing this operator at this competition. Despite it being banned away in so many maps against them, he's played it 24 times. Essentially every round it's available, not every single one, but almost every single round. If it's available, he will play Deimos.
いや、あのタイミングで上取れたらマジででかかった。
The defender lineup that FaZe have gone for. I just want to, we've just seen it on the highlight there. That play, I know they didn't get the round, but that play to get the kill onto the clash was absolutely beautiful. They were watching it from above. They pushed from underneath with the Thatcher and just got Breeder moving back through that door. It was so well played out, but it just wasn't enough for FaZe. Having a look at the defender lineup, which is what I wanted to mention. Looking at that Shaiko upstairs, there is no Tuberao. There's no mute, there's no vigil.
5時だよ。4時はまだ微妙な一番微妙い時間だよ。
There is no real way for them to keep themselves off Deimos's radar. If Shaiko can get in underneath, he's going to be able to just battle with them from below with those scans through the soft surface.
I want to talk about those first 3 operators on BDS's side, right? Because think about what we were talking about for FaZe after 3 rounds. They're not playing these operators that help them get ground. They're not playing a blitz. They're not playing Dokkaebi, for example. They were sticking with what they thought was going to work and ultimately paid the price for it. BDS know that FaZe are coming out here with the slow comp, with the Mirror, the Melusi, the War. In fact, all 5 of them. 1 speed, very big and slow, like playing denial on site. That is why you bring these operators along. And to their counter to that, we go fast. We've got the Deimos on side to track one out, make sure they're all back on site. The Dokkaebi when we hit site, which BDS absolutely love. 3 of their players have this operator in their top 3 most played. And, of course, Tim, why wouldn't you try and give that a run around as well? So I like how BDS are playing to the game before them, whereas it feels like FaZe kind of missed the memo.
だって
So
日
I'm
落
just
ちる
looking
のもだっ
at
て
the
4時
positioning
とかには
of
結
the
構
FaZe
暗いもんね。
defenders, particularly thinking about that blitz.
I've
Where are we going to see that push coming from? It could be catwalk,
prediction from
kind of
FaZe
over on
to
warehouse side at the
the
minute.
last
It could be
second.
top aqua. At the minute, Vida King on that warden was off in electrical. He's not really in the right position. He's moving himself back across now, but he's the one that is going to have to front up that blitz realistically. It's really dangerous
こっ
for
からよ
anybody
ね。
else to be
いややっぱ
challenging
さ、
that.
さっき見たけど、フェイズはさ、
Control,
攻撃じゃなくて防衛の取得率が70% とかでしょ。
what we saw from FaZe back in that first half.
Solotov is waiting for the aqua push, Des. He's going to go straight in there. And if
大
they
変だよね。
don't move Vida King over there on the warden, they could be in serious
一本も
trouble.
取らせない
Hambi is
可能性
there.
もあるの
Could
で。
well have Banshees inside of there. It's going to slow the blitz down. It might give him an opportunity. We see it is pinged out. He's going to take it down. Are they aware? Or this could be absolutely backbreaking for the defense.
Watch for the phone call coming out of Leaker back on his player
don't know
card,
he's
bottom
there.
left corner. Once that comes out, that is when the push begins. At this point, it's still chewing through utility. Another Goya being popped away, getting rid of the Banshees. So when they do say go, my God, it's going to hurt. And sure enough, Deimos track and the phone call coming in.
Bitter King at the minute is still out in servers. He hasn't been moved across. So this is going to be a key fight. How do they deal with this blitz? They need to find those shots. They need to find that kill to prevent the site being overrun. Out goes the smoke canister. They start pushing through. Here comes Solid. It creates the chaos that was expected on the back of a smoke, on the back of a blitz. And Warden was nowhere to be seen. The
Match point?
Cannot stress
BDS
enough.
match
We
point
spoke about it early on. BDS are playing to the game before them. FaZe, it feels, are sat there waiting to lose. This is crazy. Not forgetting, BDS were the ones that picked Skyscraper, our second map. Yet here they are, 6-1 up on FaZe's map pick. Not that BDS are bad at Nighthaven, they don't mind playing it, they've played it quite a bit throughout the stage. But FaZe don't look like a team that have come in prepared today, ready to deal with BDS's Nighthaven labs.
I feel like we spoke about it on the attack days. There was points where I didn't feel like FaZe necessarily had all the tools for the job. You picked up on it coming into that round. FaZe were not playing Dokkaebi, they were not playing Blitz, they were not playing these operators that would create space for them. Now, on the defense, again, it feels like they don't necessarily have all the tools that they need for the job.
でも強いからね。あ、ブリッツコスプレ。ブリッツコスプレいる。いやー。何でも強いんだからプロなんか。何も持ってても強いんだからさ。
Smoke goes out, Blitz runs through, and Bitter King is taken out by Deimos, I think it was elsewhere. It's just a real problem at the minute for FaZe, having the right tools, the right utility in the right place at the right time. They just don't seem to be able to get that done.
I pulled back of all the operators that we saw BDS play across the last 2 times that they've played this map over the last couple of months, and sure enough, all that we saw in that first half, outside of the Azami, of course, because she's banned, exactly what they play very, very frequently. And even on the attacking side, we're used to seeing Dokkaebi, we're used to seeing things like Maverick being brought along. You know that Shaiko's going to be on the Deimos, and everyone knows that Solotov absolutely adores playing Twitch. There should be no surprises here, yet it feels like FaZe are coming up against this BDS for the first time, and it's like, guys, it was there for you to analyze and understand. You know what they're going to do, yet they haven't brought along the right game plan, like I keep on saying. Now, the BDS, that face-to-face worked so well. The C4 a little bit late, and now they've already lost EXO control inside 50 seconds, Tim.
And they know, I think, that it's the Blitz pushing down. They must have heard that audio cue of the shield moving. Breeder, he picks up the Kaid, takes down Bitter. Now, BDS are in a position as they can pause a little bit. They can think about, can we go in and get this plant down? They've got the diffuser in position.
Shaiko's the real key factor here. What he needs to get through here, and he's got to clear out storage. Right now, they cannot afford to open this plant without killing someone on the vertical, and like that, KDS is that player. He's managed to get rid of one already. Breeder is going down. Plant's trying to go on through. The track is here as well, but they can't get him on the reverse.
This is much better from FaZe. They're starting to hold on here. They're starting to win those battles around the map and just give BDS pause for thought. They have to step back. The diffuser is now down in no man's land. Solotov, however, picks up souls. 3v2. Leakerback picks up another. KDS.
Good half! ということで、ワンマップ目は BDS の勝利です。グッドハーフ。こんな圧勝なことある？
The only way that it can be described, the look on their faces.
おきに看板見らっしゃい。
From a grand final.
いや、強かったね。あ、いや、マジで強かったな。圧巻だったな。
This is gonna start getting real spicy. Not that it hasn't already, but that was a speed run. We came into today saying 3 maps feels expected. I thought FaZe might really come out swinging and put on a show, but as it stands, it's BDS who've got all the cards. Let's go over to the desk and hear their thoughts on that dominant victory.
Look, FaZe may well not be putting on a show, but BDS certainly are, and the crowd are here for it in Montreal. What a matchup. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Are BDS the masters of baiting?
Yeah,
they definitely have been. I mean, the strength to BDS's Nighthaven Labs, which is BDS's second worst map statistically. So obviously they prepared the map for a moment like this to take it out against a team that thought they were going to be weak. And obviously their showing was so strong. And the reason why it was so strong was because of their defenses. The way that they play defenses every single time, you could see it in real time when there's an attacker that enters the building. All 5 members of BDS are slowly creeping to make sure that they're always going for the gunfight and getting a trade. More often than not, they were shutting it down, but whenever something didn't work out for that first pick, there was 1, 2, 3 people there.
Well,
Thank you for
we actually
following.
have a perfect clip to describe that. Leo, take it away.
Looks like from their POV, when they're defending here on the round 3, the garage bomb site. As you can see, as always, you're gonna have Bride and Bandit, Mira here, defending the top floor. What they want to control is catwalk. So Cyber is gonna come and challenge that. And as you can see, he's just air-tapped off the Mira. I want you to pay attention at what support is coming now. Solotov from downstairs, now that he knows someone is in the stairs, can go and help Liquefact by picking that Nomad player, which in turn helps Liquefact remain in the catwalk position, and in turn helps Solotov on his own, because Solotov is getting pressured from garage door frame, from garage breach. Now, Liquefact by upstairs can go and challenge that. But the only reason he can do that is because Shaiko sends that C4 in that bomb site window to buy him time and then get that pick on his own. And at this point, Solotov can focus solely on that door frame player and remove him. We've went from a 5v5 to a 5v1 in the span of a few seconds, and every single time a BDS player is helping his teammate to achieve that goal in 2v1 or 3v1 situation. We're now left with Vitakin by himself, and even then, take a look at the setup from BDS. It's a 4-way pinch once again. Every single time they're playing as a team, and it shows here. Vitakin has no issue. He's gonna get killed. There's nothing he can do about it. Now, BDS is just one map away from the grand final. Skyscraper is coming after a short break.
ラブマシーンってなんか、あ、ラブレボリューションとラブマシーン別か。なんかラブマシーンってなんか聞いたことある。英語がわからない。そう、ルインちょっと海外配信の方ミラーしてるからね。日本語配信の方さ、なんかあれなんでね、完成とか書いてたけど、なんかね、ちょっと見えない部分があるんだよ。出た、クッキー。ルインちゃんスティル死神 Yes。私は死神。I am 死神。食べたい、これマジ食べたい。このクッキー食べたい。美味しい。
Available now.
食べたい。モーニングミューズ。モーニングミューズって何？モーニング娘じゃない。モーニングガールじゃない。ルミン21だった。13なんだ。お菓子食べよう。海外日本と違い実況解説の人がめちゃくちゃねえ、そうね、日本もね、でも今プロの方もね参戦してきてくれてるからね、いい流れだと思う。ポテトチップスを食べたいと思います。ポテトチップス、うまっ。ソルトテイスト。13は死神とか死んで生まれ変わるっすね。怖っ。ピカチュウポテチうまい。でも味は変わりません。ポテトチップス eat alone. Yes, alone. そんな入ってない。16グラム。グラムってなんていうの？ソフトボークドクッキーウィズホワイトチョコ。あ、確かにホワイトチョコ入ってたわ。ソフトベイトクッキーってことは柔らかいんだ。カリカリじゃないんだ。しっとり系なのね。チキさんこんばんみー、いらっしゃい。もぐもぐタイム。やむやむやむやむ。やむやむやむやむやむ。BDS。さあみんな、はい、次 次の勝利予想ですよ。どっちが勝つでしょうか。ちなみに次はネクストが BDS マップで、あれどこだったっけ。スカイクレーパーだ。高層ビルだ。高層ビルで最後のディサイダーがなんだった。どこだ。カフェか。いやストレートマジでありそうなんだよな。Sorry, Morning Museum Love Machine。あ、でも朝のモーニング娘。あ、娘だった。娘ね。そうそうそう。Show hand all point on BDS。全部入れる。シャイク is so good。いや強いね。もうさすがにレイもスバンするかな。やだわ。タイミングがいい時だもん。APS で名刺配りとアルニチャンステックを配りたいのすごい。いいって言ったよ多分。うん。なんか迷惑にならない程度だったら全然いいって言ってた。で多分岡山さんがツイートしてた気がする。ルミもなんかわかんないけどなんか作っていこうかなって思ってる。多分なんか列を作出したいとかは多分ダメなんだけど、個人的にやる部分ではいいかもね。結構毎回ルミもやってるかも。ステッカー持ってって知ってるコスプレイヤーさんとか知ってるストリーマーさんに、あとプロゲーマーの人とかもよく渡せるかも。プロの人。ルミステッカー使ってねって。Everyone bet on BDS all in point channel 嘘やん。あ、でもフェーズも結構かけてんだ。ワンチャンみんな BDS にオールポイントかけてるかなと思ったけど。ルミンリップも夢ではない。ね、ほんとね、この賭けによって結構 VIP に慣れてる人多いからね。あれ昨日さ、フェーズって高層ビル、あ、BDS かやったの。強かったな。そうだ、3マップ目が BDS だったんだ。強かったわ。私は最近ずっとポイント3けど自利品すぎる。見てるときはね結構溜まっていくけど、賭けになるとI want that BDS wins but go to so many points. I just predicted all that phase wins as I have made a plus anyway.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines on cutback.
Going to get the side fight. Nice.
Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that.
BDS にかけてる人が多いから、ステージにかけたらワンチャンポイントがいっぱいもらえるよってことね。役割だ。役割ポイント。ほうじ茶だね。ほうじ茶飲んでます。ずっとほうじ茶。あんまりね、配信中に炭酸がそんなに飲めないからちびちびしか飲めない。あれこちゃん髪の毛緑なの？緑だってなって。でも違う人だったら一番怖い。違う人だ。 チピチピチャパチャパン。Just believe BDS can win。大丈夫、ルミンが死神してるから大丈夫だよ。緑色に染めてる。いいね。ルミンもさ、なんかさ、そういうさ、髪の毛の色染めたいんだけどさ、めんどくさくてもう今、髪の毛染めるのが。だってプリになってくるとやっぱ染め直さなきゃいけないから、カラーしてる人はね、本当ね、気使ってる人だと思う。
interesting matchup that unfortunately skewed way too heavily in the favor of the Europeans here, Leo. A defensive-sided map that was never in question for BDS. We now turn to Skyscraper. What are the chances we see FaZe bring this back?
You know what? I'm looking at FaZe right now. They will start defense side on the most defensive side of the map in the meta, and they're the best defending team in the world. This is the prime opportunity to get back in that match. You completely reset after that match, and you go straight into Skyscraper, and you're looking for that big 4-2-5-1 mark.
Yeah, they absolutely need like a 4-2-5-1. If it's just a 3-3 split, I would be stressed out. Obviously, this is BDS's best map. Now, the issues that FaZe were faced with on Labs is the fact that we haven't seen BDS defend it. So if you're an IGL, if you're trying to strat against BDS, it's very difficult when you're completely blind to what utility you're going to be seeing, what players are going to be, what they're going to be throwing at you, and so it's very difficult to IGL against that. Now going into Skyscraper, we have seen BDS play that a little more, so you have a little bit more info to go on, so hopefully that gives you a better start, especially again with starting on defense.
Yeah, for me it's a completely different story. Skyscraper has been shown a lot by BDS. Already in that grand final to get that European crown, and yesterday they went all 12 rounds against Secret. You have plenty of opportunities to see how they attack and defend this map, so surely you have prepped it.
Leo, you had FaZe as the favorites coming into this one. You backed them in the pre-show. What do they have to do to turn this around?
Clearly, I mean, that defense side is the key here. They have 6 rounds to get back in that matchup. Let me tell you, the way BDS have been attacking that map is stellar, but the way they've been defending it is even better. If you don't get that defensive rounds early in the start, I don't know where they will be. Honestly, this could go very quickly to a 2-0.
Yeah, it could, especially if you are slow to get those defensive rounds. Skyscraper is so defender-sided because it's so limiting in the way that you play. If BDS is able to get a 3-3 split like we talked about, once they swap sides, I don't know, we haven't really been seeing that much entry potential from FaZe. The only round that they won in Labs was off of a big KDS clutch, being able to cover the diffuser as it went down. That's not what you're going to be seeing in Skyscraper. You have to see hard entries to be able to win attacks on Sky.
Montreal, I hope you are ready for this one. FaZe's tournament is on the line as BDS take them to Skyscraper. My God, we'll get there eventually, but we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Ace and Dets.
BD8, Tim. Where does that come from, Rob? Where's he counting the 8 from? How many rounds he expects this one to last as well? Another 7-1 could be on the table. It was a speed run on our previous map, and it could, prove out to be the same. By the way, big shout out to the cosplayers here. We've got a lot of stickers during the break, and come over and see them. They've got loads to hand out if you are here in the venue. For now, though, there is a second map ready and waiting to break down. It is Skyscraper. It is BDS's map pick. There's a lot to look forward to.
That's the big question nowadays. Can FaZe recover?
Yes,
Can FaZe come back after what can only be described as an absolute beating there, really?
Wow,
it's been so tough for them.
We did have someone bring over a card of a line that we could say that we said we can't really say that one. Maybe I'll make it on Twitter, or maybe we'll save it for the group stage at another event. But either way, it implied that FaZe are looking terrible. Now, is this their time? On Skyscraper, can they get something done? It's BDS's map pick, and FaZe might be about to get knocked out. Let's find out here now on Skyscraper.
Is Maron watching with you? Maron mo出てました。Maron mo
Let's get into this one then. Could this be FaZe whimpering out of the tournament, Des? So far, that is the first map that they have lost here in Montreal. So we have absolutely nothing to go on to give us any idea of how, as a team, they're going to respond to that. Nope. They have to step up. It has to be now, and it's on a map that they were beaten on 7-2 by BDS back in the summer. We're going to see the Monty ban come in to begin with. FaZe taking away one of those shields.
I really would have liked to have seen them. I mean, double shield ban's never a bad thing. Hey, chip the double shield ban. But for me, it's more about the fact that Deimos still stands. Like, although we only saw a couple of attacks coming out of BDS, the Dokkaebi and the Deimos combo, it is horrific. And I spoke about this so many times, I'll talk about it until I'm dead, I swear. But BDS love playing Dokkaebi and playing Deimos. You give them those as a pairing, they cover for each other's weaknesses. In the sense, for Deimos, he gets a track on, he only tracks one operator on the other side. You have the Dokkaebi on side. Well, guess what? Anyone nearby is also getting called. So Deimos is not walking in blind. He can hear what's going on around him at the same time. It does cover for that weakness. Whereas the Dokkaebi, sure, the sound is one thing, but having the live track, well, when it's in the hands of someone like Shaiko, you know exactly what to expect. And sure enough, here in the first round, both those two operators are being hovered over. Color me shocked, Tim. I do worry that FaZe may have yet again got these operator plans wrong. Starting things out in Karaoke, Tito, FaZe on the defensive, nothing else, Tim. They should be able to get a few rounds here and start warming into this map.
Well, you say that, but BDS have had a very good attacker percentage win rate so far at the tournament, hovering just close to about 60%. Exactly that. It's going to be really tough for FaZe. They've got absolutely battered on that every match. And then they come in here and now they have essential win rounds. How often do we see this where we get that 7-1 and we go into the next map and straight away the team is back at them? BDS, if they can pick up, I think 2-3 attacks in a row, it could all be over for FaZe at that point.
For FaZe, so talking about them for a second, you talk about attacking stats for BDS. For FaZe, they're our best defensive team by a country mile at the major. When you look back at the stats overall, 79.4% defensive win rate. Well, in the 60s is already really good and is where most teams sit. To be basically at 80% is unheard of, it feels, at an event. And a reminder, FaZe have not dropped a map until Nighthaven just now. My God, did they drop it in fashion. Really worried for them here, but as said, with the defensive side start and the history that they've got, hopefully here you see some success.
Look, let's look at the positive. FaZe are an unreal team. We know that. They have 5 absolute superstars on there. On any given day, any of these players can step up and have a game-defining impact. That is what FaZe need right now. They need a KDS, they need a Cyber, they need a Bitter King to step up and just take the game by the scruff of the neck.
You might want to tell FaZe that, Tim, because they're the ones who missed the memo. I think that this is the semi-final and they've got to be delivering. Anyway, first round is underway. Still a sort of vibe, that's what we saw back on Nighthaven. Admittedly, the teams have flipped, but as much slowdown and denial being employed as possible here on towards the Geisha wall. It's really crucial to get Geisha control before you try and make an execute here, because from Geisha you control main stairs, you control him towards Karaoke itself. T then really only becomes a safe place that you can think about planting, and even then, trying to push him from top back stairs or from the Shrine balcony becomes really difficult. You basically have to work in from Shrine itself. And everyone knows pushing 5 players in through one bottleneck is not a good idea. So that's going to be their first port of focus for now. At least FaZe aren't exactly being moved away from it.
There's not too much pressure coming from this office side at the minute. Leakafak is over there. Needs to be careful because Souls is looking for the jump. Range beauty onto Solitaire. Rips him off the rappel. And that is exactly the start that FaZe needed to Skyscraper. Not only does it give them a big entry, it also puts it in the mind of BDS that nowhere is safe, and Shaiko just found that out too.
Compare that to back on Nighthaven when it was very defensive from FaZe. They weren't really looking to get aggressive, and BDS had the full run of the map. That, as you said, sends a message. This ain't going to be easy. You aren't getting the full run of things here. You're going to have to fight for every square inch of this map, and so far, BDS have lost 2 and painful operators to lose as well, Tim. You've lost the Deimos to help deal with the Roamers. You've lost the Grim that's great for the execute phase. Looking good here in round 1.
Whatever has been said in the break between maps is certainly seeming to have done the job for FaZe here as they get themselves on top, but BDS have answers. Leakafak with 2, uses one of his own, and all of a sudden it becomes a 2v2 from a 5v2. FaZe must be reeling within the round right now. 25 seconds left to go, and Cyber steadies the ship, picking up users. 2v1, and FaZe can start playing for time.
15 seconds on the clock. Leakafak can do it, but the thing is, FaZe are certainly not going to expose themselves here. Why would you take gunfights when you don't need to? For the KD? Sure, that's one part of it. Here we go. A couple of shots coming in on the backside. He knows what's going down, has not got the diffuser in hand either. FaZe are going to hold on here, showing that patience and the discipline to see this one over the line. They start off with a 1-0.
Great improvement there from FaZe over what we saw on Labstairs. Really exactly what they needed to do.
We've got a call in from Laxon here to go over a bit of the last map and also a little bit what we've seen so so far. Laxin, what you got for us?
Well,
first off, I want to talk about that last map where obviously BDS just ran away with that. That heavily had to do with the fact that BDS doesn't play that map. FaZe didn't have the prep. They didn't have the knowledge of how to work around the map, how to transition due to it. So going into this map, and now we just highlight, well, that you guys just beautifully highlighted, FaZe were looking far better because they know what BDS does on this map. So I am expecting a bigger turnaround because Vidiking can now actually establish his troops, set up the FaZe camp, and understand what they need to do and make those early round transitions or late round transitions that they just simply could not do on Labs because they did not have that pre-planned prep from BDS.
Thank you very much, Lax. I think it's a big piece there around that prep. We said ourselves that despite BDS playing it twice during stage 2, we didn't really see FaZe look prepared for anything back on that first map. This one here, things have started out a lot better. They know when to expect where the repels are going to be. They've managed to find Shaiko off early on the Deimos as well, taking so much sting out of the tail of the French team.
A big thing that I picked up on with the Souls kill, but we also saw one on the Geisha window as well, was the way that FaZe took the aggression to BDS there. Like I said, what that's going to do is it's going to put BDS on the back foot. It's going to make them think we need to be paying attention to every jump out, every window, because they might just put their faces in it and peek us, and that is going to slow BDS down a little bit. And for a team that is structured, organised, and plays at a reasonably slow pace, that could again define a couple of rounds if they start getting to that point of having 10 seconds instead of 30 seconds for that final attack. It again just gives the advantage to FaZe.
But now BDS pulling out a comp that we don't forget to see too much from them, to be fair. The glass, something they've wheeled out a number of times, and it's often used as the one that is sat on the operator, as we've got here. Key thing for it to be successful, though, is seeing these smoke-bearing operators, the Ying and the glass itself, to be able to get online. Of course, my consideration is going to be towards the warden on the other side. And where is he going to be sat when the execute comes on through? All but having a plan, but if there's a counter on the other side, you are going to pay the price for it.
All the attention at the minute is pretty direct from BDS over towards the office side, but now they're going to start looking to pressure top black stairs and Shrine as well. Get in behind FaZe and give them a couple of fronts to fight them on here. You don't want that one-dimensional attack, really. But look at Hamdi, he's ready. And we just all get baited a little bit by the Gemini.
This is one of those spots on this map that you could call Shaiko spot. He always plays Shrine window when they're looking to try and make this execute work out. Normally it's something like the Nomad, but here on the Iana, it means that he can give himself a lot of information. When Iana first actually came out, Shaiko played the living death out of this operator because, as said, you have the 2 drones, you have the Gemini, you can get so much info and so much done all by yourself. Of course, falling out of favor a little bit now, but still has a place in the meta, as you're seeing in this round.
Liquefact has taken an awful lot of damage as well there, found himself on 1 HP, so that's going to be a factor going into the remainder of the round. I'm not sure exactly where that came about, maybe the return fire when he was opening the floor underneath the VIP wall, but right now, making a little bit of progress in terms of the utility and opening up the lines of sight that they want, but not in terms of the man count, as KDS gets one, and then FaZe, they come back strong in the round, find another 3, KDS closes it out, and FaZe, they've woken up, guys. They've just found out they're in a semi-final.
The first 2 rounds of the opponent map pick, and you're looking solid. Call me shots. It's scary how often this happens. You'll see teams pick their map, then lose it, then go to the opponent's map and win it. And then it relies on that best of 3 being a thing. Admittedly, this major, not so much. We've had a lot of 2-0s, but this could yet prove to be one of those 3-map series that requires us seeing all the way till that final round of the 3rd map to see who walks away the winner. And it feels like, because of the occasion, BDS versus FaZe, it deserves it. But with a single that round, it was a trade that came in on that push towards Shrine. Outside of that, everything just went the way of FaZe, and BDS didn't even look competitive. Feels like an absolute reverse of fortunes to what we saw at the start of Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, FaZe were well ready for everything that BDS threw at them there. Very well done. So we move into round 3. FaZe continue their defense. It's going to be down in Kitchen Barbecue, so we would expect to see again a top floor presence from FaZe, particularly wanting to hold on to Geisha, Karaoke, T, that side of the top floor. It's kind of similar to a Karaoke T attack, really, except you've got that extra step of needing to get downstairs to put the diffuser on the ground. But for the time being, BDS will have to almost certainly focus towards that top floor a little bit, because if you try to go direct into sight, you can get caught out by those verticals up above. We have seen teams occasionally just go straight in through that kitchen window and try to catch defenders on the hop a little bit, but I don't think that'll be the case from BDS.
No, I mean, again, for me, you've seen this comp come out with the Dokkaebi on side and the Deimos. I spoke a lot about this during the ban phase. These 2 work so well together, and it's something BDS employ to the absolute death. Outside of that, it's making sure that the movement's restricted with things like the Nomad coming in here, as well as you might expect, is the vertical destruction coming along for Solotov on the Buck. On the other side of the phase, often roaming up towards that top floor is paramount for the site. You can't concede it for free. You need to have at least some challenge coming up there. And as you can see, there's 3 players up here on the second floor. That's what BDS have got to worry about clearing out first before they can even start thinking about the site downstairs.
Casual will be opened, a great first step for BDS, just going to make it a little bit more difficult for Handy, I think it is, that's inside of there on the Warden. Perfect operator to try and keep hold of a critical space like that. It's going to make it more difficult for BDS to move him. Cyber picks up Solotov. He's been a little bit quiet through stage 2 and the tournament itself a little bit, Cyber, but really stepping up here on Skyscraper, putting up some numbers, trying to rise from the middle of the pack to the top, and another great entry for FaZe.
And struggling here to find any reaction is the problem, BDS, and they're kind of suffering from the same thing that FaZe did back on Labs. You're trying to push in so many sides of the map all at once, and when you lose a player, there's no one around to secure the trade for your team. We saw it a bit in the last round with the Shrine step in, but that was really all they had going for them. And I'm just concerned at this point, they're going to struggle to get anything back on the other side. Shaiko down to 26 HP as he catches a few stray bullets. Looking rough once again for BDS, so they have still got a lot of the round to play with.
Yeah, King is holding Shaiko back absolutely brilliantly here. We keep seeing those tracks come in onto King, but it doesn't matter because he can just stay behind his utility. He can just stay lower down those black stairs, and he's keeping himself out of danger away from the Deimos. And Shaiko has not really had any impact. Prede does manage to take out Handy. That's a big one. It frees up Geisha potentially, but it's whether BDS can actually move in, whether they've still got the manpower to take that space.
Bulletproofs can be so annoying to shoot out when they're tucked into like a little surface like that. Finally gets rid of it, but it does give a lot of information over, quite ironically, because Usis was taking so long to get it out. They know that he's working his way around Mez here. They know that he's been dancing around Shrine and Drum, and therefore there's likely 1 or 2 other players from BDS looking to join him up, which should be right. One more playing just below him at this point. Great shot onto KDS, deleted from the round, but a couple of kills fly back in as Cyber nets a 3K, finishing the close. FaZe are up 3-0, and I think BDS, Tim, they're going to hit the brakes here and have a conversation about this because this game is running quickly out of hand.
Yeah, they really need to be thinking about that. Like you say, on a defensive Skyscraper, you expect a 4-2. You need to be taking those 2 top 4 sides, which FaZe have done, but they've now picked up that 3rd choice side. And having done that, it does exactly as you suggested, Des. It brings in that BDS tactical timeout. They need something to disrupt the momentum of FaZe right now because, honestly, FaZe look like a different team to the one that we saw on Nighthaven Labs.
They did, and part of this is going to be being on the defensive side. I think like BDS had that momentum from the first half of Labs to carry on rolling on through, and they look so well prepped for the setups that were coming out of FaZe, whereas now it feels like the reverse, where BDS are just getting sideswiped by everything FaZe are doing. In some cases, 2 or 3 players in a round are dying to players they simply aren't aware of on the side of FaZe, which feels weird when you know that it was BDS's map pick. The real big question for me now comes out in the second quarter of the game. BDS have had attack timeout. They've seen each site once. They know roughly what to expect. FaZe will not play exactly the same strat again. That is just a suicide mission. It's a great way to open things up and let BDS back into the game by countering what they've seen before. Really, I imagine the coaches getting involved here. It's more about what are the fundamentals that are missing here. Are we not talking enough about is our drone pool? Let's focus on those supports that for our next 3 rounds, because for BDS, if they can get 2 attacks here, they'll feel pretty good about it. The big problem is you're going through 2 primary sites and then you've got the off-site. As it stands, it feels like FaZe will move towards a 5-1, an exact mirror what we saw back on Labs.
We just see through the replays though, there's their FaZe just looking back to their sort of electric best, really, picking up absolutely beautiful kills. That one from Souls, such a long angle, and FaZe in complete control at the minute. That is the only way to describe the way that things are going on Skyscraper. They're going to take us back to what was their first choice site. It's Karaoke Tea. I think from here, FaZe just rinse and repeat. No need to change much because, in all honesty, BDS at no point have got close to having an opportunity to put the diffuser down, to winning a round on kills. It has all been FaZe.
You know me, Tim. I'm a big fan of that operator in the bottom left corner of your screen. Solotov on the Capitao. Just brings so much to the game. Normally a gun 6 in the secondary here. He's got the pistol there to hands. Brings along heartbeat gadgets, has fire, smoke, a decent gun, his 3-speed. Genuinely brings so much. Who cares what you bring along though when a Deimos can do that? Vidaking just snapped out of the game. And the crucial one, Tim, that was the Warden that's gone. So now those smokes that start coming online from things like the Capitao, immediately
Way more effective.
Yeah, exactly that really starts to put a little bit of pressure on the defense. How do you hold on to that black stairs area now? Because you've lost your player there, you've lost your utility that you were relying on to do that, and just getting caught out, that's unforgivable, really.
He wasn't even ready for the gunfight. He had the drone down, he was like, check door, I'll call someone there. Hit fire, ADS at the same time, guy dies, too easy. It is Shaiko after all, and I don't think he needs much hyping up, Tim. I think we all know what he's more than capable of doing.
Next set for BDSN is going to be taking control of Geisha. They've dealt with top stairs, and they do that. Solotov on the Capitao picks up handy, but also, as she said, Des, he brings so much utility, so self-sufficient, and the Claymore did the job. Shaiko to pick up KDS, and it's all up to Souls right now. He gets one on the jump out, but it's likely to be the last. The plant is going down. Breeder is going to stick that, and Souls, he's got to somehow get a 1v4 going.
With a live track on him from Shaiko. You know the hunter has become the hunted here. He's tracking you down, coming up nice and close on the doorway as well. And Shaiko ain't going to lose those ones. That is one of those 2 rounds, Tim, that I really feel they need in this half.
They must just feels like an operator built for somebody like Shaiko.
Oh, it's a cheat code,
yeah, just the gun skill that Shaiko has got. You know that he doesn't miss the first shot. So he just comes around that corner and you just know which way it's going. But good stuff from BDS to dig their heels in there and get themselves around on the board. It was a good start from Shaiko, a good round overall from him realistically, but as soon as they clear off those black stairs and they lose the warden, it's very difficult then for FaZe. The pressure mounts in Geisha, the Capitao taking that out, and being able to move on it. At that point, they're surrounded and very little that they can do. BDS get themselves one.
I want to say it was Kangaroo Kenny who once made a video about what makes Shaiko so good, and everyone's like, well, Duro just hits shots, but he was like, no, if you actually pause and look at the way that he peaks and the way that he moves in gunfights, it's what makes him so good. And for the second time here, we've seen him swinging into gunfire and still winning. He did exactly the same back on Catwalk on Labs when he swung it out towards the doorway and one-man gunfight as well. I'm just like, it's scary that someone has the confidence to be able to swing into gunfire, not get hit, and still secure the kill on the first bullet. The man's just built differently.
It's all about, like you say, his movement and his timing there. He just crouches as he comes for that swing. So he's just altering. He's looking at where are the tracers, what height is Souls taking this gunfight. I'm going to dip in underneath it. And he just does everything. And it's, I'm sure for him, probably subconscious at this point, but he does everything to give himself those fractional advantages that make the difference.
I love this setup coming out of FaZe, by the way. We saw it played back in Japan in Stage 1 a few times. I believe it was by whatever team Salty was on at the time. Exist, I think it was. And the counter to it that other teams brought along was to run a shield in front of it, normally a Monty. Of course, that's not an option here. But it just gives you really good control towards the karaoke and T side of the map. And it becomes a bit of a nuisance to try and take away. You got something like a blitz on side, you can do it. And Ash, of course, can help you out as well. But it means that if the attackers try and work their way in from karaoke and T side with the mirror window on goal, they know everything that you're doing on the defensive side, and it becomes a real headache. BDS, however, have said, well, cool, forget about the mirror window. All our focus is directly in towards site itself, and they're starting to get a bit of a surround on here, worrying about things like the breach, getting VIP wall opened up, display window, of course, will also have a player sat on it, waiting to apply pressure, and not worrying about that other part of the map, because why would they?
本当に警戒
He knows that there's one down at the end. I'm not sure he's going to go for the challenge just yet. He's waiting for his moment. BDS should be ready for it, and I believe they are at the minute watching that line of sight because FaZe have kept punishing them like this. They've kept going out of windows. They've kept taking those aggressive angles on and finding kills. So BDS cannot allow themselves to keep getting punished. He is going to be punished. And again, it's an aggressive peak. Soul stepping up and ripping him off the rappel. Great stuff from FaZe, but Solotov has an answer with one of his own.
And really trying to box them in by getting all of this soft wall opened up. It gives you full coverage in towards site itself. He's playing on bomb chassis. You get pressure coming in from display window. It starts to feel very restrictive inside of site for FaZe, but Souls, he's built to last under pressure, Tim. He's a diamond. Stepping out and getting that first one, not bad. However, you didn't see the one coming back in. Now, Shaiko is working into this mirror window, and this is what I was a bit worried about. You can get really stuck here if you're not too careful, but it looks like FaZe have dropped away from it.
Well, this shows you one of the problems with Deimos.
Can't get in.
because
読めてる
everybody else
見
from
に行って
BDS
な
is
かった
over
よ
on that
決
office
め打
side.
ちだよ
Shaiko's kind of working on a backstab.
音
But
で
as soon as he uses that track, it
うわ
tells FaZe exactly where he is. So then they can front up for the fight and just keep Shaiko in the cold. But to be
シャイコが止まり
honest,
ません
nobody ever really
うわ
keeps Shaiko in the cold. KDS is there for the trade on Shrine Window though, and the backstab has fallen apart. It's not been successful.
Nice.
Another 2 for KDS.
I'm
And FaZe
be
pulls out a
lucky
great defense
I
there.
am
But
playing
like I said,
that.
BDS they kind of gave away the game
Rankやって
plan
んの
by using that Deimos strike.
It was much more balanced, I think, from both teams, to be fair. Like, BDS had some of the right ideas. Shaiko distracting 2 players up towards Shrine, so it was a 4v3 on site. Problem is,
見ながらで
Souls
きない
hits a little bit of a
絶
god shot
対
onto
見ながら
Leakyback
で
on
き
the
ない
reverse,
音
and
だ
it's
って
rare that you see
分かんなく
Leakyback
なるんだよ
getting picked up like
シーズ
that.
やっ
Paid
ぱ
the
音
price
大
for
事だ
it.
から絶
FaZe
対
are
に見れないも
up
ん
4 and
ラップしなが
1.
ら
History really does have a tendency to repeat itself, and look at that,
Bita
just so
bita.
ready for it as well.
ビ
Didn't
タ
even
ビ
see
タ
the
で
shot
す
to know
わ
what came next. And that was the trade that was
When
secured onto Shaiko from KDS, who
Shaiko's
once
back
again is having a brilliant map. 5 and 3, finds himself back after a pretty good performance back on lab, despite his team getting absolutely
止めないと
smoked.
いけない
I'd
シャイコ
almost say the same of BDS in the
ラックスさん
last
こんば
couple
ん
of
みらっ
rounds,
し
as I said about
ゃい
FaZe on Native, and it feels a couple of times like they've maybe just not had the tools for the job.
いっぱ
They
い
should
抜
have
いた
known
の
that
に
they
ま
were
だ
going to be
眠い
playing into a mirror if they wanted to push from T and Karaoke.
あの
That should
私
have
は
been
今日3時間
identified
しか起きてない
during the prep phase potentially.
なんで眠い
The mirror's on side. It's a possibility that that is going to be played, so we need something to deal with it, and they just didn't really have that.
I think Shaiko droned it out quite early, but I think their
Shaiko
intent was
中
we'll just work around it, we'll ignore it, we'll push him from Shrine. And to be fair to Shaiko, he did get the 1 kill.
これ
It's just
も
the
う
KDS
一本
was
取
on
っ
that
た
mirror
ら
window, ready
BDS
for
は
the
全
trade.
然
It
ある
shows
筋
again
だと
why that
思
mirror
う
window can be so difficult to deal with at the best of times. Here we go. Karaoke and T for our last defensive round of the half. Rather than going towards that offside of barbecue and kitchen, going to repeat where things started in round 1 and round 4. Of course, didn't win it a couple of rounds ago, which means it is open and available for FaZe to play once again. Seeing that Capital here, as I spoke about a couple of times, alongside the Grim that I absolutely love, really helps take so much control of certain parts of the map when an execute comes on through, when you want to force defenders back. Thing is though, Tim, I've seen quite a few teams really struggle to break the Black Stairs hold here, and given there's already a player set on it with a shield in front of their face, BDS, that's kind of call number 1. You need to get rid of that backstairs player.
Well, this is it. FaZe have learned their lesson. Last time, Bitter King pushed up onto that door. Shaiko took him down, and it was all too easy for BDS to clear it. This time, he's going to be growing roots on Blackstairs. He's not going to move anywhere whatsoever. You know his feet are going to be absolutely rooted to the ground behind that shield to keep himself safe and to just burn as much time as possible. With it being the warden, it'll be very hard to deal with KDS. Somehow managing to get the melee kill onto Shaiko, and I think BDS maybe just going in with a lack of intel.
Well, he naded out the shield, and I believe he thought that would then open things up where Bitter King would step back, be at risk about being swung on, tried to go aggressive, and well, it's KDS on the other side, right? You very rarely see these things being left too easily for him. Liquidfat's got him behind though, and KDS has been picked apart here. That's a bit unfortunate. But like most of the other rounds, it is FaZe that are getting the better of BDS in these gunfights. Liquidfat now being pinched from 2 different sides. Uses opening things up, Liquidfat into another. Is this that second attacking round they need, Tim?
Liquidfat's done a great job on the backstab there, but FaZe are aware of his position now. His teammate is out in Geisha, so they need to try and link up. They need to get into a position where they can affect these kills together. Liquidfat just seeing if he can get himself a little line of sight onto the player and go bars, but he can't because there's support from top Black Stairs. Do they know that he's working around? No! That's 3 for Liquidfat! Dominated the round!
4-2だよ、みんなあるよこれ。
He does it all by
これ攻
himself
防変
to
わっ
keep
たら
BDS fighting on Skyscraper!
ある数
No
字
matter
だ
how
よ
you get that second round, Tim, but I feel that second attacking round here on Sky could be the difference. Reminder again, it's BDS's map pick. They move over to the defense, where you'd expect them to find the better end of things. All they need, Tim. So it's 5 rounds, sorry, and they get this over the line and done. FaZe, I'm sure, are eyeing up that 4-2 split for themselves and an overtime on the way.
Definitely conversations to be had on the FaZe side after that one. They've got to ask how they've allowed Liquidfat to slip through the net there. Des walks up, gets an absolute freebie to kick things off, and then they just never really dealt with him. I've got to ask what Shado's doing there. I think he just thinks, maybe there's a chance I'll just run into side and get some kills. He's still got Warden on Black Stairs that he hasn't dealt with.
This is one of the moments where it's high risk, high reward. Yeah, they don't anticipate that play, and he runs into site and kills 2 people. He's a genius. But because it looks silly, he looks like an idiot. And that's the blessing and the curse of Siege is when it goes right, you look like the best team on earth. You do. And if it goes all wrong, then even a great idea when it goes wrong can still make you look very, very silly. For Liquidfat, I think it was more again. This is something BDS are very good at, and where Shoko normally capitalizes is the rest of the team are making noise and being a bother. He's doing the same, and then when one side is heavily stacked by the other team, either they're stacking towards Shoko or towards the rest of his team, they have a numbers advantage. That's when they push in, that's when they take their gunfights here. And League of Back, I think, just realized, look, they've got so much focus going on towards Geisha. This is mine. Steps in, 4 kills for himself for the round. Superbly played. And now we've got to see what the attacking chops are like for FaZe. And looking at this, speaking to someone on Twitter about this earlier on, we've only seen FaZe play Deimos twice so far at the competition. I thought we'd see it banned away, given Shoko himself has played it 24 times. Literally 12 times more than the whole of FaZe put together. Well, here, they said, you know what? Shoko's doing pretty well with this op. We fancy a go at that.
Let's see if they can match that energy.
Dorito
is going to be tasked with holding on to Black Stairs, as is usually his position. Not going to be on the smoke, it's going to be Ella instead this time, making it more difficult for him to be walked in on if they try to get aggressive from that shrine balcony. But just having a look at the positioning of FaZe, it is largely shaping up towards Geisha, Black Stairs and Karaoke. We've just got Handy at the moment on the far side with the Deimos, looking to maybe get a kill out here and sweep across, having taken down that extension. He just needs to know who it is that's out there on the roam so that he can get the right track. And he doesn't. He tracks Bandit but doesn't know. He's on the window, who manages to do him a good piece of damage.
That would have been absolute heartbreak for Handy. He's not had the best map so far, and to get picked up in that fashion would have been a real stinger. Shoko though on the 2 brow is down, so a lot of that time wasting effort now probably going to disappear away once he gets picked back up, which he has been done. Play pigeon shooting for Cyber, taking out the C4, still all 10 players in the server. Solotov to find Cyber.
Yep, easy for BDS. Solotov's been doing a great job out there on the extension, just making a nuisance of himself. He's still locked in there, he's still going to battle with Handy, but before that the question is, can Brede hold on if Vita King tries to push in here? He's just waiting for that Gashmot mine to work. Perfectly timed for Brede, and he goes to the second before he takes him down with a headshot. Solotov manages to find Handy. He wins that long-running battle that's been going on with the Deimos, holding down Office and Exhibition. BDS looking comfortable right now.
Do they know? Oh, they do seem to know about it as well. KDS has got into Geisha box here. Not so ideal for them. Souls had also found one more, making a second at 5v2, becomes a 2v2. Surely, BDS don't give this one away. Yuzus agrees with that. Souls all by himself here with 20 seconds to go to make this happen, and he can't get underneath the Geisha single wall.
Yuzus and Brede have just pushed themselves back into positions near the top of Black Stairs. Yuzus, he's not going to be able to be hit through that soft wall. He's in behind the half wall inside of Karaoke. And then you've got Brede out by Black Stairs door. They're just waiting for contact. If one of them shoots, the other will swing. As it comes across, Yuzus picks up his man, sees him coming through the feet holes. And BDS, despite a little bit of panic in the middle of that round, they're able to hold on and grab round 7.
Well, you have those footholes on that site as well. Someone running down that hallway. You've got no chance of being able to shoot back. They can see you because they're further away from the wall. 100% aware of where he's heading towards, and it's an easy close-out kill. Very almost a bottle coming out of BDS, though it shows. Maybe this ain't going to be as straightforward as they'd hope here in the defensive half. FaZe for now still up 4-3. 海外でいうブレスユー文化がくしゃみ立つからね、日本でいうから。やば。
It's a bold play, but it can be a great play. The flash comes in. If you can beat the player there, if you can beat them to the flash pocket, you're almost always going to have somebody following in behind it. And Brede was well ready. He read into that absolutely beautifully with the pistol of all weapons to get the job done as well with a headshot. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So, BDS, they get themselves back within one. There's important round coming up. They need to lock down those 2 top 4 sites. Office and Exhibition will be the next one for them, and this brings it level. That's going to start putting thoughts of a grand final into BDS's mind potentially. They're going to know that if they can do a better job on those 3rd choice sites, they might just be able to take this one over the line on Skyscraper.
This round for BDS at least feels an awful lot like Nighthaven Labs. Look at the 5 players they've got. Incredibly slow, very defensive, except for arguably the Legion and the Bandit you've got on side. They'll be out roaming, I imagine, towards the west side of this map and trying to slow down FaZe, who, if they play anything like BDS, will ignore the extension. They'll focus instead very directly on the site itself and say we're not getting called or pulled into any of these shenanigans that we've seen dancing around the map. What I do like from FaZe, with the Thatcher on side here, they can make sure things can go that little bit quicker. Because you look back to Nighthaven Labs, sometimes it took them 90 seconds to get things like IT Wall opened up to him. So by trying to speed things up a little bit here, I feel like they've finally arrived and they're actually playing into what BDS are showing them.
サッチャー持っていってるんだね。確実に割りたいな。
towards those potential peaks. FaZe not wanting to suffer to any BDS aggression. Straight away opening that minibar wall as well, just to make it a little bit more difficult for BDS to play in that position comfortably behind that mirror window.
でもそこは割れるもんな。でミラー裏は入れないもんね。
does come out to prevent that breach for the time being.
落ち着いてる。
And we also see Souls managing to pick up a bandit trick on the Geisha wall. That could be big. It's going to allow him to stay in position.
Almost get rid of Leakifak as well, who's down to about 30 HP. Think of nothing else, it's that holdout towards the Geisha side of things that will slow FaZe down and they're push in, but by the looks of it, Tim, let's not forget about it. Focus on the sides instead. 3 of them over here now. 1 looking in towards Terrace. They're all lined up on this south side. And Leakifak just domes Souls through the breach. Bit of a reverse. It was Souls who actually found Leakifak on the rappel in that exact position last time around.
Still a lot of concern from Handy about that mirror window, but there's not actually anybody playing in behind it, so it's just beautiful pressure, phantom pressure from BDS that's wasting time. Users pops up, takes down Cyber. That just trades out. Vita King managing to pick up Shaiko. 4 versus 3 in favor.
居場所が結構ないんだよね、
3
防衛側の。
versus 3, sorry, in the round. BDS just looking to now take up this position. But Handy has been aware of it all along and gets an absolute beauty of a spray down the side of it to give FaZe the advantage. 3v2. 45 seconds left to go. The attackers have got time here, Des.
I'm really surprised that Mirror's still intact. Like, you've got an Ash on side to help deal with that, but for the most part, they've ignored it. Baits out the swing, and Bitter King, he's been here 1,000,001 times before. Tim Brunei has got it all to do now. A C4 in hand, but not aware of the player sat on his terrace door. FaZe gets another round on the board.
ちょっとこれサードマップ行くんちゃいますの？
I like the patience from FaZe there. Handy watching that mirror window for the longest time, aware of it from the breach, and got his reward in the end. It's always difficult to time those pre-fires because you don't know when the swing is going to come across, but he managed to hit his shot, and it was pretty defining for the round because it allowed then Bitter King to move in, to remove that utility from BDS, and to get the further kill on into sight before putting the diffuser down. It really was the key, was that swing onto Leakifak. We see the next steps that came after it, and then Breedy, despite getting that good bandit trick out in Geisha, was out in the cold. He has to come back through terrace. It's easily held from the balcony, and BDS, they were no more for the round, so FaZe get a really important attack for themselves. They need to find 2 if they want to go to overtime. 3 will win the map. They're going to keep battling. It's 5-3.
Big one for me is that they've won this attack on the 2nd time of asking, right?
Yep.
That's the real changeover, whereas a BDS, if you recall, it was 3-4 rounds in a row. They struggled to get themselves on the board. They had to take attack time out early, whereas FaZe have kind of broken that mold. They've got it at the first time of asking on the exhibition site attack. BDS move over towards defending on this downstairs in barbecue and kitchen. Question is, what's for dinner? Is it them or is it FaZe?
ソリス多いよね。
Really important round coming up. We often say this around round 9, round 10, but on a 5-3 scoreline, I don't think there's any more important round than round 9. It either means BDS are back within 1, they've got their second defense, and they can start looking towards that 4-2 half, maybe a bit of overtime, maybe even taking 3 in a row, whereas if FaZe get this, it's a hammer blow to the hopes of BDS, who will want to get this done in 2. FaZe are not a team that they will want to face off on a 3rd map against for that position in the grand final. So, immediate pressure coming in from FaZe here. 40 seconds into the round, they're going to be getting themselves onto Geisha balcony. Souls is there ready to get the job done. This time, I think, will be successful. Nobody in position to do any tricking. Zoto canister comes out. They just need to make sure that they're playing these EMPs well, so that the exothermic will still detonate.
That's the problem. We're going to wait for, of course, the Tuberal to expire. They've got a lot going on here. You've got 4 players sat on this balcony waiting for this wall to be opened up, and they can't really do anything without it. So this is really a time being wasted by BDS, and they find Souls. Let's not forget, Tim, that's their hard breach. They can no longer get... Well, it kind of comes off the freeze, I guess. Sure enough, I think it's been frozen off again, but when that goes on through, at least they can start a move on fours. But without your Heart Breacher, it feels like a real stinger. 90 seconds of the round has been wasted so far.
Yeah, fortunately for FaZe, Souls had just detonated the exothermic before he took what, to be honest, was a bit of an ill-advised swing across Geisha window. I don't think he really had too much intel on what was on the inside, so he didn't know where he was challenging, and BDS took full advantage of it. At the end of the day, as a defender in that position, you know where the pressure's going to come from. It's double window, so they're already lined up and ready for the fight. FaZe trying to get themselves inside of the building now. It's going to be working from the office side. Handy with the Demos. Going to be joined by KDS, who's going to come in through terrace door to try and support that push. But BDS are still in charge of Geisha right now.
Yeah, FaZe look really stuck here. Like, they finally started to get a move on with Handy coming in through drums.
Wow,
C4! Great C4 back in response in the other direction. But BDS are just so hell-bent on holding down to this Geisha, and you can see why. Cyber picked off from Solotov. Inside of the box here, right idea, there is a player across on towards Drum, but they can't seem to find him. 2 versus 4, they get one back over him. A lot of the damage has been done. BDS are in a 3 versus 2, and there's only 25 seconds left.
Well, the real big damage here is the time. They've had to go and collect the diffuser. They now have to start working to try and find a little bit of space inside a site, but as you can see, BDS largely dropping away at this point, looking to make sure that that's not the case. 2 kills come in as FaZe have to start taking those risks, have to start moving in towards a position to execute, and BDS take full advantage of that, get themselves a good defense, and like I said, round 9, such an important one. It brings BDS back within 1. They've had their 2 successful defenses, and FaZe, no choice really but to call that time out and try to make sure that they can keep their floor going on the attack.
Of course, it's in those 3 rounds in this second half. It's always a good time, regardless of outcome. You can be down 0-3, you can have won 1 round, you maybe even won 2. But if you spot these problems across these rounds, it tends to feel like a good time to do it. And more often than not, you'll find teams using these timeouts when they've had 3 attacks onto a more defender-leading map. Things like Border, you wouldn't expect to see it. But again, it's that course correction. After playing 3 sites, knowing you're playing the same 3 again, what needs to change or be corrected here? And I'm sure FaZe, if they come out in this next round swinging, they get the 6-4s in. BDS are really starting to feel under pressure at that point, and map 3 and starts to await. A reminder, of course, it is Cafe, but BDS, they start on the defense on that map. If we get there, it's going to be a rough start for FaZe.
Yeah, it is. We've seen some really big defender halves on Cafe at this tournament. You don't need to look any further than the Virtus Pro versus SSG game, where 11 rounds were won on the defense of Cafe. Everything that you need to know. We've seen those kills raining in for BDS towards the end there. Very confident finish from them. Brings them back within 1, and we're going to see them defending karaoke and T. It was their primary site choice. We saw them go there back in round 7. Reasonably comfortable winner. Users 3k closed it out for them. Ended with a 2v1 at the end for users and Breeder. But never really felt like FaZe were able to disrupt the defense of BDS. They never got control over back stairs. Vita King wasn't able to work his way in from Shrine Terrace, for example. Very, very difficult for FaZe to get themselves confidently inside of the map.
Well, this is where that tack timeout comes in useful, because you'll identify what went wrong last time around and say, cool, okay, here are the things we've got to remember. We need to move a player over here. Our drone work was poor. The comms weren't looking particularly great here. Let's call out more things when we see X, Y, and Z, right? There's little things like that to be course corrected can often have a massive impact on the outcome of these rounds. That's why I think you've got something like the Line and the Dokkaebi on side here, Tim, for FaZe. They're really going in for these globals to aim to suppress the drone game out of BDS. You've seen it very consistently. They're defending off towards the west. They'll stack 2 or 3 players out towards the east and vice versa. These 2 operators will help with that.
Handy, yep, switching across from been using the Demos previously. It's been a very consistent theme for FaZe this, and that's a little bit of a concern sometimes, because BDS are going to start moving into that. They've had Handy on Demos coming in from Office Exhibition almost every time, trying to work their way across. And BDS will be prepared for that. Yes, it's the Dokkaebi instead this time, but they've got 2 players over there, Likafak and Solotov, who've done a great job of holding this side of the map previously, are going to be looking to do the same again.
They have been droned out so much. Both players seen multiple times, but naturally, you get droned, you move. Don't sit in one spot or you are going to get cooked. So love that both have moved. You've got 1 now in VIP, 1 holding in towards Lounge, rather than the previous spot of being in behind Minibar and sat inside of Exhibition itself. So no matter what FaZe do, they can drone it, they'll have to re-drone it again every few seconds to know what's going on. They're going for the gunfight and simply can't find the man either. Solotov down to half HP, but they're doing enough work. Likafak dealing with the push coming in from below, even with the Lion scan and the Dokkaebi call coming out. BDS are holding on.
Solotov with a beauty onto Cyber through the soft wall. That leaves us now in a 5 versus 3, and Solotov has been able to dip back. Leakback is the last remaining defender on that side of the map. But the call has been made, and he moves back as well. BDS now looking to defend purely from this side of the map. They do manage to find one place to at least give them something to work with. A couple of members of BDS are damaged. They're low here. There's Solotov, Shaiko. Need to be careful over the gunfights. They're taking Shaiko. Just strays into no man's land. And FaZe have found a second wind in the round. They might have the answers. And so BDS are 1 round closer to the grand final.
Yuzu's on this site, man. What can I say? 3K last time. And the closing kill, and the 2K with the closing kill here as well. Great stuff.
They started with
the Grim Bees going out to BDS very much rooted in place, but you just miss one player. They can punish you if all you're relying on is the information those gadgets have given you. I love as well from BDS. Look, I know it came really close at the end of things, but they got 2 kills, and as soon as those 2 came out on the extension, every player moved back towards site. It was a great effort from FaZe to try and bring things back to almost being around they could convert. But for me, BDS is doing all the hard yards early in the round. Solotov especially doing a lot of work inside of Terrace.
A really nicely organised round, as you said, from BDS, just recognising when that break point had been hit, it was 5v3, get themselves back across to the other side and hold on. FaZe, I think, will look back at that round potentially. If they are to lose here on Skyscraper, that's got to be a round that you look back at and think, that's where it slipped away from us. That was the opportunity. It puts them on 6 if they win. They only need 1 more. And they had the numbers. They had what they needed. It felt like FaZe tried to just continue on the momentum of the kills they'd gained, but it meant they were not really understanding what they were going into.
It was rough, and it's only starting to feel rougher. 5-5 is where the scoreline currently sits. BDS doing enough. Got themselves a good spot here in the half of FaZe. Although that one nearly got clawed back, it didn't really feel clean in terms of how the round started. They had 4 players droning in towards display and exhibition, getting all the pressure onto these BDS players that were out on the road. Could not punish them. It's little things like that. These early rounds, when you're losing a couple of players or chewing through utility or through your drones, it will really start to impact you later in the round. You need a hero, Tim. Who's going to step up and be that player?
So many times we've seen FaZe get close, Des, but not make it to the final or even get there as they did at SI24 and not make it over the line. And surely that has to start playing into your mind a little as a player as you sit there waiting, thinking, is this going to be another one of those occasions where we get knocked out by that finalist?
Tom and friends loud with the chance as always. Pouring love onto the side of BDS quite naturally. The EU team backed by EU community and content creators. Who would have guessed? All our players are back in lobby, so should be able to get back into things in just a moment. 5-5 our things stick as a reminder. BDS, they hold up for 2 more. The final is theirs. They're in it tomorrow and face off against the winner of our next semi-final, which is Virtus Pro coming up against W7M. Another EU versus Brazil matchup, and equally another one that I'm sure is going to have fireworks.
I referenced it earlier. This is the first time it feels like in Montreal we've really seen this FaZe team put under significant pressure. They haven't lost a map before today. And the question is, how do you deal with that pressure? How do you respond now? Because you don't have much longer to find the answers. BDS continue to look good for these rounds.
Are you going to play today? No! To put
FaZe out of the tournament again. Another heartbreak for the team. BDS will continue their defense in round 11, and it'll be over on the office and exhibition side. This is where FaZe were able to win previously on the attack. They need a repeat of that desperately, Des. They have to get this round locked down. It is a must-win for FaZe, it feels.
It is, I do agree. Otherwise, things start to get very, very messy. You talk about a little bit there as well, kind of like form. I definitely think a large part of today has come into BDS just being so well put back on labs. They had everything going on, they knew exactly what to do. FaZe looks a little bit lost as to what BDS was up to and didn't really have a response. This match's been a very close one. I think both sides are neck and neck. I mean, the score at the top of the screen will tell you that. But a slow start in a series like this can be what costs you. And equally, on any given play day, I always used to say, like, flip a coin if the team gets heads, the players are shooting 25-50% better. If they get tails, they're shooting 25-50% worse. It can just be a day where you're not quite waking up on the right side of the bed, where you're not playing the way that you normally would. Comms can be down, gunplay can be poor, you can forget about all the prep work that you've done over the last couple of days. Those things happen. Arguably we saw it when Sonics buckled, you know, just yesterday as well. Wasn't quite the performance we expected out of them. It certainly was a dominating performance from their opponents, but as I said, different days of the week, you can just end up with a very different team stepping up to the table.
Already straight out towards that office side, looking to get breaches off, but also on the Geisha side as well. It's going to be a little bit of pressure from everywhere here for FaZe. They do get that Geisha wall breached. It gives them a line of sight into Drum as well, which is where Shaiko is playing. So as always, Shaiko could find himself right amongst it. And how about that? He decides that he's not amongst it enough, Des. He goes out of the breach and he finds the cheapest of openers onto KDS. Can he find a second? The battle continues. Shaiko takes damage and dips away.
Rightly so. I mean, fair play, sticking for the second. I'm not sure if he's actually done that based on sound cues as well. Normally you'll hear 2 or 3 repels there, a player watching on towards window, on towards breach. It's rare that you'll stick just one player in trying to get Geisha control, but the read on that one, fair play. Realising that the player was by himself, there was no one there to secure a trade, or if they were sat on drones, and Shaiko's got away with a freebie there. Somewhat unforgivable by FaZe though. That should not be happening at this level.
Office wall is still not breached at this point. Maverick continues the work to gain a line of sight on in there, but no actual physical access at the moment. Just spraying in behind the desk, hoping to catch somebody out, but we'll have no such luck. Souls has been working on that terrace door as well to cut off any potential rotation back, but there's nobody over that side for BDS to be able to move through that. Saying that, Leak effect is he's snuck his way up Drum stairs, and he might just be on the back side here of FaZe for later in the round.
Or maybe even sooner than that, if you can find someone on the repel here, Tim, it could be enough to move them up to match and series points to get them into that grand final.
I think
this one, and sure enough, Fitter King has got the read. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And FaZe are not going to let it happen again.
Souls picking up a beautiful long angle kill onto Solotop there, and maybe that is the impetus that FaZe need here to start pushing forward. 4 versus 3, 20 seconds left to go. Souls picks up Shaiko, and now the BDS are on the back foot. They're holding on. Breeder in behind the mini bar. Surely they get spotted. Flash comes in. He does get one, but no more. And Fear King, they get FaZe onto that all-important match point opportunity.
At the very least, they can guarantee overtime, Tim. For FaZe, they haven't got to worry about being eliminated without having another bite at the cherry. Probably a big thing to note, if we switch sides, I'm pretty sure BDS will start on the defense in overtime. We've seen that defensive lean through this game, those 4-2 halves that we've spoken about. So you definitely favor BDS if we get into overtime. But FaZe with an attack like that, yes, they made the early round mistake. Yes, they got punished by Shaiko. Yes, he very narrowly missed getting a second kill that would have sealed the deal, I'd argue. This year, like I say, not having someone on the repel to help secure that trade is unforgivable, really. You can't be letting that happen at this level of play. But they managed to get the job done, they recover, and they bounce back, and that is why FaZe, by so many, are regarded as probably not just one of, if not the best teams in the world, Tim.
There was absolutely no panic in them. That was the really important thing from FaZe, despite losing that opener, despite Shaiko running out of the breach and picking up that first kill. There was no panic in FaZe, even when the time was ticking down. They were confident in what they were doing and what the result was going to be. Interestingly, BDS, with that top site still available, having lost it twice, they say, we don't want any more of that action. We're going to go to kitchen and barbecue, and that will be our final regulation site to decide whether we go to overtime, those extra rounds are needed, or whether FaZe can take us to that third map here and now. If I'm FaZe, I want to get this over the line.
And we saw an attack onto this site previously. There was a buck on side who got chewed up and spat out pretty easily. I believe it was Solotov in that instance. Actually, it was back in the first half. Started wondering then about the vertical destruction they had on side. So I feel like keeping him alive a key part of this. But you can't help but lean towards 3 of the other operators on this team. The Grim, the Dokkaebi, the Ying, excellent for the execute. All for even just taking over top 4 if it comes down to it. As always though, you've got to respect the Warden of Shaiko. Of course you put Shaiko on the Warden in such a critical round. Gotta get this win. Otherwise, Cafe awaits our third tiebreaker and decider.
Plenty of running going on the far side. They're looking to identify whether the extension that BDS have played previously out towards Office and Exhibition is in place. It's been Likafak and Solotov who've had so much joy out on that side of the map when trying to defend it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be overly present this time. They've dipped themselves away, the drone-in has forced them back, and BDS are putting a much greater focus on keeping a hold of Geisha.
It was earlier in the extension. I think drones, of which they've got 7 in the round. It's not looking too bad, but it's more about the all now falling back towards Karaoke and T. First call comes in and Shaiko's got away with it again. Another jump out towards the Geisha balcony, picks up a freebie, and now Handy's got to try and cross on the back. The swing comes on through and uses. Man, what a map he's having.
You cannot allow Shaiko to keep jumping out of the same breach and finding kills. It's unforgivable from FaZe. As Users manages to take down Cyber. 4 versus 2. KDS and Viking, they have to go back to the drawing board. Viking needs to play slowly here. KDS is outside of the map. They can't affect each other's deaths. They have to buddy up here.
And they've got no utility to do it with, Tim. No vertical destruction to play behind. And there's one more gone. Looks like BDS bounce back. 3 more rounds to see if this ends here in 2, or if Cafe is required.
Solotov picking up a nice double just to mop things up and take us to round 13. Like you say, BDS being on the defense here, Des, that is absolutely huge. FaZe, I don't think, have been closer than they are right now to going out of this tournament. They have to find answers. They have to find them quick. It's as simple as that. The clearance didn't really work for them. Shaiko getting out of that breach just really hit them hard and just didn't really have any response to make. They have to avoid that sort of situation in this next round. They've got to be prepared for it, FaZe. They've got to be watching for those unpredictable moments coming out of BDS.
All right, we get the full reset. We can play all of these sites again. BDS have full choice of where we go, and they're going to carry on where things ended in round 12. Barbecue and Kitchen coming out once again. Found quite a lot of joy, not with the extended hold out towards the Office and Exhibition side of the map, but more actually with the early round picking up of drones. I mentioned that quite early on, 7 had gone down. The intel game being taken away from FaZe quite aggressively. Then they just held on super well around Karaoke and T, and we saw the outcome from there. It turned into a little bit of a mess. Once again, the Ying, the Dokkaebi, and the Grim are on side. Can FaZe make this one work?
Hold on tight, because it's probably going to be a wild ride. BDS, again, just doubling down on the success that they've seen previously. And looking to hold on to Geisha. Likafak right now is positioned out on those house stairs. There is slightly more of an extension this time. He dipped back quite early in the round, in round 12. Let's see whether he decides to stick around this time. The drones will rain on in. It's going to be handy, as it always is, looking to push that Office Exhibition side with the Dokkaebi. He's got all the tools that he and Cyber need to punish Likafak.
The phone call coming on through. This is exactly what BDS saw from doing the attack. Is making use of it to start your march on forward. They'll be aware now about this roam out towards the house side of things. Who was, by the looks of it, pulled completely back. They've abandoned this extension against it. They did this last time round, about the 55-second mark. They said, cool, that's great, we've wasted time, we've got a few drones, we've dragged out the call from the Dokkaebi. That's one less available to clear us on the other side of the map, and one less available for the execute itself.
They've just got so much manpower on this top floor. It tells you exactly how important it is to their hold. You can see there's one in T, one top drum stairs, one in Geisha. They've just got that trifecta of operators that are looking to cover each other's angles. Shaiko battling hard to keep himself in his position inside of Geisha. I don't think he's going to do anything as bold or brash as getting out of that breach. Again, he's not going to give FaZe the opportunity to take him out this time. It's all about burning time. and we are down to 1 minute 15. FaZe unable yet to dislodge BDS, but as I say it, KDS, he manages to find Liquify.
They need to unseat Shaiko, though. He's still sat inside a geisha with the cover of a Mujumper to make sure things like the calls can't come in and flag out his position. He can do so much from here, but elsewhere, FaZe are finding the kills they need. They've got rid of 2. BDS might be on course here to lose it against him.
Certainly could be the case. FaZe need to get moving though. 45 seconds. They don't want to put too much pressure on themselves by giving BDS that opportunity to just defend one execute without having an opportunity for a second bite at it should it go wrong. Drones will go in through for almost certainly the last time here before FaZe poise and position themselves ready to go. I think they know that there's one inside the storage. Bit of King looking to push through, but a well-timed Zoto is going to slow him down. Users finds the kill. Shaiko backs him up. 3v3, and BDS fight their way back into it.
Pantry's a crucial one here, though. Shaiko's in, getting swung on. They win the 2 versus 1. They missed the shots at range. And Yuzu's the last left standing. A 1v3. They don't know where he is. Diffuser is down. Can they find him in time? Yes, they can. FaZe take round 30.
Unbelievable finish to the fractions of a second dictating that one. I really thought the users had held on. We saw him get a kill right to the very end, but no. FaZe had the trade. They took him down, and they take a huge round away from BDS. They could now maybe do this, Des, on the defense to take us in to that map 3.
It's heartbreaking for BDS. You really thought there at the end with a couple of kills, they'd scrapped out, they'd get it done. But it shows again the quality of FaZe. That clock's on less than 10 seconds, and they're still making a call to 2v1 Shaiko inside a pantry and lose no one for it. It's absolutely wonderful stuff, even with a good bit of BDS team play coming in at the very end. And watch the clock at the top of your screen here. Down to what? Half a second left on the clock. Goes to show that sometimes wasting 2 or 3 seconds in the early round could be what makes the difference, and sure enough, it's paid up for FaZe. They now go on the defense here in overtime. They take Exhibition and Office for what could be the last round of Skyscraper.
I think the player reactions that we've just seen there, Des, tell such a story. How much it means to FaZe, how important they know that round was, and BDS knowing that the opportunity to do this in 2 might just have passed them by. And we saw that written all over the faces, all over the reactions of the players. FaZe, they decide to take us across to the opposite side of the map.
I know pressure's absolutely begging to play the downstairs site over here.
I don't think we're going to get it, I'll be honest.
I don't think we will. It will complete his bingo card, but I imagine now we're at the sharp end of things in the competition. There's no time for risk. It's much more about playing the game that you've drilled 1,000 times over. The sites that you play in scrims, God knows how many times. The boot camps that have been taken playing on this map. Getting themselves squared up for this major. Here we go then. VIP wall being opened up despite the mirror being on it. They've got to be careful here as well. Just about to see the man. But not enough to get shots onto him to take him down.
Gentle exchange to kick things off. There's neither team wanting to overcommit here because they know how important the entry, kill or death could be depending which way it goes. We've seen it be decisive so far in many of the rounds here on Skyscraper. Only 3 rounds have not gone in the direction of the team that have got the entry kill. And that is now something that FaZe have to work against. They have to find a way back into this.
You've got Shaiko as always lurking up on the bar, up towards that top left side. The backstab later in the round always going to be his go-to. For now, it's a case taking away the gadgets, as you can see, scattered around the map. He's got himself 3, as you can see, indicated by the number just underneath the 0 on his player card. It's not going away with a full 6, but still enough here to take away some of the advantage that FaZe would have had through the utility. Still all their players up here as well, but Tim, keep an eye on the clock too. We're down towards this last 70 seconds here. BDS have got a good surround on the site itself here. They're still trying to decide exactly what the push needs to look like.
KDS needs to be careful here. He's actually moving back through terrace, but Leakypack's in position to potentially put him off. He has actually dipped away back into drum, so a little bit of sanctuary, a little bit of safety for FaZe as they continue to burn seconds away, and BDS look like they might be stalling out a little bit here. They don't have any presence inside of the map right now, Des. This is is going to have to be a big roll of the dice at the end. Souls takes down Shaiko, big loss, but Breeder is there for the trade. 4 versus 3, 30 seconds left to go for BDS to keep their hopes alive of winning this in 2.
Shooting from Breeder, he's been here before. Handy into one, Solotov another. It looks like they might be able to hold on to him. KDS now going to pull off a 1v2 with the plant going down.
うわー、ここに来てお互い攻撃をするという。いや、フルマッチだ。フルラウンドだ。やばいな。あ、もう決勝にしようよ。7-7。
We came in expecting today, and these two are delivering.
What is it with BDS and going to max on Skyscraper, Tim?
めっちゃ楽しい。
It follows them around like a bad smell at the best of times, and 2 attacking round wins. Now FaZe on the attack again. Where does it go? I just don't know.
That's it. It puts BDS back on the defense now. We saw after round 13 the reaction of the BDS players feeling like that opportunity had maybe passed them by, but a huge attack win there gets them that opportunity back. They're on the defense. They'll have some confidence that they can close this out now. And it was a great collapse from BDS. I commented with 35 seconds left to go how they weren't inside the map, how they didn't have any control of sight, how they had so much work left to do. But they were able to call that 3-2-1 to push, to find those trades, to get those kills, and to get it all done in the nick of time.
And we go back to where it all started on Karaoke and T-Tim. I think BDS realising barbecue kitchen, not quite for them. Instead here, rather than this kind of 45-50 second holdout towards exhibition side that we spoke about before, I expect this to be much more committed. If you recall one of our earlier rounds, they picked up 2 kills out on the extension. And it looked like the round was chalked. FaZe did battle that valiantly, but BDS still came away the winner. So for me, this game is decided on how this extension plays out.
でもあれだよ、サードマップあるからフェイズが勝ったらカフェがある。BDS が勝ったらもうこれで必勝だね、明日。
And for this map to be potentially defined by that battle is a real moment to watch, as Solotov is going to keep himself locked inside of office for the time being.
The time wastes, right? Think about how much FaZe have been frustrated by that clock running low, by BDS picking off God knows how many drones. Admittedly, here they've done far better.
上に行くためのリテイクやりやすいけど、敗退拠点まで行くリテイクは難しいから大変だよ。
60-second mark again. They pulled themselves back. This time though, empty-handed, no kills to their name, just wasted a bunch of seconds. And we saw on that barbecue kitchen hit in round 13, half a second sometimes is all you need.
I've got a big feeling that this is going to come down to the last 10-15 seconds here, Des. We've seen these rounds coming right down to the end. I don't think this is going to be any different. FaZe do pick up on the fact that Shaiko is playing that tuber out on the rotate, in and out of Geisha, but they're not in a position to do anything about it at the minute. They've got the player on the rappel, but Shaiko is too smart to strafe across. He's not going to put himself in danger from KDS's ADS at the moment.
You've got Lickifat down below in pantry as well. C4 in hand, I imagine, here in the Kaid. Yes, he does. Could do a little bit of work if they start this push across in towards drum, and sure enough, there's 2 or 3 of them squaring up in terrace at the moment. He plays his cards right, Tim. He could be the round ender himself here and now.
Just misses the opportunity. 5 versus 4. BDS get that critical entry kill. So many rounds have gone in the way of the team who picks it up. And on the defense, you've got to believe that BDS can hold on.
FaZe look like they're out of time, out of ideas, down to our last 30 seconds. Challenge on site itself. Shaiko might fall, but there's 4 players here, Tim, who want that grand final spot.
Hande pushing in, trying to do anything that he can to get something going for FaZe. But the
fire
on the floor just prevents him moving. It's burning seconds. It's burning hope as FaZe has surely BDS. They continue.
BDS の勝利です。グッドゲーム GG。強いよということで BDS の勝利です。わー、しっかり死神してね。 じゃあ私はグリムリーパー、グリムルーパーとして生きていくわ。もう私日本の応援もしちゃいけないかもしれない。グリムルーパールミンとしては何も応援してはいけません。死神すぎる。最後のラウンド一気にね片付いたね。ルミ神でクイーンです。いや嘘じゃん。私もまたもうシンペイちゃんの死神だったということです勝ってほしいチームが出るときはミュートのコスプレで送ってください。もう応援しちゃダメだね。無言で見ないと。いやー、フェーズここで負けるか。
It's difficult to argue against BDS with what we've just seen in those two maps. I've kept saying it throughout this. They're at 70%, they're at 80%. Today they looked at 100.
Maybe it's 110 tomorrow, but over on the stage, Ian is with Leakyfack.
Indeed, Desines, thank you very much. We have our first grand finalist locked in. It is BDS. I think some fans over here are pretty excited about that.
あれじゃない、バータスプロじゃなくて W7M が勝って同郷対決はちょっと見たくないから。
But that was teed up as a battle of the best. Brazil's best versus EU's best. Do you feel like you are right now best in the world?
Yes.
Yes.
Last time you were here, you've been here before. You've won a semi-final at a major recently. It was in Manchester. How can you ensure yourself and all of your fans, both here and at home, that you are not going to fumble the bag this time?
To be honest, I will explain you a private joke we have in the team right now. So basically this year is a beautiful year because we only final, win sometimes, lost once. And we make a joke since the start of the major, guys, don't be too try hard, don't be too mad if you lose or win, because anyway we are going to lose the final. So I hope the joke will be wrong, but yeah, this is a joke.
This is your time, right?
Yeah, this is our time.
Look, Shaiko is a player that I always want to speak to. Is Shaiko... Have we got any fans of Shaiko here? I know he can hear me. He's not going to come over here.
そう思うと BDS が日本に来て目の前で試合してたのを思うとすごいよね。
Excuse me, young fan at the front. Can you just bring me that sign? Do you mind? I just want to show this sign off. Anybody agree with this?
Shaiko is daddy. パパシャイコ。
He's loving that. Thank you very much. Go in and enjoy the rest of it. Look at this. Up close and personal with the grand finalists. Who do you want in the final?
VP.
VP. Thank you very much. He wants all EU. Congrats, Nicky. Back to you guys on the desk. Grand final on the horizon. One more semi to go.
It is heating up here in Montreal. It may have started cold in this arena, but it's anything else now. Leo, what do you think about that?
I think it's pretty cool. We're in Montreal. I think people love the French. Do we love the French here?
みんな自前の国旗持ってる人すごいね。
God BDS have made it through the grand final, but FaZe did not make it easy there on that second map.
No, they didn't. I mean, that's exactly what we wanted to see from FaZe. A little too late. They couldn't cross that finish line, but we knew BDS only needed a round or two on attack, and they would be able to get that defense spot. And I think that's what we highlighted the whole time was defense. The game was going to come down to defenses. I mean, BDS won this map. They only needed 5 attacks total, including overtime, to win the game. All of the other rounds came from defense.
We knew it as soon as he would go on Skyscraper. It's the most defender-sided map. We're playing, or we have two teams that are incredible at defense. It's exactly what happened. It was the difference maker here who could grab the attacks. There was a consistent issue, I feel like, with the defenses that every time, whether it was BDS, whether it was FaZe, the anchors would move too much and give away that control. But it's also on the side of BDS who have had incredible individuals have these moments. Shaiko, how many times do you see him jump out and get that pick? How many triple kills can he get backstabbing? He was a real difference maker in that match.
Yeah, and obviously the over-peaking came from the confidence of BDS played with taking it from map 1 into map 2. And I think the moral of it just means that BDS could have won that much harder if they just kept the same amount of discipline that they won that last round with. I mean, we saw it. Nobody was peaking. They let FaZe make the mistake. If they take that going into the finals, it's going to be a very tough task to beat them.
18 of 23 opening kills were converted, Leo. This just goes to show how incredibly crucial these opening kills can be, especially when you get to this level of the game. It's small advantages.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was about to say. As soon as you get that man advantage, when you have a team like BDS or like FaZe Clan, they have an incredibly natural discipline. They will never give away that man advantage. It happened a few times when they were in defense. But at this top tier level, any small mistake will be punished because we're playing versus the best players in the world. How many crazy clutches have we seen? Usus was absolutely crazy there. The number of times where he closed rounds, when he was an anchor, that round with Legion, when he gets the first pick in T and gets the second one, that's what brings them above the line here for BDS.
Yeah, and obviously congratulations to BDS. FaZe, I think even when it came down to the statistics, they were still able to get amazing opening kills, but they just couldn't transition. I don't think it was the same strategical monster that we've been seeing throughout the tournament, the same monster that defeated Sonic, and it's just unfortunate for them, but I really do think BDS deserved that they earned that final spot. I'm excited to see who they end up playing.
For me, there was one turning point. Remember when we started this map, we said it all depends on the 6th first round where FaZe are going to get how many defense round they're going to get FaZe. On round 6, Liquefac by himself will win that round, and that's the turning point for me in the match. He's by himself backstabbing the team, getting the kill on KDS here, all the way from exhibition into drugs. Now at this point, he's already spotting a player there. He's calling it and you can see it from his player cam. Usus gets the pick because of that. Then he flicks, gets a second pick here. And at this point, it's a 2v2. Vitaking will make a big mistake by repositioning in the wrong way. He will be available from the Liquefac all the way lurking towards that bomb site. As you can see here, it's a war of who gets the opportunity, who gets to see someone. Vitaking makes a mistake. He goes to T room bomb site. Again, Liquefac, the game sends to come and lurk onto that side, gets the pick on Vitaking, and gets another one. It's a 4K, and that's because of that BDS came back in this match.
Now, Liquefac said in his interview that they are the best team in the world, Fox. Do you agree with that? You cannot deny about the passion, but what do you think about a statement like that?
I mean, I was the one that came into the match saying that BDS is well set up. Yes, they have looked human throughout this whole run. Not a BDS that we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing them steamroll their way to the finals, but this was hard fought. They earned their decisions, and we've seen it time and time again. From the telestrator to the clips, you watch them play, and it's magnificent. It's beautiful. C'est parfait. The way that they play. You know, you gotta bring it out a little bit. I'm a Montreal boy, so I mean, I do rep the French a little bit here, so it's nice to see all of that hard work pay off because they deserve it. And finally, I mean, getting a major, I think that would be amazing.
So what you're saying is your bias?
No, I don't think I'm biased. If anybody gives up BDS a hard time, I think it has been me, but I think they definitely deserve it. The way that they play, the misdirection, always having someone backstabbing, and the constant push of their attacks and their defenses, I mean, I think there's not really a hole in their play so far.
No one could be biased here. No one. I don't see anyone biased on this desk. All I will say is that BDS is right now the best team in the world, and they will prove it in the finals. I'm expecting VP to make it. We would have an all-EU final and bring back, you know, the right Siege. The Siege is at home. EU is the best region. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I asked you if you have any bias, and he comes in with that. Look, we'll leave it on that. We already have our first grand finalist. BDS are through till tomorrow, but we've got one more match remaining. RainbowSixSiege go up against Virtus Pro after this.
W7M が勝ってちょっとさ同郷対決は避けてほしい。あ、昨日見れなかったねこれ。やばくない？ BB やばいない？ 連射持ってる。だってなんかズルじゃん。ズルじゃん。ダメじゃん。BB 強すぎるってばよ。 ルフィンちゃんメインオペレーター。やだ、打点は使わないって心に決めてんの。モンターに歌ってあげたの？いや、モンターこれからは体で行くんだね。ディビジョンのシールドに似てるから打ってる間は頭丸出しの。確か、今なんか出てたよね。なんか下げてたよね、なんかシールドをね。ディビジョンのシールドにも同じやつがあるんだ。ただその代わり今までのヘッシュを防ぐってやつはもう、どうなんだろうね。打ってる時だけ心どこ？心？私の心？モンターにバーンされてばっかりだからすねて出てくる。もういいよ、一生いなくていい。立てなく一生いなくていい。You were cheering for face? Yes. I am 死神。I am Grim Looper。ダメです。私は死神だから、次もだから、W7M が勝ってほしいと思うとさ、あれじゃない？反対、バータスプロを応援した方がいいんじゃないの？ルミ is 死神 of course face ルミンの手によってやられてしまった。かわいそうすぎる。かわいそう。ほんと死神じゃない？ほんと全部負けてるよ。ブリムリーパー。あ、昨日は結構当てたか？もう予想もしなくなったもんな。もう負けるのが嫌で。Next match full rooming just support W7M。 モグモグ。朝マック食べたい。うま明日は絶対飲み物買ってくるな。Do you like Bleach? ブリーチは最初しか見たことない。最初の方は見たよ。でも最近のは全然わからない。ブリーチなんだ、歌えるよ。オレンジレンジとかアクアタイムズなんだったっけな。エビ天どっち何最高かよ。エビ天食うかピザ食うか最高かよ。食べたい。エビ天にピザ乗せる。やば。とんでもカロリー。W7M のみんちゃん Then we are 仲間。お、仲間まさかのフュージョン。ルミもご飯っぽいご飯食べたい。おにぎり作ってこようかな。It's been a fine. It's gotten a lot of episodes. I think you like it. 長いんだよね、そう。どこまで室ヶ谷さんが好きですね。室ヶ谷東四郎だった？室ヶ谷さんラブです。エビ天を取ったなら天ぷらそばか天丼に。うわ最高かよ。うわそば食べたい。いやそばにしよう。 天ぷらそばにしましょう。明日昼間出かけるから、明日昼間出かけたらルミン絶対あれだわ、天ぷらそば食べるわ。多分フードコートがあるから、フードコートでご飯食べたら絶対。エビアレルギーになったから天ぷらそばも食べる。辛いな。アレルギーはほんと辛いよね。しかもなんかちょうどさ、なんていうの、昔はならなかったけど最近なるみたいなのもさあるからさ、治るも逆あるらしいよ。ダメだった時もあるけど、なんか治った例もあるらしい。食べたらディスコードに写真載っけます。恐ろしい。あ、子供の頃よく食べてた。大人になると体質変わるらしいね。うちの子さ、卵アレルギーなんだけど、黄身がダメなんだよね。白身は食べれて、最近黄身ちょびっとさオムライス食べたりとかしてるんだけど、大丈夫だから多分治ったのかなと思って、また再検査をしようかな。そんなさ重度じゃないが、ちょっと食べるとちょっと痒くなったりお腹痛くなったりするぐらいでさ、こんなひどくはないんだよね。エレクトリックフライヤーto make tempura shape。マジで食べてほしい。リアル天ぷらマジでうまい。Everything can cook in the room。電気フライヤーなんかなくてもでも普通に作れん？油で少しずつ食べると離れてなんかいるじゃん、なんかさアレルギーを知らないおじいちゃんおばあちゃんの話をよくさネットで見るけどさ、食べれないって言ってんのに食べ出す意味がわからない。
Welcome back to semi-final Saturday of the Blast, our sixth Montreal major. My name's Ian. We are one semi-final down, one more to go. W7M versus VP is incoming, but before we even get into any of that discussion, there's something I want to do with the crowd in attendance here. Now, normally I'm not allowed to touch this, but I've had my eyes on it this entire tournament, so I need to get my hands on it. I'm doing it. This control protein cookies. I don't know if any of you have been eating these, but they are absolutely banging. And not only are they protein cookies, they taste great as well. So what I want to do is, I've actually planted something in this room, a box of cookies. And if every single one of you check under your seat, it's under somebody's seat, there should be a box of cookies in there. Has anybody found them? Anybody found any cookies? Hey, I know, man. He's got a box of cookies. Happy guys? You excited? You got a full box of them, and if you watching at home want to get your hands on them, get yourself to drinkcontrol.com. Use the code BLASTR6 for 10% off.
やっぱノンフライヤーか。エアフライヤーっていうのね。かわいい。W。僕はとんかつ作るのオーブンでベーク。オーブンでやるんだ。
The Brazilians have already had one heartbreak today. Could they stand another? Virtus Pro go toe to toe with W7M. There is only one final spot in tomorrow's grand final. Lax, welcome to the desk, and what a game we've got for everyone at home.
Yeah, I mean, what a game we have. I mean, this is Brazil's last chance to try to bring back that Brazilian reign, keep a Brazilian history going, especially for W7M, this roster. They came so close at EWC. This is another opportunity for them to find themselves in the grand final and get that rematch against BDS.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the story for WCM W7M has always just slowly getting better and better every single event, and they're always just getting a taste of main stage, getting that much closer. I wouldn't be surprised to find them in the finals. I do think they've had the best chance so far and have looked the best out of all the teams from Brazil.
What are your thoughts on this matchup in particular, Lax? There is a lot of storylines for both of these teams, but in the server, how do you think this plays out?
This is another situation of just polar opposites for both these teams. You have a very stagnant, slow, methodical playstyle. Then you have W7M, very aggressive, knows how to pinpoint certain positions in the map and can take that control almost immediately in a snap of a finger. So again, this is just going to be another testament for VP to handle an aggressive team, and then vice versa for W7M to be able to transition out of it and to go against a team that is a little slower paced.
Virtus Pro are looking good right now, but they are one step away. They need to get through this Brazilian roster. They are looking pretty damn strong at the moment. Joystick is having a solid performance, but as a team, they look really sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think VP is the kryptonite to W7M just because of the polar opposite in terms of playstyle. They're slow, they're methodical, they know how to make it work. And what we saw during Falcons that was beautiful is they relied on their strengths. They relied on that slow-paced momentum game that completely shifted how Falcons approached them. And then I have clips here to kind of reiterate their kind of aggressiveness that they show. So this round, this is round 4. They are going to go for a top floor clear, and this is a lot slower pace from them. And they're going to take their time, they're going to work the map, they're going to try to figure out how they want to pinpoint this round. The thing to take away, again, VP is a slow team. So a big thing to note, when bomb starts getting planted here, they are planted at 26 seconds. That is a key thing to note here, because when we look at this is next round. This is round 14, round 13, going into the first round of overtime. They are a lot faster. They start the initial attack here at 1 minute and 8 seconds. They are already starting a lot faster pace than what we saw originally in the beginning. And again, Joystick instantly realizing where they need to collapse. And keep in mind, they started the diffuser here at 26 seconds. They are now going to start it at 50 seconds. This is what I'm talking about, where VP is taking the chances. They are being more aggressive. They are changing their playstyle, which is working out for them. And this is what we need to be seeing. We need to be seeing risk takers, not only from players individually, but the team as a whole. And now they find themselves here in a semifinal, one step away from getting to that grand final.
And the strength of Virtus Pro is that we know when they go up against aggressive teams, they're able to slow them down, play the momentum, and force them, the other team that they're playing against, to crumble just like that. Slowing it down, going for late round executes, it makes other teams panic, antsy. But something that we have seen from Virtus Pro so far is the flavor of spice of them rushing the site, bringing that blitz, getting opening picks. That's something that we haven't seen from Virtus Pro before. So obviously it adds a new flair to this roster that everybody from home that sees them play, that was their biggest flaw. So now that they have that in that arsenal, it does make them a lot more formidable of an opponent to have more in their bag going towards the final zone.
There are many players we could talk about in this matchup, but Lax, Joystick is giving me flashbacks.
You gotta call him the cyborg, not Joystick, cyborg. That brings you back all the way when he was an Empire. I mean, this player is stepping up tremendously. We haven't really been able to talk about him a lot throughout the most recent of history. He's kind of taking a little bit of a step back. Everyone's like, get on Ash, get on Jaeger. And that's where we were seeing him yesterday. He was on Ash. He was getting those entry kills. He was getting triple kills. And this is the performance you want coming out of the cyborg of Joystick coming into this semifinal. Because if W7M can't handle a player like this and the plays that Joystick is making, it is going to be hard to punish going later into those rounds if Joystick can find these opening kills, especially on these attacking halves.
And I think everybody has been, saying that Joystick needs to go back to how he was back in the day. And that's exactly the team's mentality now going forward. They said, well, we heard enough about it. Let's put him back on these fragging ops, give him the freedom that he needs, and the structure can come from the rest of the team. And it's almost like watching a better version of FaZe. Sorry to rub salt in the wound, but the whole team is slowly setting up. We're seeing players like Dan always be on that back line just to set up Joystick. And obviously, now Joystick is feeling extremely comfortable. He's had a little bit more time in this position, and everything's been working on all cylinders for them.
Now that we're seeing a bit more of a maybe adaptable roster from Virtus Pro, we're seeing quicker rounds, we're seeing slower rounds. Do you feel that this is setting them up for a potential grand final?
I think it does, but again, they have to keep in mind that they are changing their playstyle. That's not something that's easy to do, especially when you're in the thick of it, when you're this far. It is good to take these risks, but you also need to rely back on your strengths and what works best for you. You just need to figure out how you can implement it in given moments, but then again, resort back to your strengths and play even harder on top of that.
On the flip side, a team that is looking to forge their own path, a new path, W7M in Montreal, they look to do the feat. Yeah, they've got to go up against Virtus.pro here. I mean, this is not an easy matchup for them, but this is something they're capable of.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole team is full of playmakers, and they have the passion. I mean, this team has been playing phenomenally well. I think everybody's been talking about Volp, Slobin. I mean, these players are constantly applying pressure, and the one difference that Virtus.pro hasn't gone up against a team like this is the fact that they're never looking to give up that first pick. Virtus.pro is a slow team. W7M knows how to play aggressive, constantly putting that pressure when you never think they are, and then also going very slow and methodical, falling back to the site. They really only realistically want that opening kill just so they can go back to site. They're comfortable playing the 2v2s, the 3v3s, because they know that the players are individually better, so that's their goal mindset. And when they play against a slow team, often more times than not, they're able to suffocate them and cut them out without giving any advantages.
It's also like there's a duality to this conversation where it's like, yes, they can catch them out, but also that can play into the hands of VP. Do you think that that will be something W7M are concerned about?
I don't want to say it's yes and no, like you were saying. It's kind of like it's a yes and no situation, but more so the fact is Brazil as a region, they're used to the constant aggression, whether that's on the defensive half, whether it's on the attacking half, and if they can just figure that out, like you were saying, that they can get that kill and immediately fall back, it is going to be on them to not get overzealous at that point and being like, well, what's going to happen? Should we move? Should we rotate? Should we work together? Should we try to go for another pick? That to me is where this is really going to fall on them. It's just being able to understand this pacing from VP.
Right, and it could be a double-edged sword. Obviously, if you're aggressive, you give up that opening kill, but that's what W7M is specifically good at not giving up anything for free. They fall back. And then when you don't expect them to go for an opening kill or go for an aggression, that's where they get you. In the 2v2 and the 3v3s, that's where they go for the aggressive play that ends up winning the rounds.
Let's zone in a little bit more. I know you've got a couple of clips that might help demonstrate some of these examples we were discussing.
Exactly. I mean, exactly what I was saying. W7M, just to paint this picture, W7M is holding Garage. They use all of their bodies to make sure that they can trade back and put their team into a 2v2. They still hold Raptors control. And now there's 30 seconds left in a 2v2, and you would not expect anybody from W7M to go out of their way to hunt and end the round in this position. You see they have full Garage control. They know that the time is on their side. But right when you least expect it, they go for an aggressive overplay. They get the 2 kills before giving SSG any time back into the game. And that's constantly what they do. When you least expect it, that's when they bite. And they're so proactive on that roam at playing the lost art of stalling time as a roamer. They're not always looking for kills. Sometimes it's just about leaving you in the dust with nothing to show for it.
And that's why it worries me, because they are going against VP, so the timing is going to be everything for them, because we've seen a situation with VP against Falcons where they waited for Falcons and they would just get freebies because they would get peeked into. So it really is going to be important, all about pacing and timing coming out of W7M, knowing the right time when to strike and bite down hard.
Well, let's get underway with the map picks. It's time for us to decide where we're going. A very crucial part of this conversation. Fox, we go to Labs to kickstart this one. It's a W7M pick, meaning VP get defense.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Labs is definitely a comfortable map for W7M. And when we talk about roaming, I mean, the map just has so many layers to get through. And yes, Virtus.pro is a great step-by-step attacking team. But the roam from Loban specifically on W7M, constantly slowing teams out. I mean, obviously that map can leave an aggressive attacking team just stuck in the dust, not able to go for an execute, and we will need to see a good amount of fast pace from Virtus.pro if they want to be able to not get stuck out on time.
Well, what I like about this pick, specifically in VP falling on the defensive here, is W7M has no sort of information of what VP does. Kind of similar to what we saw with BDS and the phase match. So I'm expecting a lot of W7M to be working around this map. Both to be getting in certain areas of trying to take contention here. But again, I do think this map kind of heavily favors VP just because of that unknown identities, those idiosyncrasies that you can't pinpoint on VP. I definitely want to see what this next map looks like that we're going to be seeing. Cafe, this is a no-brainer for me. This is another good map for VP. If I'm looking at both these maps right now, realistically, I'm realistically going to go with VP here, and especially falling into that Cafe. Cafe is a really strong map for VP. They know how to work it. They know how to work the verticality. They know how to work around the map. They know how to force positions and work out. Just in those clips that I showed you, they demonstrated that they can play a slower pace, and they can work with a faster pace. And when you allow yourself even a 24-second time window with a team like VP, if you're playing a little faster pace, that is such a pivotal piece for a team that is so structured that you're allowing yourself a lot more time.
That's so interesting that you're favoring VP for the map picks, because I really do think this is a W7 and full BO3, especially seeing Chalet come out in the last part, just because SSG made that same mistake. They left the Cafe up because they didn't think W7M was that good at it. But they're so elusive and hard to track down. Their defenses is the biggest thing. And yes, we talk about double-edged sword. Virtus Pro, slow and methodical. They need to get that first pick. But W7M are so good at not giving that opening pick on the round. So it's almost going to see like a best of both worlds to see how it turns up. I do agree. I think that first map is going to be the unknown. Will Virtus Pro have enough information to shut down the roam from W7M? Will W7M be able to maintain that level of it's their map? They don't really care what you have to work for because they are that much better on it.
And again, that's why I'm worried, because they've already shown labs twice here. So VP already has all the strats. They already know their approach. It's just a matter of can W7M change their style if need be to counteract a counterplay.
So you guys, I mean, you're split. This is probably the first time we've actually been split in this discussion. So I might put a dividing line in here for you, Lax. What team would you prefer to see take on BDS in a grand final?
You know, both these teams are deserving, I'll say the least, but realistically, if I'm looking at the maps and I'm coming from an analytical standpoint, I just got to go with VP. I have to.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I think you obviously want to see the two differences in play style. I do think W7M has a little bit of the stars aligning, the underdog story. They've been getting to this point, and I would love to see them get to that final to fight again for a spot to win. And obviously, their play style is so unique and refreshing. Like I said, it's a lost art the way that they play the roams, and as like an OG player, I love watching Loban on the roam because he's constantly thinking about his team, not just a highlight reel play.
Will that potentially open up pitfalls in their defenses and attacks by any chance, Lax?
I don't want to say. Nah, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think it will.
Well, opening up the discussion a little bit more at the moment because we got a little bit of time. So we've got the first map, Labs, nice and open, nice and big here. W7M, how similar to Falcons would you say their play style is in respects to aggression?
So that's the difference between W7M and Falcons, is Falcons loves to over-aggress. They love to overextend, and they will die for that position, die for that opening pick. Whereas W7M doesn't really allow themselves to be in vulnerable positions. If they're going for an aggressive play, they're making sure that they're working on it together as a team. And if anybody watched the BDS game, exactly what we highlighted on their labs is every single moment all of the BDS players are rotating together. That's exactly how W7M plays when they are on that roam. They are constantly making sure that they put somebody on an island. He plays as safe as possible, and once he has them the bait, that's when the rest of the team creeps up. And more oftentimes, they give up the site just to get for that opening kill, because they know if they trade body for body and they get put in a situation where it's a 2v2, a 3v3, they usually win it. So that's what they feel comfortable, is making it as drastic for the other team, limiting what the other team has utility-wise, and just bringing it into a man deficit so they can just clear it out.
My favorite part, predictions. What are we thinking, Lax?
I don't think this is going to be a blowout by any means, but I do think VP takes his first map.
Ooh. I think W7M is going to win the full series. I think W7M is going to win the full series. Map 2, I think, goes to VP. I think map 1 has to go to W7M, or else you're right. Virtus Pro could 2-0. I think they get captured.
I think they need it in 2-0. I will say that. VP needs it in 2-0. I don't think they go the distance here, especially with that Chalet being the last map.
Well, with BDS through to the grand final, we are but one series away from determining that matchup tomorrow. It's time to get underway with yet another European taking on a Brazilian roster.
I think VP is a good surprise because I didn't thought they were playing pretty good in the UL stage, but I think they really turned out to be a better team here in the major.
W7M might be one of the strongest teams in the world right now, and I have respect for them.
I think they are one of the most annoying teams to play against because they have like the same play style, but then it turns out to be really annoying to play against because it's really structured and really like they do the steps step by step really, really good.
The strategy against them would be to try to get early kills because they like to play aggressive sometimes, and focus on not losing them an advantage after because they are very good with refrags. Hate W7M, let's have a great game.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. What do we think? Should we fill that last grand final spot? I'm not going to waste a second. Let's bring out our first team. They are colder than the fall in Montreal. It's VP! We are being treated to another EU versus Brazil grand final. And this team can pull off A magnificent finish out of nowhere. Back on a major main stage and looking right at home.
I think this map is hard to understand. I always get lost. 迷子になる。
For their opponents, it's not about living up to old legend. It's about stacking up their own silverware. It's W7M!
おにぎり作ってきたね。おにぎり、おにぎり、おにぎり。I just played 2 times, 20 times just rolling around. 覚えてる覚えてる。階段ね、やっぱ階段大事だから。
The last dance, that's been and gone.
梅干しと
This roster is dancing to a beat of their own drum.
梅昆布おにぎり。Yes!
As we get set
I made
for the final time here this Saturday, I'm just going to do a quick sound check with you both standing here. Who's winning this semi-final? Is it VP?
Wait for?
Is it W7M?
梅干し and 昆布。梅干しって何
Joystick, you're dangerous. Very different playstyles that we have on display here. How can you handle W7M?
They're a pretty aggressive team that like they have good aim, and I think we are like pretty have more dangerous thrusts.
You agree? Are you worried about their playstyle being so different to your own?
昆布
No, I have teams in Brazil
with
that
昆布
are
yes
the
yes
same from
no
them, so I
wasabi
think it's gonna be a
お
good
にぎ
game.
りにわさびは入れないね
What do you make of the legend that they're trying to live up to? And if you crush it here, it's a real step backwards for them if they don't make it into the grand final.
We're waiting for it for so long time, so we are ready to show everything what we can do.
Do they want it more than you, Lobin?
Just no.
Last words for one another.
Have a good luck. Good luck, bro.
Shake hands.
あ、
Go
ル
and
ミ
take your
ハンドよりは
seats.
でかくない
It's time to get into this one. Gus and Xenox lead us through
で
it.
かくない
So already one grand finalist has been secured, the other yet to be determined. W7M versus Pro. Feels like for both of these two teams maybe a chance to step out of former shadows. Of course, the old W7M roster, even going as far back as maybe the old Empire roster for these two is now about trying to set their own glory ahead of them, make a grand final and take on what feels like a juggernaut in BDS.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting game, and despite both rosters failing to make Manchester, now both in prime position to make the grand final here at Montreal.
Yeah, certainly so. Right now for Virtus Pro, they've had a pretty good run. They feel like, for me, this is maybe the best opportunity to go to that next step, make a grand final. We've seen this VP roster make top 4 back at 6 Invitational, yet they fell short. For W7M, this iteration of this roster, of course, previously at the EWC grand final, but got demolished. Wanting to redeem that, make another grand final here in Montreal, go one better.
They want to beat the Kings of Brazil, take that crown away, and yeah, for VP, such an esteemed history here in Rainbow Six, but still seeking the glory they once found back at the Raleigh Major, which was a long, long time ago. Can they do it once more? Can they get back to that top pedestal?
Yeah, certainly when we look at some of the top players, we just saw Joystick on the stage right now. The top player who's actually tied in terms of EPS with 2 from W7M, Volps and Dodez as well. So it kind of feels like that firepower for W7M a little bit at the higher end. VP, certainly it's more spread. You've got all 5 players that can definitely contribute in an even fashion. Speaking of even, social prediction, as even as you can probably get, 53 to 47%. Guys going into this last first opening map for the semi-final. What's your thoughts?
Finding it very hard to split these two squads, but fingers crossed we get 3 maps in this semi.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first semi-final didn't quite give us the 3 maps. Maybe this one will, as we head into Nighthaven Labs for the second semi-final. It's Virtus Pro and W7M.
ルミさん、オトルとメイクインスタントミスス
Well, to be a contender, you must, of course, make the grand final. One of these two will be the true contender for BDS to challenge. We all know right now BDS are looking like the favorites, the Kings, in that grand final now after taking down FaZe Clan. Both of these two, though, want their opportunity, their chance to try and dethrone them in that grand final. You've got to get there first. You've got to get through this match in this semi-final. VP on defense to begin as we head into the fan phase.
That team
In terms of
really love
expectations for
night
operator bands, we do have the W7M Liquid 2-0 back in the Swiss stage. In that particular matchup, they took the Ram and the Azami off the board, so there'll be a bit of a switch up with the Thatcher off, and that's just going to complicate hard reach a little bit. Blitz as well to note. It does mean that the Monty will be playable in this matchup. As expected, Azami also off the board, that's going to weaken especially the top 4 hold for defense, something that VP will need to keep in mind as we wait for that final defensive ban to come through. Plenty of options still available to VP, so we'll see what they lean into and what kind of indication that may give as to what they'll look to exploit in the first half. And it is the 2 Barrels. So it was the Thatcher on attack, but 2 Barrels also off the board just evens things out a little bit.
Alrighty, let's get going as we begin on Labs here for the second semi-final. Now we had a couple of people probably not in the arena when we got in to get a check on who people are supporting, so we'll go again for affirmation. Who's going for W7M? Hearing some boos in there, mixed in with some cheers. What about the run that we are seeing from Virtus Pro? Can they make the grand final?
A little bit more love.
Aye, that's a little bit more love, isn't it? As we head into Labs to kickstart our second semi-final. Virtus Pro are on defense to begin, and as we know on this roadmap, defense should very well prevail, looking to them to start well here in the first half.
Let's jump into things then. Very excited for this particular matchup to play through. Can W7M get off to a good start on attack basement? Can be notoriously difficult to attack. You look at this defensive composition in play. A lot of stall out utility. So you think about the Goyo in play. In combination with the Legion, that makes the default plan in through the A side a little bit more challenging. And Bandit also in play to protect B. Keep in mind as well, a roam to be employed, and that's to be expected as well, especially through the first floor to guard against Vert. W7M with the tools though required to deal with that double Vert themselves with the Ram and the Bug, so they could go top down or perhaps look to expedite that and go a little bit more direct, but top down typically safer here on Labs.
I'm very curious to see how VP is going to play here on the defense of Labs. Do they go for map control? More than happy to take some of the fights. Yesterday in their match against Falcons, that was actually one thing that surprised me. As close as that was, it was only 2 maps, but their aggression in the mid round actually went up a level to what we've seen from VP in the past, especially phase 2 here at the major. So they were able to match it in terms of that gunfight potential with Falcons, which was definitely one of their strengths. See if they can take it now into this series against W7M. Volts just getting 1 in the side, but he gets away with his life intact as first contact is made. And of course, for W7M, they've got a lot of clearing to do here, considering where the site is basement.
Loben with vertical line of sight down below. And we'll now drop down, hatch soft, so pretty easy to deal with that. And VP not eager to aggress too much here. Harsh over towards Cargo says, push away during utility and just prevent the attack from taking this ground completely uncontested, but won't necessarily want to play for his life. Joystick over towards Lobby though. This could be a dangerous position for W7M to contend with.
Yeah, so far though, I like the positioning here for VP. Pasha yesterday, we saw him at one point go 0 and 5, and he was able to bring it back, eventually go positive, which highlights the mental aspect for this team. Catching Pasha on the run back over to site, opening kill. We'll go the way of W7M. Good way to start here on the attack of Labs. And it puts the pressure a little bit here onto VP. But Joystick, he's going to go clearing top floor. And let's see if he can find a kill here. W7M might not be aware of this flank.
Well, it's the top rated player for VP on that top floor. And we'll see if Joystick is able to find a pick back and disrupt this attacking pattern, but good drone work from W7M will force Joystick back to lobby once more, and it's a tricky position to fight out of if the cross is covered.
Logic bomb as well, currently no on top floor for W7M, contact made down from lobby for Joystick, another kill for W7M through Logan, he's found 2 to start, very good for him individually, but even better for the team of W7M, chance now for always to get involved, had to find 1, instead it was none, now 4 white, deep into sight, and so far this attack for W7M, pretty much faultless outside of the fact that Dots is down. Nitrocell looking to convert, but hey, up close, Dodes with a shotgun, and Joystick, the man that was flanking in the earlier portions of this round, now has only Vert control by himself, shot from Dots, a fantastic start for W7M.
Yeah, I think being able to isolate Joystick and take him out of this match as much as possible will be a really important piece of this puzzle for W7M, doing a good job there in the prior round with joystick isolated over towards lobby.
関係なく屋台やってる。
Not
いや、
taking
痛
any
い。
second chances. Drone work late was clean, able
痛
to
い
then
な。
cut off the retake attempt or retake potential. And in the course of all that,
福岡行
site
っ
was
たこ
being
と
hit,
ない。
good flood in, and the pressure from VP, they weren't quite able to
Well,
rise.
it just basically lost all of their ones, despite the
That's
fact they were holding a lot of
quite
angles
annoying.
around the map, and I thought they were holding good positions. Bash over towards Cargo Stairs, had a good spot playing off with the castle barricade. I thought maybe joystick on that flank maybe should have been able to do a little bit more, but credit to W7M, they had the flank watch drone in place ready for it anyway. So W7M had all angles covered. And the fact that they've already got an attacking round here on a map like Labs is a really good sign. It is their map pick though, expectations of course.
横浜にもラーメンの屋台があっ
As we
た
head
けど。
over to the top floor
ああ、消えちゃった。やっ
for
ぱ
the
そうだよ
second
ね。
round to see if VP can get on the board defensively.
Now in terms
なんかそういう文化は
of this
残してい
top
ってほしい
floor,
け
it
ど、
has a
コロナもあったし
48.4%
な。
attacking win rate over
た
the
い焼きと
last
か
month, so
焼きそ
covering
ば
the
よりか
major.
はラーメンの方。ラーメンも見た
Again,
こと
the Izami
な
off the board. That should just bolster
い。
it
千葉
a
から岐
little
阜に
bit
来た
as
けど、
well.
千葉でもなかったし、岐阜で
Not
もな
many
かった。
spots that the defenders can play safely in towards the side
焼き
itself,
芋
so
屋さん
expect
とかは
VP
屋
to
台じゃないけど
be a
ね。
little
焼
bit
き芋
more
屋さ
aggressive
んはあっ
on
た
the
よね。
peripheral, try to prevent as much map control
東京もあるかな。
as
あ
possible.
んまり東京でも見たこ
Logan
とない
knows
ん
to
だよね
sneak。down below.
ラミンが言ってたのは、大体上野とか、秋葉原だったからさ、職場がね。メイドさんだったから。
Meanwhile, the Maverick as well
上野
main
とかよく
breach
行って
into
た
the
け
mirror.
ど。
So I like this lineup from W7M.
One of the weaknesses so far for W7M throughout the tournament, and even especially
Taiyaki
yesterday, despite
and
getting the win, has been entry kills. Only 49%, which is quite a low metric compared to a lot of teams while still remaining.
カスタードたい焼
Especially
きが一
compared
番
to a
好き
team。like Virtus Pro up to 53%. So that's an
あん
avenue
こ
that
さ、
if
粒
VP
あ
can
ん
keep
が多いん
control
だよ
of.
ね。
And
うわ
there it is. Lovely nitro from Pasha. Gets through to
粒あん
Dots.
が
The
多いんです
Maverick
よ。
is now in the bin.
こしあん
And
派だから。
VP will find the opening kill for the second round.
And that's what I'm talking
ル
about.
ーケって名前
You
で
know,
やったら
trying to
ラーメン
contest on the peripheral of the building
急
without
なラー
taking
メン
huge
ラーメ
risks.
ン
So
好きじゃ
well
ないのに
rewarded. Open
ラー
meanwhile
メン
in
嫌い
Cargo.
が
So
作
he's
っ
in a
たラー
position
メン
to
屋
potentially lurk up blue if he doesn't want to vert from below. Given that W7M are now at the man disadvantage, he could try to
家
lean
系
into that and take a heads up
ルミン
play.
家だ
But
から
I think instead he'll revert to
元
this
メイ
play
ドって
from
職歴
below.
が一番映える
Work the timing over towards
な
Raft.
かなか
Pasha
ないよ
has a read,
元メイド
has a ping, but the shots don't land.
Full
し
white,
かも
no
さ、なん
nitro
か
cell
秋
remaining
葉原
off
で
of
っていう
Pasha.
人あん
Doesn't
まり
have
見
that
ないんだよね。
utility,
なん
but
か別
joystick
の
elsewhere. Does
なんか
deal
そ
with
う
Loban, who was
なんか
lurking
コン
down
カフ
below.
ェ、今
Don't
だ
as
と
though
コン
the
カフェ
Ethel
みたい
Might
な。
doesn't matter spots ahead of Pasha.
完全
And
メイ
just
ドカ
like
フェっ
that,
てね、あんまりい
W7M
ないんだ
able
よ。
to equal up to a 3 versus 3, and they've got Rafters control as well. Good sightline in through the site at the moment through dash. Bolts now holding it blue through the hole. He walks into the frost mat. Easy kill for always. Almost got traded. Can't quite find the kill. Never mind, he does in the end. Donis makes it a 1 versus 1 with so much time. Still an entire minute remaining in this second round. Shepard gets Virtus Pro on the board.
Good discipline then from Virtus Pro in the prior
こしあん
round.
はアンパン以
Shepard
外
nice
で
flank
認
for the
められない。
1v1.
あ、バトルだよ。
They did a good job in
Battle
dealing
da.
with Loban from down below, and that was off the back of finding
Yeah,
the
Koshian
opening
で
pick
し
as
ょ。
well.
粒
Well contested from VP.
粒が
Not really
歯
having to
に
do
くっつくじゃない。
absolutely.
粒
I
と
mean,
い
a
う
little
か皮
concerning
が
though,
ね、キュッ
considering
キュ
the
ッっていう皮
site.
がね、
Command
嫌いじゃ
server,
ない
such
よ。
a strong
食べれ
defensive
るけ
side when
ど、
it comes to
ど
lads,
っ
and
ち
yet
か
it
って言
comes
った
down
ら
to
こしあん
1v1
派
with a minute left. Shows the aggression that maybe
ル
W7M
ールゲーム
want
美味し
to
そう
bring
だし。
into this attacking half. And that
粒
was, well,
そ
of
うみん
course,
な
quite
粒派なんだ
successful
よ
just
ね。
without the round
そう
win,
なの。
but they got it down pretty close as we head over to
星
now
だろ。
tertiary site control and storage. And we go back here. I mean, Doda's getting that kill even
我
with
が
the
家は
dot
クラス
line.
がこしあんなんか両
Was in a
方
great
両
position.
方売ってね。
Dash.
こしあんとつばのたい
And
焼
from
き売っ
here,
てる
I
の。
mean, to be fair, always does an incredible job. He's quite pinched in that corner, and he's
で
able to
見
get a
極
couple.
められ
And
ない
that
から
basically
このお
salvages
店
the
はどっ
round,
ち
sets
な
them
ん
up
だ
for
ってなる
1v1
から
for
アルミ
Shepard.
焼
He
きと
plays
カ
that
スター
position
ド。
absolutely perfectly, but
わからないから。
losing a
カ
Monty
スタードが一番
to
ア
a
ンパン。
Frostbite is certainly not ideal given how powerful Montang is at the
食べれ
moment.
ない ことはない。食べるっちゃ食べるけど、粒あんま食べる。
So 1-1 to begin.
でもやっぱ。
Right now, not a lot of pressure in this game though.
粒あんは
Early
歯
days,
の
only
裏に
2 rounds.
そうそうそう
W7M already finding and attacking round probably lessens the pressure on their side. We do head to the tertiary site though. Certainly a good opportunity for W7M. Questions to be now for VP as to how they're going to defend this. A lot of times teams just want to kind of send it straight in, play the window. You do want to try and clear a bar. Overall, that IT position so that you can deny the vert. from the
きな
defense.
こ、まあ、きなこ
Which is
もど
of
っち
course
も好き
where
かな
right now VP will be
嫌いでは
defending.
ないんだよ
Dash looking to
食べ
open
れ
up
るけ
garage
ど
and will do so successfully. No one contesting there for VP and Dots to then drone on
は
through.
いね
Decent start
ルミ
here
ね
for W7M.
なんか敬遠し
Imagine
て
they'll
た
turn
の
their
なん
attention now
か
upstairs.
米じゃんって思ってたんですよでも本当岐阜に来てなんかこう和菓子屋さん結構あってさそれでお箸食べれるようになったなんか勝手なイメージに絶対ご飯に合うわけないじゃんって思ってたやっと食べれるようになった和菓子は本当好きなんだけどねモナカとかあとなんだろうあれ、あんみつとかも好きだわ。あんみつの餅が好きだ。緑となんかピンク色の餅入ってる。あれめっちゃ好きだわ。おしろくもつぼあんでずっと過ごしてきたから、そもそも串屋に慣れてない。あー、物足りない。おしるこもね、そんな好きではないけど、飲む習慣がなかったな。なんかカンカンで売ってるじゃん。おしるこ、あれ、ルミ飲んだことないわ。
Frantic from then
コ
onwards.
ンポタはある
Dodos
け
maybe
ど、
trying to see if he can
カ
get
ンカンのお
one
しる
and
こ
he
の
did this in the
飲んだこ
last
と
round
な
but
い。
loses. Oh, big kill from behind while trying to swing the doorway. A little bit of an error there from VP.
入ってる入ってる
Suddenly up for W7M. Hatch drop
下か
successful. Now they'll play first floor, but it means for VP, not only are they down 2 players, but they've given up top floor as well for W7M to be able to play out of. They get the revive onto Dodos too. Puts
あ
them
ん
in
こ
an
とバニ
amazing
ラアイス
position to capitalize in this
あ、
round.
うまいそんなん言ったらでも岐阜とか関東じゃない東海地方はあれよトーストの上にあんこを乗せてあんバタートーストあれがやっぱ主流だと思うモーニングには結構ついてくるところが多い
Storage is completely vulnerable. The fact that you've got IT, you've got Divert, you can just go straight in through the window. That's going to be surely the plant spot as Dots, though. Oh, he makes his way over towards Warehouse.
やめ
He
て
is surveying,
食べ
getting
ない
some
ね
information.
あ
But he
そうそう
also
小
does
倉トー
have
ス
the
トだ
diffuser. If he goes down in any way, shape, or form,
小倉
this
トー
could
スト
really throw the round into disarray for
あ
W7.
れ
He's
有
getting
名
incredibly aggressive to just make his way into control.
And Shepard's got down below with Nitro, so keep that in mind in terms of play style as we enter the final 15 seconds.
He's planting inside of control, even though they've got
すごい
storage. This is going to be intriguing to see if it does
わあ
work out, but
設置
Shepard in the wrong
あ
spot.
シーフ取ら
And
ない
that
や
plant will be successful.
うわ
Nitrocell,
設
not
置
impactful
取った
at all. VP really
あ
needed
んなところ
that
でな
to
かな
be
か設置し
successful.
ないもんね
With always death,
うわうわうわうわ
5v2 and the plant down. This is going to be so difficult for
関
Dan
東
and
でも込め
Shepard,
た
but
いか
that's
な
one.
あ多分ある
Off
と
the board,
思
the
う
bomb tank, decent start, but little
選べ
time.
るか
Need to
追
get
加か
moving.
どっち
Great
かか
angle here from
な
Dodos, though. They've got a really good post-plant
うわ
position, and he
なん
gets
だあの
through.
車線あそこは乗るの強い
W7M will
ね
find a second attacking round already, and they set the tone early here in this match.
Storage on control with a 62.5% attacking win
なん
rate
かやっぱ先に
again
殴
over
る
the
のが
last
でかいんだろ
month.
う
So it would have been a bonus round for VP, but still the fashion in which they lost it. Somewhat concerning. It was a good clear above from W7M, able to hit their marks, clear out Warehouse, even off the back of Hef, not mine, the unfortunate TK. Certainly didn't help the cause of VP. And then even in the late round, Shepard's Nitro. Well, this is the
team lane.
There is that replay of Pasha, and it's just one of those moments that can happen.
いくらでも倒すわ
And then immediately
Oh,
after
yeah.
that, right, and that's how they
とか言わない。
get the 5-3 start, when in reality it should have been a 5-4 advantage for VP, keeping control of IT, and it all just fell apart for them as Dodos cleaned up at the end of the round. Double kill. 2 rounds on the ball for W7M. Clean start here on their map pick of the semi-final. Back down we go. Tank and assembly. First round we saw this. It was won successfully by the attack of W7M.
そうだあれだ A パックカップ行く前に喉毛チェックしてから行かないと海にやってるとみんな喉毛をチェックするでしょ喉毛今日生えてるのか
Yeah, we talked before about the hard-hitting players inside of the server for this particular matchup, most notably Joystick, Volps and Dodes, both equal in terms of VPS rating heading into this particular matchup, very high.
一番望みがあると思うでもねうまい盾の人はやっぱり壊してくるんよね
Found himself on 2. There's also been a couple of moments here or there where his impact has been amplified quite nicely by the attack. So we'll keep a keen eye on that duel as this match continues to develop.
喉毛がチャームポイントだったのにそうやん
Loban's been great to start so far. Same with Dodos, 4-1, 6-1. A couple of high fraggers for the team, really soaking up the majority of the kills. If you can get them down nice and early, takes out some of the firepower for W7M. Good drone work.
長い喉毛じゃないと風格をね醸し出してくれないの
Labs, pretty big map. You definitely need to get the information, try and force out these roamers, especially when it's basement. You know they're going to be there.
最近縦対策で後ろ向いて相手が構えたらすぐ前に振り向いて頭をつってやつやってます。いやー、それができたら最強よ。成功率むずいよね、やっぱりね。もともと彼らいらないだろ。縦弱体が新シーズンだね。明日新シーズンの情報出るから何か理由とは言いませんが、アルミンもなんか動画されますね。のどげブリッジってやばすぎ。この一歩のためにカラバタを買うのか。
Not exactly the top fragger for VP, but they need him right now the most to find at least one. Talk about timing. Creeping on down the stairs. Does find the kill onto Volps anyway. Dots, does he make his way back up? You've got also Dash at Cargo. He's the one dead. Joystick catches him from below. Good pinch from VP to get back the advantage. Dots will actually just push forward through Exo. The Montang trying to just still hit the site even though he's losing members around him. 1 for 1 in quick succession. Down though onto Pasha, makes it a 2 versus 2. The Dots being the Montang means they don't have the same firepower. Dode's going to win this battle? No. They do get the revive as well onto Pasha, and the Montang is dealt with. Dode's now in a 1v3. Does have time, but no kit. 2 members for VP, low on health. Dode's 7-1 so far. Surely he can't win this one.
ここが通れたらね。
35 for the board. We'll see if he's able to pull off this clutch. Doesn't have much of a read, little time, and no diffuser.
I mean, Dan's not even playing side over towards Cargo, but he was presenting. Actually got a bullet in the foot, down to 16 HP. Oh, Pasha will go down. 18 seconds, but doesn't matter. Shepard saves the day. And VP will tie things up 2-2.
決め打ちだけどさ。
Well, we look to Dan in that prior round to have impact, and a rare moment throughout the half where W7M left that roam unchecked. He was able to punish, find a good pinch, get a kill, had a good read as well. Communicated that to the rest of the team, and in doing so, VP able to suffocate the attack quite nicely. A 2-2 scoreline now as we look back at the prior round. Good start from Volps, but this moment right here, decisive for Dan. And whilst Joystick tried his hardest to fight back in that round, even off the back of that swing, not quite enough. And VP just a little bit sharper.
Still really good signs at least for W7M on their attacks. I think they've looked really proficient, have had good moments, but that was just better defensively from VP. More switched on, Dan moving around the map rather than just trying to send everyone down below, secure, lock up side. You've still got to have some presence on a lot of those cargo stairs positions, for example. And he was able to at least get that pinch, play off well with Joystick to confirm a kill. From there, then you've got map control for the last minutes of the stage. Double frost map here over towards Rafters. 2-2. Not bad, but VP need the defensive rounds. This is not the kind of map you really want to go back and forth on unless you can back in your own attack going into the second half. 2 more rounds to go here for the opening half of our opening map.
So we're going to see the Ying in play then for the 5th round. I was going to hold that thought for a moment. Dots unable to find that pick, but spots one Rafters. The Ying in play has had a just shy of 20% pick rate when available at this event.
I mean, this is actually something W7M have done a couple of times now, just creeping up to that doorway entrance towards Rafters. The F.9s have been there, but haven't always been successful. Waste of a Nitrocell from Pasha, so that's dealt with. That was the only one that they actually had available on the entire team. So no Nitrocell available now for Virtus Pro on the defense. As he tried to throw that out, expecting that pressure because they've been pushing almost every round. In the end, gets nothing for it. That's a mini win there for W7M as they start to open up IT.
That will put emphasis on Shepard in the late round with those smoke babes to get impact. So we'll wait and see what kind of position he looks to posture in and play and want to maintain life. Currently over towards Electrical, a common position for the Ying to be utilized. So we'll see what kind of approach both teams want to take. There is the first gas they've actually used quite early on in the piece. Not exactly sure what prompted that, but Shepard looking to push back this attack. It's a nomad stack in Electrical. Dodo's actually will send it forward. Util elsewhere from Dash.
Yeah, it's like it's a meeting con push here right now, which I like with the IT breach being opened up. They're going to be ignoring Rafters and ignoring Blue. And they do get another opening kill as well. W7M 3 from the first 5 rounds. Loban to then double down onto Pasha, dealing with him over towards Rafters. Pasha went for the peak. He lost his life on a peak. VP are just continuing to throw their lives away. Again, another one. Always under pressure. swings out, loses his life, but Shepard again stands strong, but only Joystick now remains in a 1v3. Stands up, gets Joystick shuts him down.
ここまで来てもわからないからさ、誰でもクラッチできる力があるから怖いよね。ヒヤヒヤする。
Joystick with an almost instrumental moment, but couldn't close it out. And it really feels like the pressure's building here on VP to begin in the semi-final.
無双。マジこれ無双に見えないんだよ。マジ別の感じに見える。マイみたいな。誰よその女。マイって誰よ。
The Brazilians, Loban with a good sweep late in the round, but I think this round illustrates top four again. You think about the anchor positions on the objective itself; they're so limited, and if you're not going to compete for more map control, you get punished in the late round. We didn't really see much of a battle over towards electrical or con or rafters for that matter. And it really compounded in the late round where VP had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, Pasha solo swung over towards Rafters, lost his battle. That opens up more map control for W7M. We saw a couple of players for VP peeking. Dan was 1-2. So if you've got 2-3 players all peeking early as W7M pushing in, and they all lose their life at the same time, it just makes it so much more difficult for those that are actually in sight looking to defend, which is usually what VP will do and play like, but they're not quite doing it to the level that we typically see from them. And now find themselves down and giving up a lot of attacking rounds to W7M. Final round of the half. VP must win this round to just keep the tide somewhat calm. Otherwise, W7M will be building up a tsunami going onto their own defense, looking to take this opening map. Long way still to go. But right now, the biggest thing that's going their way is these opening picks. 3 from 5, a really good stat line for them. For a team that doesn't want to get into storage. Pistol out, easy kill, another opening kill. Adrenal Surge gets him back up on his feet with the shield in front of him. Huge advantage now for W7M as they pick up the pace. And VP just cannot match them. That diffuser being put onto the floor right now by Dot is not going to be stopped. All three gas babes still up for Shepard. Doesn't even use them. He's dead. 2 rounds, so is Joystick, and it's 5-1. Pasha, the only one. W7M have absolutely blasted Virtus Pro here in this 6th round.
Wow. Wow. And that is W7M again illustrating their ability to switch up tempo. They find that opportunity. They disregard the hold up above, go direct. VP do not have an answer.
No, they certainly did not have the answer either if W7M were playing slow, calculated in their attacks, or if they picked up the pace such as that. VP were not expecting that. Certainly weren't ready for it. They must do something very special now, Virtus Pro, in their attacking half, because W7M have really put themselves out to a very solid lead. Now we're going on to defense here, and certainly you can see Always is just completely surprised to see this Mustang right in front of him. Great Adrenal Surge as well that we saw come out very quickly from Dodes. Gets Dots back up on his feet. They keep the numbers alive, good positioning, and just able to win every single battle. Right now, just winning the gunfights so convincingly against VP. Pasha 2-6, Dan 1-5, Always 2-6. They're just not winning these gunfights.
Do keep in mind though, this is the map pick of W7M. So we do expect a strong performance for them on the first map. However, that first half, quite devastating for VP who are struggling to find answers to a lot of the things that W7M have been throwing at them so far. And in terms of interesting things being brought into the server, we saw the clash there. W7M trying their best to hide it. And we see time and time again how that operator can stall out time very late in the piece if the attacking unit fails to deal with it, may not have enough utility to deal with it. I mean, a good example in this round, right? We don't have the Thatcher because it was banned out, and no impact EMPs either. So VP will need to coordinate really meticulously to deal with Volps on the clash.
Certainly going to be an obstacle, a large one. Virtus Pro now go on to the attack, and we'll see if they can replicate what we saw from W7M. Over towards con side to begin. Of course, top floor, command server.
まあでもさ、やっぱりほんとめっちゃ使うチームを使ってくるけど
VP, the one thing that they need to do against this clash though is try and spread this defense. You've got to have multi-faceted ways of attacking. Open up IT, open up com, put pressure over towards blue, maybe even warehouse as well. Just try and keep that clash on its toes. Where it is, then you avoid it, you go elsewhere. It's probably the best way that they're going to be able to deal with it. Deep into IT is dash, super aggressive for W7M. Has one behind him as well, which is Dodes over towards Rafters. So good presence to stop any potential opening of IT. Looking to keep this closed and fortified.
And again, this is how you have to play the objective. Fight on the exterior, prevent as much of that wall as being opened up for as long as you can without taking massive risk. And we'll see that come into fruition. Joystick not overly eager to hold that line of sight for all.
They have no map control right now. Every single player of Virtus Pro is outside of the building. I mean, right now, W7M is set up very nicely considering that they do have that clash. They can look to continue to stall out. Once VP try to enter the building, they have to deal with the clash. They're still going to clear out a lot of these positions. W7M are more than happy with what they are seeing right now. I mean, even IT Breach still hasn't been opened up because that mirror electrified as well. There's just not really a lot you can deal with there. Dodes getting aggressive. This could be an opportunity, but the flash is thrown instead. Dodes will happily just fall back. Dan does find an opening kill over towards Rafters. 46 seconds remaining in the round. Must continue to pick up this pace. Play with this kind of pace. The clash making its way over though. Volp's looking to block this position towards Rafters.
Yeah, Volp's the perfect tool in being able to stall out multiple points of attack. Meanwhile, Loban aggressive over towards top blue. Found that pick onto Dan. 30 seconds on the clock and a 4v4.
Always coming in through connector. They need to start trying to go the other side of the map, which is what Joystick was trying to do. Loban shots him down towards blue. 20 seconds. Advantage for W7M. They are about to build a significant lead. No. Nitrocell dodged, always thinking about maybe going through electrically instead, but guys, the time is of the essence here. They lose Pasha, and suddenly all just down to always in a 1v3 with the clash in his face. We know how this story's ending. W7M are switched on right now on Labs, and VP look like lambs to the slaughter. 2-5.
That was a really rough round to watch from VP. The only glimpse of brilliance really was Dan's ability to lurk in through Garage and find one. And then W7M responded accordingly. They had problems with hard breach, they had issues with the clash, time management not quite there. But a testament to W7M, they brought a really nice composition. They played around the push that the attack presented very, very nicely. And with that, a 3-round lead, it prompts the attack from VP. And it very much feels like this is their last lifeline to recover map 1.
They're doing this as well without Volps, you know, sort of top fragging, only 2-4. They're putting on the clash going into this game. He's their best entry player. He's one of their top KD players as well. In a lot of the metrics, he is regarded as their best player. Pretty much tied with Dodes in terms of EPS to kind of put a number to it. And so there's more firepower that W7M can actually bring to the table. And a super devastating round considering that VP did a lot right. I like the fact that they kind of went over towards that con meeting side, opened that up, tried to get some pressure towards blue stairs and make their way up through that. Joystick, they couldn't deal with the clash. Just control. Utter control from W7M in all facets. And yeah, it looks about that, doesn't it, right now for Virtus Pro. They've got to try and find a way back into this game. Next couple of rounds, absolutely crucial. They can't just be thinking, all right, we'll just go to our map pick, give this one up. Not in a semi-final. You do not want to give your opponents any leeway.
Well, to basement we go then for round number 8. And outside of dots, the entire defense here from W7M looking to enact a roam that's going to be bolstered with the castle in play. Powerful tool in cutting off a lot of the crosses that will likely be exploited by VP, or at least an attempt to exploit. Double vertical though in play, so you have the Buck and the Ram combination, indicative that it will likely be top down. How did W7M look to respond? There is a bit of pressure on side itself, always able to work main breach, and that's a little bit of perceived pressure, although always will fall off quite promptly, likely to link up with the rest of the team and help on this road clip.
Yeah, I mean, when you're bringing the Ram and you're bringing the Buck, this is not going to be a direct hit from VP. They want to try and get that first floor control, open up the floorboards, put pressure down below. They can even go technically top floor as well and use a bit of that utility to try and see if they can catch someone roaming around on set first floor, which actually quite a lot of the members of W7M are doing right now. Joystick entry through IT dash though. Oh, he might catch one here. Never mind. Lovely Candela from Pasha.
No way!
Pasha Montreal should have been winning that one. Good use of the Kendall to try and make an entry safe into Blue, was never safe. Dash, equipped and ready. Gets the opening kill of the round, and they're all just trying to see if they can make their way over. But Dots actually comes for cover. Volps finds the Nitrocell kill. Dots, his did not. But they've got 3 in this round, still 1 remaining, and a 2-player lead, and this map is just a whitewash at the moment.
Really concerning for VP. I suppose for Pasha, a little bit unfortunate off the back of that Candela, unable to find the kill, but the clear through Blue, posing big problems for the attacker. 3 versus 5. We'll see how this one is to conclude. Always just the 2 kills so far, and there's 1 close by. Does he have a read onto Dash? Shotgun up close, favored for this duel. I think Always has a feeling that there's 1 genius left, able to collect the kill eventually.
Thought as soon as he on ADS he was going to lose that one, but quick reaction from Always gets a very crucial kill. 3 versus 4, still a lot of time here for VP to manage their way through this round. Only 1 player though down below for W7M, so some pressure still up above. Volps will just stand up, claim his kill. A second one found in the round as Shepard falls. Without being able to fire a shot back, they know his location, they need to eventually get this train, but nobody even further up above.
終電なんでって言えなくなっちゃう。どこでもドアあるだろう。嫌すぎ。嫌な世の中になっちゃうね、そう思うと。タイムアウト後ちょっときついよな。
semi-final at a major, W7M are just toying with Virtus Pro. So much map control, so much firepower, and on their map pick of Nighthaven Labs, they are about to 7-2 them. A long way back now for VP.
Yeah, it must be getting a little bit frustrating now for Virtus Pro. Some of the ways in which these rounds are playing out are so unfortunate. I mean, right here, from Dash, headshot to Pasha, Nitro to follow. W7M have done a phenomenal job over the course of this half defensively in responding so quickly, so swiftly, and quite abruptly, really, to the different points of the map in which VP are looking to exploit and just not giving them any free entrance. It's been really brutal for VP. Unfortunately for them, that's a trend that may continue into the second map of Cafe, expecting more fight from VP, but it still must be said some concerning signs to kick off the series.
12-2 now for Loban. He has been sensational, so efficient. Now brings the Scopos as well for this map point round. Looking to take the opening map now of this best of 3 semi-final. Super important performance from W7M though to set them up for this series. To claim their map pick in such a dominant fashion. It's a testament to this team's rise, looking to step out of the shadows of the old W7M roster to create their own legacy, their new legacy for this wonderful organization. Virtus Pro have just not really been able to offer any semblance of, well, anything in this match. They haven't really done much since maybe the opening 2-3 rounds. Super one-sided through the rounds and on the scoreboard. And they just look a bit shell-shocked as well. Can't get into the building, can't get map control, can't win the gunfights, not getting the opening kills. Everything is just falling apart for Virtus Pro. Good news is though, Cafe to follow their map pick and maybe a chance to redeem if they can't bring it back here.
Good news as well, potentially. We are going to Cafeteria and Kitchen, which I always say is probably one of the worst sides in the entire game, at least in the 9-map comp pool, so we'll see if W7M can pull out something special. The Scopos is in play. Single-digit play percentage thus far.
Looking for top 14. No, Shepard. Quick reaction. That's something that VP needed. A good start to the round for them at the hands of an aggressive play from Loban. Maybe a little bit overzealous with that play, but hey, why not? You're 6-2 up, you're fragging, go for it. But it does open the door now for Virtus Pro. Of course, the clash still an obstacle that will be needing dealt with later on in the round. Just over a minute remaining. We saw an intriguing site choice last night with SSG. This is certainly one that's similar on Labs. We'll see if it does backfire for W7M. Helen Shield looking to get placed down by Always.
ドラえもんバカでかい。
Let's both impact M's used on the lobby wall. So keep that in mind for the late round again. If the Clash is standing there, maybe the tools available.
And the Clash is just stopping the Oscar from being able to get that shield down to get hallway control. Dan still rotating around, trying to just shoot over the shoulder of the Clash. Volps looking to contest. On the Malusi, 30 seconds left again. Guys, time is running out. As annoying as this clash may be, you do need to push through it. You do need to deal with it. Good headshot from Volps. Expecting out pressure from behind. Down the table, and he gets them both. Puts the Vendetta to good use. Double kill, looking to find 3, but Dota shuts him down. It's a 2 versus 2, but a good swing from Always Clean and down to just Dash. Always is there to shoot him in the back.
Wow.
6-3. Better from VP. Questions maybe for W7M. Site choice. Loben at the start of the round.
後ろね、あれ後ろ勝ってたらあったんだけど、
Finish this in a clean fashion. Don't need to overdo it.
Again, another rather awkward round for the attack. We saw the Osa of the Clash face off.
Will come back.
Provided good protection in towards that lobby position, but after the wall was opened up, the rotation came through. And then most notably, the flank in late in the piece from Dan. That was not great.
Not one that he would want to watch back, that's for sure. But at least for VP, they were able to play off it. And even at that point, 25 seconds left, essentially, you know, like a 3v4.
I mean, it was that
because Pasha was down on the Thermite.
It was that play right there.
But yeah, it was Dan on the Deimos. He's had some good moments. Some rare moments, though, for VP in this particular map. But just quietly, only 3 rounds away, and they can build up very quickly. We'll see if they've got the dexterity to have a run here on Labs. At this point, it's a free punch, really. You're down 6-2, just got to go for broke. You certainly cannot have that mentality of let's just wave the white flag, move on to Cafe. You've got to give everything you've got in a map like this. As funnier things have happened. Top floor we go, command and server, defense W7M. I imagine Loben's not going to go for a super aggressive play to kickstart this round. I say that, he's gone for a spawn peek.
Oh, if we cast our minds back to the last time this site was played, VP really struggled with a couple of key areas of the objectives and key win conditions.
Well, the Clash was one of them, and they've actually dropped it.
Yeah.
Oh, chance for Pasha, but no one wins that one. 2 and 8 for Pasha, but again, recall yesterday he was 0-5 at one point, and he was able to reverse it very swiftly. Certainly the kind of player that doesn't look at his KD and wonders if he's having a bad game. Loben, though, has been swinging everything. So aggressive. Volps gets the opening kill for W7M. Always will go down on the IQ. Joystick trying to find a response, but W7M not really presenting. Holding good angles. Shepard trying to open up comm wall.
Wall soft. Dash considers the nitro, but instead will collect the claw and rotate off. You can use that on the second line of defense through con or elsewhere if he so desires. But this is the kind of position now for W7M, a team that, you know, at times would be willing to re-aggress and really confirm around. There's not really an incentive to do that in this position. It's a 5 versus 4, top floor. They've got good control. Provided they can keep Dan at bay on the Monty, this is their round to lose.
I think Dan really wants to eventually get up towards Raptors, try and push, deal with that double stack that we've got set up here. Dots very much helping out. But he can't push by himself. They need to really start trying to play off of their Montang. He's just solo. Pasha, aggressive at that IT breach, trying to play off these yellow pings. The swing will come on the Fenrir of Dodez, but Pasha unable to land the shot, still getting opportunities being given to him as Dan is giving over a lot of information. Now they double stack it with Joystick. Will this catch Dodez off guard? The F not mine though. Blocks the vision. He's actually able to fall back, play side, doesn't give up his life, and still holds a good angle. Nothing gained at all for VP, only time lost. But Dan has been able to make his way up on the Montang.
Yeah, Dan really is the last hope for VP. He tried to isolate a player or create a bit of space, at minimum give his attacking team some information, but it's so tough to break through this defense.
Still 2 Nitro cells available as well for W7M. Looking to make their push in towards blue. Talk about timing, good reposition from Volps. Dan needs to make his way down the hallway. Volps though, with the reposition, they deal with the Montang. Not a good time for the utility Shepard. Get the gun out. Pasha in a 1v3 into red time. Surely no time. You've just got to hide.
さっきから
W7M
グッドいやだってさ、インの時もそうだけどさ、眩しい絶対食らってんのになんで棒でいらないよね。ということで W7M の勝利です。グッドハーフ
So many concerning things for Virtus Pro in that map that they will have to go back and discuss behind the scenes, then going into Cafe. Certainly a lot that I feel is solvable. The series is by no means over as we head to Cafe. VP are very good on that particular map. They're going to have to improve dramatically because that was not good enough on Labs. Tremendous job from W7M as we head over to the desk.
Let's go.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much for that one. I'm just very quickly going to piggyback off them there, Lax. They're talking about VP not being good enough in this map. Do you agree with that statement?
You know, I try to give them kudos here going into this map that I did like that for them because they have nothing to show for it, where all of W7 has shown throughout this matchup. I mean, not throughout the matchup, but throughout this, you know, phase 2 leading up to this. So the fact that their prep wasn't there, that makes me question their overall performance given this map because they had every piece of utility and option to figure out how they wanted to go against W7M. And to lose a 7-3 like this, it's kind of mind-boggling.
I completely agree. We talked about this cat and mouse setup for Virtus Pro and specifically Loban with the lurk ability. Will they be able to shut him down on those attacks? Can they shut him down on those defenses? Him constantly getting those picks. I was saying that they could do it. You were saying VP could do it. And we found ourselves in this position where who's going to be able to do it? And I think Loban, honestly, was a big factor for this game. Virtus Pro just couldn't do it. W7M was constantly getting that opening pick, always being a thorn in VP's side. They never let Virtus Pro get comfortable. And one player in specific too that I wanted to highlight was Dash. I mean, coming into this tournament, he was the lowest rated player in the world. And now the improvement, he's one of the biggest factors to W7M's success, even in that game.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because it's important, especially when players that you aren't seeing come alive throughout the early stage, throughout the early phase, are now coming alive when it matters most, when you're right here, the pressure's on. And then to think about that, Volts is the one who's sitting back on the tail end here. Because as we know, Volts is such a phenomenal player and such a good pickup for this roster. And has been so pivotal even through the Brazilian stage. So the fact that now you're seeing Dash step up, you're seeing Dota's come into fruition, and just putting up these numbers that you're seeing right here, and especially like you were saying, Loban sneaking around the map, getting these opening kills. I believe they had, what, 7 out of these 10 opening engagements going in their favor. It just goes to question, now we look at the Cafe, what is that going to look like?
Two of their biggest players for VP, Pasha and of course Joystick, just not able to connect their shots here, Fox. I mean, does that spell a bit of disaster for the series? Or is this time now to go back, reset, and come into Cafe all guns blazing?
I mean, I think obviously they have to reset. Cafe is more in their favor of their playstyle. I think when it comes down to players like Pasha, players like Joystick, they were just getting shut down because of the map, in my opinion, and also the playstyle against W7M. They took a risk. That's what we've been seeing from Virtus Pro. And we want them to take that. Yeah, we want them to do that. We don't want them to just stay static. They took the risk. It didn't pan out. It didn't work out. Now they can go back to a little bit something more consistent. Hopefully it pans out now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Semi-finals are delivering, but maybe not in the way we thought. It's looking very dominant here for W7M. We head to Cafe after this short break.
明日なんかお出かけ行くからね。お昼には起きないから。で今次ワンマップで終われば7時に終わるでしょ。寝れる。8時だと4時間しか寝れないな。みんなさあ寝ようってなってすぐ寝つける派？全然寝つけないんだよな。ガチ恋怖すぎ。怖い。なんか携帯をいじらないと眠れないの。いや携帯いじったら眠れないよって言われるけど、携帯封印してもう4時間とか5時間とか経ってんのよ、寝れなくて。マジで携帯見ながらうとらないと、うとうとしないと寝れないの。 マジで本当に。それ携帯いじってるからじゃんって言われるけど、違うんだバータスプロクをデストロイ。いやね W7 強かったよ。さあみんな次の、はい、次はどっちが勝つでしょうか。はい、どっち勝ちますか。うわ、暑っ。昨日もさ、部屋開けっぱなしで寝ちゃったんだけど、絶対風邪ひくよな。エアコンつけて寝た方がいいかな。一日中開けっぱなしで寝てた。もう暑くて。部屋が暑い。寝れないんだよ、暑くて。早くもっと寒くならんかな。なんか来週あたり寒いって聞いたんだけど。天気予報。明日から、明日じゃないね。明日か。月曜日から寒くなるんだ。待ってました、この時を。寒い方がいい。ちょっと寒くなってきた。うずがいいな。絶対起きられないけど。いいな、眠いな。W7M will win, yes. いやーでもカフェどうなの？カフェバータスプロってどんなもん？自信あるからまあでもカフェ選んでるってことだよね。そういうことなんだよね。寒いとコントローラー動かすのつらくなってやるしかないでしょ。I'm afraid you guys are right やばい、スウェイさんが寝返るかもしれない。こちら側においでな。こちら側においでな。こっちに来るのです。やるのです。もうさすがにお腹いっぱいだわ。もう何も食べれないルミは。明日って何時からなの？配信自体同じ時間かな。確か2時だった気がするんだけど。レインボー6の公式。レインボー6公式。レインボー6。明日の2時からだね。ファイナル。グランドファイナルも2時です。だから多分ちょっと前に指示してやりたいけどな。できないかもしれないな。1時ぐらいに起きて2時から配信。1時半ぐらいから配信作れたらいいな。朝の4時には新シーズンの、そう新シーズンの情報もね来るから、ドキドキで、ミカちゃんのショーマッチ見て、そうだよ、我らがミカちゃんのショーマッチを見なければいけませんよ。皆さんすごい面々、すごい人たちと一緒に、いやすごいよな。あのステージにいたってことがまずルミンは本当にすごいと思う。いいなーって思う。頑張ってほしいね。絶対緊張するよな。緊張しかしないって。誰だったっけ読み方はわかんない。アセイモさん、読み方わかんないですけど、ミカちゃんのチームはハイドルトラウト選手、ジグエイラ選手、ナコレプテナゲットさん、ケティさん、アセイモさんで合ってんの？アセイノさんはね、見たことある。相手チームは誰なんだろうね。もう6人コーチがいるのか。 来年はルーさんやだ緊張するよ。絶対緊張するって。何もできないよ。エキシビションマッチだからショーマッチだから多分なんかみんな伏せでやるとかなんかそういう面白いことやらせる。目つぶしたりじゃない目つぶしたら違う目つぶしたりじゃない目を隠したりとか怖すぎやばいやばいつぼったやばい自分で言っといてやばいとんでもねえ怖すぎ小マッチ目つぶしやはり組長じゃない違う苦しい確かにスコポススタイルで確かに目にレモンジュースかける怖すぎる嫌だそんな小マッチ出たくない絶対出たくないんだけど嫌すぎ怖いじゃんやばちょっと自分で言っちゃうもうツボにしか入ってないわツボにハマってますツボで苦しい疲れたやめてこの深夜に争いだもう深夜じゃない朝だよ6時半とかねこれからね今目を失ってもらえますやめてあげて怖すぎ絶対出たくない英語ができるからこそだよねやっぱり会話できないんでやっぱさ小マッチ何言ってるか分かんないじゃん何のマッチなのさあ来るかいなほんと寒そうだねこんなパーカーで
W7M showed Brazilian brilliance here. In the map 1 of this semi-final, they are but one map away from securing a grand final and what could be an incredible storyline for the Brazilian fans. But we've still got to get there. Lax, I need to ask you, what has to change for VP?
Listen, the first map was a risky pick. I can appreciate that. Now they are back home on solid ground on Cafe. The biggest thing for me, they need these opening engagements going in their favor. They can't be getting caught off guard here, and they need to trust in one another. They were looking scared and discombobulated in that night.
Now, W7M, they are one map away. This is the best possible chance they have of making a grand final. What do they need to bring? What do they need to do to disrupt VP on Cafe?
I think they have the momentum. I think they're already planted the seed inside Virtus Pro's head. They got to worry about Loban. They got to worry about the rad picks. Virtus Pro has been losing that opening kill, so all W7 has to do is keep playing what they've been playing. Keep being elusive. Don't give that opening kill. Don't give Virtus Pro exactly what they need. Stall them out, and they'll be fine.
Now, I don't usually do this, Montreal, but I'm going to try it one time. Let's hear it for VP! How about the Brazilians?
Yeah.
All right, I think we know who's got this one. W7M are very close. The best games require the best casters. Unfortunately, Devin Mandy aren't available, so we get the other two Aussies.
Rob, I thought you'd be professional. It's a semi-final at a major, but hey, that first match wasn't very professional either, as VP got taught a very big lesson. Now it's about seeing whether or not they can bounce back here on Cafe. It should be home for them. The unfortunate thing is they start to attack first, so all the momentum of the opening map, you would imagine, should follow W7M to begin here on Cafe, set them up very nicely for a potential grand final appearance.
Well, Cafe has been the most defender-sided map here at the major, so VP cannot play scared. They cannot play timid like they did back on Labs. They need to step it up.
Socials going the way of W7M just a little bit more than the opening map as we head into Cafe. The expectation is that maybe they can look to close this out, make the grand final and look for that redemption match against BDS. We are heading into Cafe. Virtus.pro must bounce back. It's the second map of the second semi-final. Let's head into Cafe!
結構スーパーショーティー持ってるチーム多いもんね。チームじゃない。スーパーショーティーを持っているオペレーターが多いもんな。
So we breathe. VP down a map, but head back home to Cafe to see if they can get this series underway. W7M have already set the tone, the pace, the explosiveness back on Labs. They were electric, 7-3 the result. We will see if they can start well on defense. As you said, guys, statistically, the most defender-sided map we have had at the major has been Cafe. Ash will be the first ban. VP, get rid of the Montang.
Well, the first ban was a little bit mean. I was very much enjoying joystick on the Ash ACOG, but it is what it is. Monty to follow, that one's again expected. Castle to follow, we're seeing the odd Castle ban here or there at the event here on Cafe. Most notably for that top floor extension, also very useful on the first floor extension as well to Bakery, but won't play a part between these two. The Aruni as well to follow, so quite a few target bans to come through in this one.
Yeah, I mean right now I think for VP, if they can get a couple of early attacking rounds, get some momentum back, feel a bit more comfortable, forget all about Labs, but if W7M start well, you know, you think the opening 2, 3, maybe even 4 rounds go their way, that's so easy then for Virtus.pro to just hang their heads, be like, this one might be a foregone conclusion, too hard to get back into it, but they can at least get to say like a 2-4 scoreline and back them in going into the second half. Bar and Cocktail to begin. Top floor we go for Cafe. The W7M were so good on Labs, led by Logan, 13 and 3, plus 10 on the KD. He only went 1-1 on the entry. That's fine. He had others in that department who were excellent. Bolts and Dash 2 and 0 apiece. And some super high cost scores as well, 90% for Dodez and Volt. So really it was that ultra team effort from W7M. Everyone was firing. On the flip side, it was only really Shepard. Shepard had some really good moments. He went 9 and 7. He was the only one that went positive. And then you had the issue with always 0 and 3 on those entries. So a couple of statistics that they'll look to overturn heading into the second map of this semi-final.
So top floor then in play, the opening round from W7M starting out on the very much favored side here on Cafe. Can they set the tone again, much like they did back on Labs? The onus is very much now on VP to formulate a response, to build some confidence, and to show us why they are one of the best Cafe teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence is going to have to come through this attacking half. I mean, you can certainly gain confidence on defense, but you've got to get the results now really early. I would imagine after what happened on Labs, get going nice and early, win a couple of rounds on attack, and that really will let the confidence flow naturally. Early defense from Logan over towards Lounge. No surprise to see him looking to maybe find some early engagement. He was so aggressive back on Labs. And that is a deep position towards Lounge. Could eventually fall back, try and play Pixel. Never mind, he's not going anyway. Opening kill for Joystick. Shuts down Logan. Good signs considering it's an opening kill, something VP struggled with on Labs, and you dealt with the best player on Labs.
And you didn't have to invest a lot of utility to do it. VP essentially getting a bit of a free pick there to begin their campaign here on Cafe. I'll be very pleased with that result. But W7M, as they've shown throughout the event, will now look to make a play in response. It's Dots. Red Stairs in a position to maybe make a flank. As mentioned, the track stick is in play. Just complicates things a little bit.
And not only that, but he's got one of the Nitro stuff. Although they might run into him. Free kill, Joystick, no awareness. And Dots was in that aggressive position. One and done. He'll rotate out. Yokai Drone has been lost, shot out. All evened up 4-4. Volt's holding towards washrooms. And Dots has been able to make his way towards White Stairs. Falls back, plays a good position. Still has that Nitrocell 2 available. There is one thrown from Dots. No impact from that. Bolts, though, gets rid of Pasha, who certainly struggled on Labs. Suddenly, advantage for W7M on the defense, despite the opening start for Virtus.pro.
The defense is now good deep positions. They can play long lines of sight, but always able to actually catch Dash. So 3 versus 3, 60
日本
seconds
配
on the
信
clock.
機材
Box
ト
to
ラブル
progress
しち
forward
ゃう
over
時の
towards Cigar Lounge. Now will rotate through to backstore.
マジ
They've got so many good rotates. Washrooms can be played, backstore can be played. They've
あれ
still
まあ
got cocktail completely locked down. No white stairs pressure at the moment from VP. Looking to just come through top red. 40 seconds. Yes, still some time. Need to get the Quad Hive launcher in use. No more canisters though remaining. No track stingers remaining. Not a lot of utility at all here for Virtus Pro. A lot of dry peeking such as that there from Dan inside a shot. Loses the battle. Dodes will happily deal with him. Volts gets rid of always, and suddenly now the pressure on VP.
ここ日本公式配
Shepard
信
in 1v3.
やだ
Can he at least find this kill presented
そん
by
な
Volts
荷が
towards
重
Lounge?
す
Had he
ぎる
been
わ
able to achieve that
こっ
kill?
ちはもうただ
Could
ガ
have
ヤ
got
ガ
the
ヤしてる
revive
だけ
and
の
then
配
found
信
the
な
other
の
two who were quite
昔
low.
の配
Winnable
信しか
chance
して
still
ないの
with 12 seconds remaining. Gets the revive. 3 health points for Shepard in 2
うわ
versus 2.
めっちゃでもダメ
Red
ージ
time we
が
go. 6
ダメ
seconds
ージ
remaining.
が
Bots
さ
and dots. Double
バー
stack
ダ
on
スプ
towards
ロが
bar.
き
Could they
ついよ
potentially line up? No,
お
they will both pick up a
ー
kill. And W7M pick up the opening round of Cafe.
And VP with such a good opportunity in the prior
な
round
ん
off the
だろう
back
ね
of the
パソ
opening
コンが
kill,
落
which
ちちゃ
was
ったとかなのかな
essentially gifted on a silver platter and freed up control over
あフェー
towards
ズ負け
Lounge.
たよびっくりし
They're
た
now unable to convert
絶対勝つと
that
思ってたか
advantage
ら
off the back of
さ
good aggression over towards red, evened out the
Please
man count,
stay
just started to
with
stall
me.
things out a little bit. And VP experimented with a couple of ideas in that round, but nothing
いや
quite
ー
sticking.
どうなるのやら
Yeah, they couldn't really get any pressure on the white stairs side of the map. No rappel game outside on terrace,
本当だ
and
ね
a lot of it was
全
quite
く
one-dimensional. This really hurts them though, because you're up
全くだ
5-4 at this position. If Dots is unable to get
You
anything
guys
on that
are
red stairs flank, maybe they got a far better
配
chance in
信
the
自体
round,
は
even
終
though
わっては
eventually
ない
always does get a freebie. You know, at that point it's a 3v3 with a minute remaining, but they just didn't have control close to sight.
Yeah, essentially 2 uncontested picks for VP in that round, and then still not being able to translate that. And W7M will continue to be fired up on this stage, and VP aren't matching that energy.
And that's the issue with them starting defense, is they can carry all that momentum from Labs. Now build on Cafe defense to begin, get the rounds ticking. And it just puts VP in a very perilous position. We go to Kitchen here for the second round.
感じで配信してるんや
All the pressure, certainly with
うわ
Virtus
いい
Pro,
ドロー
W7M carrying so much
あん
momentum
なと
from
こ
that
乗せら
opening
れるん
map,
だ
able to offset the opening
いいドロー
depth
で
as
す
well, take the opening round. Everything is just going their way here in the semi-final.
Maestro in play for Volks off the back of his 3K in the prior round. We haven't seen a ton of Maestro here at the event. This will only be the 17th occasion that it will be played, which is rather low. But a very effective operator on this objective in stalling out time, can also be a valuable tool in chipping away at the team's own Goyo utility as well.
マエストロもあるからさガジェット足りな
Again,
くない
looking to be
か
aggressive, put pressure on these entry
フラ
positions,
グで
but it will
壊
be a
せる位
safe
置だったらあれ
entry for
か
VP, despite the fact that we are bottom floor. I will enter top red, clear out bar. Quick drop though from Dan over towards Reading. At the
うわ
moment,
どこ
W7M very much just holding that bottom floor all around.
いやあれはさバルカメわからん絶対いけないとわからんわあれは
with the skeleton key to open up the floorboards.
あ始まったっぽいよまた
Through the gridlock, you've got the Nomad as well with the air jab, so you can deny a lot of these flanking potential opportunities while you get to work on the second floor in opening up the floorboards.
Yeah, absolutely. Really like the positive intent from VP in this round. We're at the midpoint, they have full control top floor. They're establishing vert. Now an attempt to open up for his hatch. Has been thwarted off the back of the 2-barrel Zoto canisters. That will stall out a little bit of time. It is Dots from VIP playing this long angle, and I suspect he will look to hold this position. Inevitably, the hatch will be opened up, and then Dots will be required to help stall out that push and collect VP as they look to jump meanwhile on the vert.
すり抜けてた
Yeah, almost an opportunity, always wasn't quite ready for it though. His, of course, job is to just open up the floorboards with the skeleton key, not so much find the kill straight away. 60 seconds left in this round, still 5 versus 5 as VP trying to just see if they can find a pick from above. No more Zoto canisters remaining from Dots. He does have a Nitro cell, none for Lobin, so only the one Nitro remaining in the round. Still got the Capital that can certainly clear out some of these positions. Vulcan canisters have been popped, dissipating towards Freezer. Haven't even cleared out VIP though. So much for VP to still do in this round, so little time.
I don't know if the Go is going to have massive impact, but keep in mind the Maestro most certainly could. Bob situated over towards Bakery, so unless there's a split attack from VP, he will unlikely to be dealt with. So 25 seconds on the clock, VP will go direct.
Double stack on the bar side as well, in towards Freezer already for Shepard. He does have the diffuser, looking to see if they can get An early position for a plant. Smokes will go out, no response, no nitrocell coming their way. They've both been expended. Maestro Camp looking to deny the smokes are up, obscuring the vision, but he's still able to find the chance. To Shepard. Eventually the cam has been done with 3 seconds left. Castazo, no chance to stick it. Maestro in the end was the deciding factor. W7M will take a 2-round lead to begin on Cafe. Strong defense on Kitchen. Again, just little options for them. So late in the round, they had not done enough.
Was it oversight from VP not dealing with the Maestro cameras? Was it a lack of utility? I think last I checked, they still had a couple of frag grenades that could have potentially been used, but nonetheless, a big difference maker in that round. The Maestro feeding information to the rest of the team rather uncontested from that double door position. And the Smoke Babes as well, having a lot of value. The Goyo not necessarily needed in the end. Here is a look back at that play. Shepard getting taken down and the kill confirmed. This position again from Dash, phenomenal in holding that cross. He's completely uncontested. VP full stack freezer. That's not the way to win the round.
They are chilling right now. W7M not feeling any kind of pressure right now from Virtus Pro. There has been a response though in terms of operator selection. The Bravo, really good operator in trying to deal with those Maestro cams, so they're trying to at least now bring a sense of counter ability to the Maestro, which is actually going to be used once again here in the third round. Now again, pretty defensive side map, it is Cafe, so expectations for W7 to get rounds on the board, not surprising. Get a reading in Fireplace for the third round, but Virtus Pro need to get attacking rounds at some point. Can it be here?
Let's wait and see.
But the concerning thing as well is W7M have already won 2 rounds. Logan hasn't even found a kill yet. It was 13-3 on Labs. Super aggressive, speaking of Logan, towards Lounge. Could he find that opening kill? On the other side of the window, still barricaded. He just holds his position, doesn't want to give his life away. Okay, that feels like it could have gone either way at any moment. Dan will happily take the opening kill. Lopen still without a kill, 3 rounds through. Can Virtus Pro look to at least capitalize on this advantage that they've been able to establish?
Well, it was Loban to fall in round number 1, and VP still found it difficult to translate that into a round victory. Let's see if they can consolidate this time around. You mentioned the Brava, and that clutch drone is going to work from Dan in dealing with various pieces of utility, most notably the Banshees, and so the crowd control ability from defense now has been hindered a little bit, as well as projecting where that attack may be coming from, especially late round. That can be a really powerful tool for W7M. In the meantime as well, Dota's as well down to 5 HP, so keep that in mind. The attack finding themselves in quite a good position, but W7M time and time again can find round-winning plays, so if you're a VP fan, still hold your breath.
Dash able to get away through White Stairs on the exit. Dots actually gets rid of Shepard, who struggling a little bit himself now on Cafe, despite a tremendous performance on Labs. Dots all the way outside. Good measure, good teamwork from W7M. And they can consolidate now towards the site. Sure, Dota's very low on health, but VP have not been able to get any real control on that second floor. Everyone's still on top. And I think they're very much expecting more flank potential here from W7M. Track stingers go out from Always. The one issue for VP certainly could be that time factor. There is a nitrocell still available from Volts. If he gets himself a good position, he can deny any kind of default plant towards reading. So his life certainly a very valuable one right now for W7M's Pasha. Sits outside of Terrace, tries to push in towards Pillar. Does he get an opportunity against Volts, who does have that nitrocell? Dash making his way over towards there. Plan coming through right now from Pasha, looking to try and stick this Volts too far away with the nitrocell. So not in a position to deny, but in a position to get the kill. Trade very swiftly though up above from Always into the post plant. Dan, big kill onto Volk, stops him over towards Pillar. And suddenly a really solid opportunity for Virtus Pro to claim an attacking round. Darts looking for the retake. He will fall suddenly down to just Dash in a 1v3 in the post plant. Surely this is the moment that Virtus Pro find a win. It feels like it's been forever since they've been able to get around in this semi-final, but this could be the very round that kickstarts a bit of momentum for them. Dash towards White Stairs, on ADSs, unable to find the kills. Pro and Ghost joystick.
やられてもいいからセット取る前にやれてたらまたちょっと未来変わってたよね。
Hey guys, I mean, the biggest difference for VP that round is they got the opening pick, they kept the speed, and they were able to get the execute down. So far, W7M has been beating them when it comes down to the utility. If Virtus Pro wants a chance at coming back into this best of 3, they need to make sure that they're managing their time. They need that first pick. If it doesn't come in the early game, they will surely lose the round. If they can get at least one of the next 3 rounds and get at least 2 attacks, then they'll be in good shape going on to defense, and I think they'll win the game.
Well, I mean, he's very much on the money there. I think finding a second attacking round is just all that is probably required for Virtus Pro to set them up nicely going into the second half. The one on the board now does relieve that pressure valve a little bit.
And VP finally starting to fire up. Interesting as well, Fox noting utility there, which has been pretty well played by W7M over the course of this series so far. There was a rare instance there where the Nitro was on the opposing side of the map. Players not in a position to deny. It did look a little bit sloppy from W7M in the prior round, and VP were able to capitalize. So it just breathed some life back into the map. Just one more attack is more than enough of a platform for VP to launch themselves to a map victory here, provided their defense is good enough, which the expectation is it will. So let's see how this 4th round then transpires. Ying back in play. Powerful tool late in the round. Pasha yet to find a pick here on Cafe. And looking back at his numbers so far, he's had a pretty good tournament. Positive so far. Has had some key moments. Cost is perhaps a little bit low, but we'll see if he's able to correct course here.
Well, I like the combination, the IQ and the Brava. A lot of utility that can be acquired over towards top red. Bulletproof camera, yeah, not mine. Bulk cams as well. So for Virtus Pro, they can actually set themselves up very nicely to eventually then attack into a round such as this by getting rid of the utility that actually was talking about the call in. They do lose joystick. Loban finally on the board. Good kill over towards Pixel. Solidifies his position with a backwards Kiba barrier. Opening kill for W7M, despite the fact that we're seeing VP deal with a lot of that utility through the Clutch drones all Dan. W7M now with the man count.
Well, Dan can hack information, but he can't do much in the face of those Kiba barriers without explosives. And I think that's where the shortcoming for VP may be in this round. Last time out, Loban died for free without having to clear that utility. This time around, though, it's going to be a real challenge for Virtus Pro. They may need to change their point of attack. Oh, Dots is inside the shop. I didn't even realize prone at the moment. This could all but confirm the round if he gets droned. I think he was.
I don't know. I think that might have got stopped by the mute jammer before even having a chance to spot Dots. We'll see. 4v4 with Dan finding the kill onto Dodes. Dots is still in a very big power play position. If he has not been droned, he should be good at least for one. No one looking to clear him out. At least no hesitance right now for VP. Although Dan, talk about timing. Just as Dots stands up, shows his position. Dan was looking in the right place at the right time, and now VP able to just flip the switch a little bit in the 4th round, giving themselves a prime opportunity to find that oh so important second attacking round. Kendala's now going through for Pasha.
Loban's in such a good position currently, but the diffuser already deep from Dan. He's been able to sneak through bar.
No nitro cells, couple of impacts available, but Dan will not be denied. The plant will be successful. Claymore as well from Shepard. And Loban, though, now makes his arrival with one onto Pasha. Needs to get a couple of more and very quickly as well. Deep inside a bar is Dan. He's got a little bit of help from the skylight. In fact, both now outside of the building. Loban in a 1v2, but with little time, low on health, and having to clear up above surely should be too much. In fact, Shepard has made his way back in. Loban looking to stick, and Shepard should be able to find this kill. Will do so with ease for Virtus Pro. There is that second attacking round. A long way to go, but such a needed round for VP to tie the score 2-2. Looking a little bit better here on Cafe.
Certainly some defining moments in that last round for both teams. And I certainly feared that VP would struggle to get control of Lounge and flushing out the Azami. Ultimately, though, it wasn't actually needed. After some good drone work over through shop, dropping Dots, it then freed that pathway, that freeway in towards the objective itself. Plan could go down. Couple of desperate plays then from W7M. They know if that plant goes down, the chances of the retake with Skylight control are almost 0.
Yeah.
And so they tried their best, but it
徹
wasn't
夜という
enough.
かもう
So back down to kitchen we
反
go
対
in
に
the
なっ
fifth
ている
round.
のでこっち
W7
が
have
ルミン
somewhat
の
forfeited
表
the
です
momentum now over Virtus Pro, being able to win
これ
2
がルミンの
attacking
表
rounds in a row, sets them up very, very nicely from here on out.
これが昼間で今ちょっと夜ぐらい
W7M certainly don't want to get into a scrap fight. They need these defensive
今日だっ
rounds,
て
build
昼寝
that
して
buffer,
昼寝
get the
夜寝
4-2
して起きた
scoreline that
の
Fox was
8 時
talking
から
about,
見
the
て
call-in.
12時半ぐらいに見たから
At this point, that's all they can kind of at
12
least
時ぐ
hope
らいに見
for,
たか
even
ら
though
ね
that's not super ideal. VP,
ほらほら
two
6時
chances now,
半し
two
か
free
6時
swings to
間
see
ぐ
if
ら
they
いし
can
か起きてないん
extend
だよ今日
the attacking
でももう
advantage.
眠いから
3, maybe 4 rounds, and that maybe be
あ
enough.
今日で9連休終わりなの明
They've
日
been
ま
starting
で
to
な
get
い
going
の
though. After a slow start, now has 3 kills and somewhat top fragging a little bit for W7M. Continuing to play this lounge position. Now onto the Mozzie. The blitz employed though for Virtus Pro might just suggest they could go for a bakery here.
Was banned out back on Labs, so we'll see how impactful it will be here on map number 2. Opening Lounge loves this position. Nitro
一番見たいと
pre-ripped.
ころじゃん
If he's able to find the blitz from here, it would be a defining moment in the round.
Well, thrown out, very high
お
up.
ーちょっと行き過ぎたちょっとアッ
That's
プ
a
だ
strong
でも
arm.
アップだ
It's gone over
結構い
everybody.
たよあそこ3人ぐらいワンチャン飛んだよね
And only one Nitro remaining. Todes does deal with the blitz though. Shepard, how does he lose his life that easily on the blitz? Elected to try and push in towards Bakery. Good shot. Diffuser in a bad spot. The air jab displaces Todes, but he's able to still survive. Keep a barrier out. Knows there's one on the rappel. Looking for that
今日
headshot
は
angle.
ホラーゲーやって
Oh,
た
and he does find it, but it's on
ホ
the
ラーゲー
almost
ム
in
やって
a
たからね
second.
ホラーゲームやってるなーって
Todes cooking
電
inside
脳ゼロだ
Bakery.
ウェルカ
And
ム
VP
いらっし
might just
ゃい
have to surrender this
こち
round.
らがね
Down
ゲ
three
ームさん
players,
の配
lost
信
the
となっ
blitz
ておりま
far
す
too
皆様ぜ
easily.
ひ遊びに行って
Dodes
ね
with a lovely solo moment
Let's go.
towards Bakery. He was the one
See you
that
for
essentially won
following,
this round for
arigato.
W7M. Dots just putting in the finishing.
ありがたや
And Dan,
あ
at this
りが
point, you
た
may
や
as well take an
いつ
impromptu
もレイ
timeout.
ドあ
You've
り
got
が
a
と
minute,
う
no
ござ
point,
います
1v5,
本
sit
当
back,
にあ
talk
り
things
が
over
とう
with your team.
ルミンも恩返しし
Could
たい
obviously go for the heroic play.
ルミンも恩返しレイドしたいです
But a wonderful round from Dodes towards Bake. The real issue though is how did Shepard die so easily, so freely?
あ、大会見た
Where's
終わ
one?
った
Knows, of course, that there are a couple towards Bake and Small
シージ
Bake.
はでも明日で終わりだ
Oh, one tap headshot.
She's
Okay, no
last.
timeouts required. Says Danny 7-3. He's cooking. Almost maybe found another one. Keep a barrier in the way. 35 seconds though. If he actually wants to win the round, needs to push into Bakery, collect the diffuser, and continue to try and find these kills swiftly.
うわ
Do
ー
it. Was always unlikely. W7M retake
あ
the
り
lead.
がとう今日はお眠
Yeah,
み
things looking a little bit messy in the prior round there from VP. I think they
Well,
were
the
trying to
chopper
stall
still
out a
getting
little bit of
even.
time for the Capital to come across over
一日
towards
が
that
なんか
bus window and
この
help
さ
facilitate
昼夜が
that
苦戦し
flush.
てるとさ
But
なん
both
か
players
2
on the
日
double
間
door
ぐらい
getting
進んでるんだよ
caught
ね
out, outgunned.
なんか1日ごとに日付が進んでなくてなんか
Slows down the tempo a
気
little
づい
bit
た
for
ら
VP.
2日後なの
They're on a bit of a high over the last few
怖い
rounds.
時の流れが
But things
怖い
now
です
settle. I'll be a little bit grounded as we head over to mining for the final round of the half.
Yeah, intriguing side choice here for W7M, looking to
さ
maybe
あ
throw a spanner in the
2、
works.
3
We'll go
か
back to
もう
Dodes, see if we
1
can
個
get
取
his
りたいよ
POV
ね
in the
もう
earlier
1
start. You can see
個
how
W7M
Shepard
とし
just
て
that
は
little change
取れた
up,
ら
looking towards prep. Gave Dodes the angle needed to get that kill onto to the blitz, and once that blitz goes down, it
そうあ
becomes
と
so much more
1日
difficult
で
to
す
dislodge
今
Dodes.
日
He's
と
able to
あと
avoid the
1
Captain
回
Tower as well.
もう終わっちゃ
Does an incredible job.
早
It's not an
い
easy position
終
to
わっ
play.
ちゃうよ
If Shepard takes him out, they get the opening
レネ
kill,
ス
clear
さん
out
の
Bakery.
ミラーは
That's
ま
an
だ
incredibly
あも
different
う終わ
round
っちゃっ
that
たん
plays
だよ
out.
ねまだある
Doesn't happen though.
終わっちゃった
W7M go to 3-2. Can they make it 4 defensive rounds? That really does feel like the pass mark, the requirement for them here on Cafe. What are they cooking up now with mining selected as the final round of this half?
Mining always a bit more of an experimental site for the
Wow.
defense, and there's a couple of options that can
camera.
be employed.
ああいうカメラを
Typically,
こ
we
そっ
do
と
see
仕
an
込めるとこ
extension
ろカメラ
above.
結構
The
多い気
extent to which
がする
depends
な
on the team.
見えないとこ
Some
ろが結
defensive
構あ
units
る
electing to play as far back
impact.
as Cocktail and with the mirror available, that's probably the expectation here for W7.
今回のメジャーでカフェの攻撃
Again,
数
the
が
Bravo will be played, and these clutch trades from Dan, to be fair, I was going to say have been rather effective. Unfortunately, that one gets called out by the mid jammer in dealing with quite a bit of the utility presented from W7M, not to be at least for the first.
I like the hold right now for W7M. Aggression from the mute towards shop, trying to deny that top red control, the shop control, which does then give that presence up above mining.
またいるんだけど。
Got Dodez towards Cocktail. So a lot of this map being controlled right now for W7M.
Well, Dash is playing prone inside of shop again. It looks like he's bounced up. That's a risk to take. It's a double stack. And wow, Dots gets caught. At least took one with him. So joystick on the ground, and it means that no more logic bombs will be in play for the remainder of this one.
Yeah, pretty decent 1-for-1. I would say that's pretty even. You lose the Warden, but you lose the Dockerbeat. And another 1-for-1. Keeps things even. Deep. Halfway through this round, Dash to fall back, now play Bar with Dodez. So double stack Bar while Vobs is the only one in the site. So you've only got one on second floor until Dash is reading. What a strike from Dan. What a match that he is having. 9-4 now. Super impactful for Virtus.pro. Looking to find this third attacking round, which could be so incredibly important. Still so much time in the round as well. Vobs and Dash.
19日まで。けど月曜から仕事がある。
あら。
頑張る。
そうだよね。みんな仕事あるもんね。
Oh, that could have been oh so big in terms of a Nitro Cell from Vobs. With three players, all three players stacked above, and yet he doesn't find a single kill. Need to start making their way down VP as a team. All three players play off each other, clear out these last two players. This must be a winnable round for them.
They know Vobs is over towards Pillar. They can isolate this position with 30 on the clock. It's all about finding Dash in Fireplace.
Dash playing behind the bomb chassis. Time though dwindling. Not a lot of info right now for Virtus.pro, hoping that maybe the Bees can give information over. At least Shepard, what a shot! Didn't really get much of a chance. Suddenly down to Vobs, looking to deny the play. Can't do it. Much better from Virtus.pro here on Cafe. 3 attacking rounds. Might be enough as we switch sides at 3-3.
Yep, 3-3. Great scoreline for VP. And I think the way in which they approached the map certainly looked a little bit more positive than Nighthaven Labs. And they looked far more comfortable. I think defensively they could be quite a challenge to take down. We mentioned Dan as well. Heading into this match, ironically, the lowest rated player for Virtus.pro. Now again, he does typically play slightly more supportive roles, but still, he's been good so far. Gaining a lot of info on the Bravo, but also with gun in hand, he's looked strong. Back in that prior round, just a couple of interesting moments. I mean, Dodez there getting caught, one of them. And unfortunately, 3 versus 2, not a whole lot the remaining 2 could do. VP were very disciplined and did a good job in isolating those final players. Had a good read, the Grim was useful.
相談ですね。眠気との相談ですね。
Sets us up nicely now heading into the second half at a 3-3 scoreline. The most defender side of map of the major so far. VP now go defense, their map pick. Everything is suggesting in terms of the storyline book. The scriptwriter is saying VP from here should be able to send us to the deciding map of Chalet. So it's up to W7M, the onus now on them to try and subvert expectations. And do it on the attack in the second half to try and see if they can get into the grand final. It's going to take their best. Their best was great though on Labs, and we'll see if they can bring that form here into their own attacking half of Cafe and see what they can do.
Amaru in the hands of Vobs. 56.7% win rate so far.
Guys, there is 5 Nitro Cells for Virtus.pro. They have 5 Nitro Cells in this 7th round.
Vobs is having a little chat. Not even looking at his monitor.
It's just chilling out in freezer.
Obviously coordinating the push.
Here we go. Off the back of the EE1D. No, he doesn't go just yet. The grappling hook. This is going to be fast. Now he looks to try and head into the hatch, but immediately watching it. Joystick's ready for this one. Good swing from Dodez to retake towards Train. He's got a good sideline now through the side. Dash can make his way in. Dashingly sticks the plant down inside a fireplace. You've got so many Nitro Cells, but they've been able to push him off. And then there it is. There's the Nitro. They've got more in pocket if they need them. W7M losing players. Shotgun from Loban, pretty good towards White Stairs. Now the pistol comes out. Can he find a one-tap headshot? No, Shepard with a better primary weapon.
ゴリ押しすぎ
And
た
only Dodes left on the
ここの
Twitch
列
and
車がね
1v3.
もうちょっと
Yeah,
早
let's
く
finish this one off.
アマル
Really
が
solid
行くタイミン
defense
グで
from
行けた
Virtus
ら
Pro.
でかかったんだけどちょっとずれちゃったね
Take that one out of the scrapbook.
BDS will take them all
Bit
い
of
や
desperation
そうよ
from
フェイズ
W7M
に
in
勝
that
った
prior
ん
round.
だ
I
か
say
らもう
desperation, but
BDS でしょって
it
思
was a
うな
well calculated attempt. Unfortunately, they just lost the
Looking
blitz so
good,
early.
Virtus Pro making
And that
me
tool can be really
proud.
good in disrupting the
いや
back
ー
line,
勝つか
applying
もね
pressure,
いや
trying to take the
このマッ
nitros out of
プ
play.
3マップ目まで行きそうだよ
With that,
ね
yeah, W7M forced the play. They kind of had to. They had no backup option and fell short.
I mean, as soon as you lose that blitz in the initial onslaught, it really does affect the rest of the play. There's the point of view from Joystick, an absolute
いけなかったんだ
freebie
ブリッツがやられちゃっ
and you
たから
have
い
to
け
just
なかったん
wonder,
だ
surely they were more prepared. Did they not drone out Crane? He didn't look ready for that player to be in that position, and in the end, it was actually rather easy and comfortable for Virtus Pro, despite the frenetic pace that was set by W7M. It just doesn't work maybe as well here on Cafe as it could on Labs. 4-3, VP take the lead.
まだです
Starting to get that sense of feeling that maybe all 3 maps could be required for this second semi-final.
The Deimos then to be brought out round 8. Very powerful operator on this objective with a lot of vert in play, and typically teams want to help or need help clearing the map, and so those death marks can be incredibly useful.
一緒泣いてるわじゃん私多分
A good round
目
from
薬の
Joystick
回
then.
数泣いてるからめっち
Back
ゃ
on
強いな
round 7, initial spawn peek attempt here, but relocates over to Bakery. Anchor position that can at times be a challenge to clear, and no Capital, no Grim, for instance, for W7M. Again, likely to be reliant on the blitz in attacking that back line and helping to flush out
え
positions.
運動会で流れたんだ
The lineup to suggest it will be top down with, again, double vert.
I love the yokai though inside of Bakery, that if we see Dots on the blitz try and make his way in to clear out
違う
Joystick's position, that yokai can be enough to offset the blitz, find an easy kill, and deny that avenue of attack for W7M. Dodas, top white.
聞いたことある
Some top floor control, at least for
なんて言う
W7M.
でも
White
歌
stairs,
なのか
cocktail
わかん
taken.
ない
Everyone else pretty
歌
much to the
詞はそ
exterior.
こしかわかんないけど歌
Dodas is
歌え
continuing
る
to
け
just
ど
clear his
な
way
んてい
down
う
White
曲
stairs.
なの
Inside
こ
of
れは
VIP right now is Dan. Thanks to frag grenade off the wall to deal with the deployable shield. Does so successfully. Vodka canister also gets
マヨ
popped.
さん
Very efficient frag grenade there.
トゥモロー
So vert in play then uncontested by the defense. And we'll see what W7M eventually look to shape up for. They do have options available. It doesn't necessarily have to be a freezer drop into a default kit. But Bakery at this point in time has been bolstered by Virtus Pro. In the meantime, Loba to come across and the Tyros trick onto the hatch should be able to open this up, provided he has positioned those correctly, and I believe he has. In clearing the Electro Claw, it's a success. 4 to follow. Hatch will be opened up. So we're probably going to go back to Dan here. He's going to be a key part.
Well, you got Dots on the blitz, but going into the Warden of Dan, if he's ready with the glasses, he could be able to deal with the blitz. They've got the Deimos as well. Dots makes his way in. Dan doing his best to try and fall back. Pulls the pistol out. Nicely played from Dots. 2 kills found though on site for VP. So even though VIP has been taken, again more trade. Shepard though trading 2. Another 1-3 in the round for Shepard.
マジかよマジか嘘でしょ W7M
Tremendous from
嘘
Shepard
で
towards
しょ
Bar to find 4 kills to win the round for Virtus Pro. Despite the success of the blitz of Dots and W7M were doing a decent job towards that VIP section of the map. Does not matter.
そり
They
ゃ
could not push through
TS も
Shepard.
10年前
Tactical
になるわ
timeout
な
taken for W7M as they're on the verge of losing this second map
ビューティフォルシ
and
ョッ
heading
ト
to
だった
Chalet.
ねさすがにタイムアウト取りますわ
Fans very much getting behind Virtus Pro, wanting to see Chalet. They're up 5-3. They've won 5 of the last 6 rounds. Truly looking dominant here on Cafe.
今日が辛いですお出かけ行くんです
Good
お
round
出
from
かけに行
Shepard.
かなければい
And it's
け
been
な
a
いんで
good
す
afternoon so far from him, praising his
You
performance
are
back
cheering
on
for
Labs, top performing
W7M,
player for
right?
VP
Yes.
on what was a bit of a
死神
disastrous
かな
opening map. Currently here,
私やっぱ死神
8
なの
rounds
か
into
な
the second, and Shepard
死
top
神ルミ
fragging
ン
the
なのかな
first player to hit double digits.
一回寝てからね寝てからお出かけ行く
Well, actually, the opening 2 kills of the round went the way of W7M. The trades were swift, though. Imminent. Almost instantaneous. And Shepard was the difference maker over towards Bar. 4 kills to close out. You can see what it means for Virtus.pro after a disaster on Labs. They've been able to work their way back into form on Cafe. Up 5-3, 2 rounds away. Trying to send this one to Chalet. Have W7M got anything coming out of the tactical timeout to try and change the course of this match? Because it's all heading in one direction towards VP winning this out.
All eyes then again on this comp from W7M. They dropped the Amaru, but there's still tools that are quite powerful in employing an aggressive playstyle and flushing out positions with the Ying and the Capital. Loban as well, with those logic bombs, can relay information to the remainder of the team. Doesn't necessarily mean it will be dumped on site itself, but could also be employed up above for the map clear. Initially though, a bit of aggression on the rappel. One mirror window dealt with. For W7M, it's about trying to dig deep here on Cafe. VP outmatching them at the moment. But Shepard, 10 kills so far on the smoke white stairs. Aggro. Looking for a pick. Doda is giving him absolutely nothing though for free. It's a bit of a stand-up at the moment. Gasbabe in response.
でもなんかね、セット決めたいんだよ、多分 W7M は。
has been working 5 of the last 8 rounds that actually got the opening kills, but 3 of those have not been converted into round wins. So they're starting well, getting picks, opening up the then unable to follow it up. Dan almost losing his life in backstall. And would be rough to lose the ball at this point into the round. Almost yet another opening kill for W7M.
Did you get to make
the Nitrocell goal for the background from Pasha. Struggling to get involved so far in the semi-final. 2-6 here on Cafe. Overall, it's actually 6-15. Dodes does find the opening kill onto Always. Yet another one for W7M. So strong in this statistic as Shepard quickly evens it up. Keeps it at that 4 versus 4 now, and he has just been so sensational in this series. 19-11 overall. Big swing, dots involved. Quick 2 for W7M. Picking up the pace as the edge up though does just keep joystick outside of the map for a little bit longer. He'll make his way back in safely though towards bot white. Oh, Shepard clean again. But Doda shuts him down and leaves it all up to joystick. And Doda holds down white stairs. Super fast-paced round for W7M, catching Virtus.pro off guard by 4. It just puts the pressure back on. Really good response from W7M coming out of the tactical timeout. Super clean round. Keeps the scoreboard close.
Yeah, a little bit more unorthodox there from W7M on the top floor clear. Good pressure white corridor.
That really helped unlock a lot of those key
positions, like the washrooms rotate and the pixel hold. Not much in the way of a response from VP defensively, and then with joystick going on a vacation outside, his position was known and the retake was pretty much impossible at that point onwards. Here in the 4 versus 4, definitive moment right here from Volks. Connected with Dots, good pinch onto that particular position. VP thrown into chaos. Joystick caught. Good from W7M. As we prepare then for round number 10.
No timer is making
Who
me
can
nervous.
get to match point or map point first? VP, they elect to go across to mining. And we'll see if they can formulate a response here.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of mining actually. Of course, we saw it at the close of the opening half was unsuccessful for W7M, but it was then chosen to start the half and successfully defended by VP. They go back for the second time in this half. 5-4. W7M would put an immense amount of pressure onto Virtus.pro if they can tie up this scoreboard and get themselves oh so close to the grand final. Again, dominating in the early portions of these rounds. 5 of the last 6 opening kills have gone the way of W7M. It is a stat that VP must look to try and turn around. It's far too much of an advantage in the long run to expect to continue to find results being down players too often in the early portions of these rounds. And someone like Pasha really needs to try and find some form here in the semi-final. We know that he can turn it around statistically very quickly. 2 and 7.
警戒するの
Didn't have much impact either on
飛び出され
Labs.
たらね
Must find a way to lock in, get a
飛び
few
出
big
されて
kills,
なく
get
ても
some
警戒はし
hyper
てるんだよ
momentum for even just him individually.
怖い
Good
です
drone work here from Volbs
ど
to
の
find
タイ
some
ミングで来る
information
かわかんないから
towards backstore. W7M playing quite calculated, changing up their pacing as they changed it up. In the last round to go faster, this round they go a little bit slower.
Wow.
Ooh, lounge control, but it's a bit precarious for W7M. Long line of sight over towards Cocktail, although that position vacated. It's just partial on third floor, but he drops down to the second, and so that means that W7M have a little bit more freedom up above.
Yeah, forfeited right now. VP, no one playing top floor anymore, not even holding Cocktail at this point, despite the fact that for W7M, they haven't really pushed all the way across. This is classic VP. Try to fall back, play the site, let that time dwindle down, force W7M to hit site with little time remaining. Then that means the margin for error much slimmer. Pasha reading big position, big power position. Nothing's going Pasha's way. Another pick early for W7M.
Yeah, he was watching that for so long as well.
なかなかスレッ
Frustrating
チ
for
で突き
Pasha.
下げするのも
45 seconds
もう
then
全
on the
然見て
clock.
ないな
It may well come down to the likes of Joystick in mining to try and put down a
なか
final
なか
stand.
Shepard down below with a nitro cell. Could that be a factor that
ここ2枚
determines
閉まってる
this
から
round? Late 30 seconds now. Dota still washroom, still so much top floor right now for W7M, considering the time remaining.
Not a ton of time, and the pressure now beginning to build for W7M. Diffuser in the hands of Dots, but it's Joystick. He falls. No final stand. 15 seconds and the drop to follow.
Shepard still has that nitro cell right now. It feels like they just need to
ちょ
deny
っ
the
と
plan.
強引すぎないちょっと強引すぎないか
And suddenly the kit not even in the hands of W7M. He's changed the course of this round. Can
い
he
や
Dan has gone absolutely nuts inside of the site.
も
12 and 6. No time
もっ
remaining.
たいないぞ
Dan is
嘘でしょ
Virtus Pro have acquired map point here on Cafe. Dan is putting in an all-time effort to transcend us to Chalet.
まさかあそこで2人降りてくと3人全部降りたもん
Certainly not the worst of reads there from W7M after finding Joystick in train, but dining
マッチ
left
ポイント
unchecked.
か
High degree of difficulty there for Dan with the SMG to land blow after blow, but remained composed under an immense amount of pressure. A testament to his experience, and with that, it's map point for VP.
I mean, 6 of 7 rounds in terms of the opening kills for W7M, and they've failed to convert all of those rounds. It is quite staggering. The fact that once again they got the kill on Pasha. It's a 5v3 at this point. They're just dropping hatch, ready to try and overload the site. Dan has just got a great position. No one was even trying to contest him. They were just worrying about trying to drop the hatch, push out, get control towards site, focus towards mining. And inside a fireplace, Dan was ready and waiting. 6-4 lead for Virtus Pro. 2 opportunities now to close out Cafe and send us to a deciding map of Chalet for this semi-final. Shepard 12-5. He has been the absolute standout for Virtus Pro in this series. Overall now 21 and 12 plus 9 KD. He's the only player that is actually positive for VP across the 2 maps.
Is there a third map brewing then between these two? It's felt like there's been a distinct lack of 3 mappers here at the Montreal Major final phase. The only series thus far to go to a third. BDS and Team Secret back in the quarters.
And no one expected that one probably to be the one. This one certainly does deserve a third map though. Virtus Pro's fight back after a very disappointing Labs has been impressive on Cafe.
絶対寒いと思う
Some really crucial moments, some real round winners from him on Cafe. 12-6 now. He and Shepard have been the difference makers for Virtus Pro. Who can now be the difference maker for W7M? To try and find these next 2 rounds and send it to overtime. Subvert our expectations as to how we think this match is going to finish. Default taken out. W7M now trying to just really extend this map control. Top floor, middle floor. Put the pressure up above. As VP have very much now consolidated towards first floor only. Hey, playing bakery, playing site, playing bar. Really good horizontal defense right now from VP. VIP again for Dan on the Warden. Big power position. Codes though in towards Pillar. Does he look to try and make his way down brown stairs and look to contest bar?
Unless we see a big pivot from W7M, it's likely to come down to that duel between Dots and Dan again through VIP. The blitz into the Warden. We did see that fight spill out a little bit over towards Whiskey last time out. But I think that might be the instigator. With 60 seconds on the clock, Harsha though in a rat position. Could that be the X factor that VP on defense need to get this one across the line?
There's too much focus on Freezer. Still no pressure towards Bakery. Joystick always sitting very pretty there. They'll be able to then come back in towards site, help out on any kind of post blank. Dan towards VIP. Opening kill onto Loba. They're just trying to stick the plant deep inside a service. Will Dots get denied? This plant might be successful. And if it is, they can get the Yokai. Huge burst denies Dots the ability to get the plant down. Double kill for Dodes though. And Dots will go once again. Joystick, but shut down by Volps, and suddenly always in Shepard to be the heroes now. The kit's in a bad spot for W7M, and the time is certainly a factor. Easy always. Dash and Dodes towards Bar, and they'll make their march together. Always in the 1v2. Deep into red time. Dodes and Dash together.
Yaba! 今のはえぐいな。マジか。うわー、ナイスクラッチすぎる。ということで、2マップ目を取ったのはバータスプロです。グッドハー。いや、今のはえぐい。今のはえぐいわ。今のはえぐいな。wow.
Their response on Cafe was required. It was energetic, and it has set us up for a grandstand finish in this semi-final. Chalet to come. Before that, though, back over to the desk.
Thank you, boys. Yes, indeed, we are going the distance. The first time since one quarterfinal. This is only the second time. We needed this. We did this. Yeah, and honestly, they've performed exactly what we needed them to do, right? W7M even pushed them.
I mean, the biggest thing for me, for VP, that you could just watch throughout this match, they absolutely 110% trusted one another. Their team play, their coordination, just going off these refrags one after another, not letting W7M walk away with a lead in terms of the overall progression throughout the rounds. I mean, they trusted one another, and that's exactly what they needed to bring this back and to now push this into a map 3.
And I think when it started out, when the map started out, Virtus Pro looked a little down, looked a little slow to adapt, so it was nice to see them bounce back, and getting that split, getting those rounds back is what put them obviously in the driver's seat once they got the defense. I had a little call and I said all they need is just 2 rounds. They got more than that, and so obviously they were very comfortable managing getting those opening kills and not letting W7M run away. After those first 2 rounds, Virtus Pro was here to play. They locked in. They understood, listen, if we don't do anything, we're going to lose this game.
What I will say is many individual plays here. Like lots of multi-kills, a lot of just high-octane action. Do we expect that to move forward in this series?
I want to say it's important to be able to have those X factors, those teammates that can really pop off and carry a game. But again, when you're looking at VP, what I'm talking about, the teamwork was there. Even if a player is getting set up for success, it's more important to just know what is every player doing on that side of the map. How are they working? How are they facilitating of working a flank or just working a pick together? And that's what VP was doing extremely well. So regardless of Dan having a really pop-out performance that we have to acknowledge, because that was massive. Going into this last time, everyone needs to lay everything out on the line or you're ended here.
Yes, I mean, it was a lot of big individual plays, but that was because this was one of the most objective-oriented games of Cafe that we've seen in the tournament so far. It was always the objective first, kill second. Time was always dwindling down, and it was always focused around putting that diffuser down, and it came down to that almost every single round, and that's when the big players, when the time's down, people are stressing on attack, that's when big players come alive, and that was the great game plan that Virtus Pro had. From start to finish on attack, it was always orientated around that diffuser.
Lax, very quickly, what's your takeaway from the first 2 maps as we prepare for Chalet?
I mean, a big bounce back for VP. I mean, going into the unknown, taking those risks that we said that we love that they take. Sure, it didn't work out. Then going back to your home, feeling better on Cafe, finding the core fundamental, what makes this team so structured and so strong. If they can carry that into Chalet, like I said, they need to win it in 2. But seeing this momentum shift from VP and now them trusting themselves, that is such a good thing to be backing pack off of and going into this last map of Chalet.
I think the biggest thing for Virtus Pro was mentality, not letting the first 2 rounds dictate, also being a map down. So now that they have the momentum back, I feel like W7M is a very big momentum team. So I mean, if W7M wants to stay in it, I hope they can keep words of priority, words of wisdom. Yeah. I guess like they should make sure that they're getting their energy still in it going into Chalet, because if you just go into it without the energy, I mean, obviously we know Virtus Pro, they're cold, they're cut, they're mean. They can just do this step by step.
Well, momentum is well and truly in the hands of Virtus Pro. That means nothing when we go to a short break, because on the other side, the determining map of Chalet.
아, 루밍 뭐네. 아, 너 차무 다케다네. 차무 다케. 갑칸 차무 옵니다. What for me? あ、ポケットさんは動いてるよ。アプロさん、グモニー。あはやん。It worked for me. Nice. あとまだ 65%。 ちょっとまだ65ってことは6時間で4時間ぐらいってことがあと2時間ぐらい見ないといけない。大丈夫か？間に合うのか？2時間やるかな。 Not going to make in。 ゲットしたいよね。でもね、欲しいよね、全部ね。明日のスキンがめっちゃ欲しい、私。明日のドロップスキンマジでいい。当たりです。絶対欲しい。キュートスキン。最終マップは3層か。でも今の感じでいくとカフェみたいな建物系がバータスプロが得意って思うと、ナイトヘイブンに近いのは3層だと思うんだよね。ね、うんぴのさスキンめっちゃいいよね。絶対欲しい。あれめっちゃ当たりだと思う。さあ、はい、次皆さんどっちが勝つでしょうか。さあ、どうすこいどうすこい。もうここまで来ると分かんないよな。どっちが勝ってもおかしくない。わ、すごっ。パルスのミカちゃんがパルスの人とかスモークのコスプレイヤーさんとか揃ってる。すごっ。コスプレすごっ。パルスのコスプレすごっ。あ、レトロスキンいるじゃん。ピンクのスキンのやつある。イエーガーか。ピンクスキンいる。本当にピコピコって心拍センサーみたいになるのすごっ。やばっ。本物やんけ。今ちょうどね、新しいやつあげて40秒前にツイートしてるミカちゃんが。メイドさんいるんだけどメイドさんおる。I'm about to catch 起きて起きて wake up hope I can get my points back this time いけるか。どっちあ、どっち1番どっちだった？ 1 番がW7M ね。レトロちゃん言ってるみたいだから、あのピンク、あ、本人がすごー。あのスキンが一番好きだからなるみ。ご本人で。でもイエーガーのピンクいやつもあるんだよね。あれなんか見たことない。いいね。自分が作ったスキンを自分がコスプレするってすごいことだよね。いいなぁ。真っピンク可愛すぎるだろ。I still go through not gaming make it なんだろう、なんで進まんのやろね。ネオタンとタチャンカあね、ツーショット撮ってたね。ナミちゃんドロップス you go walking or not can hit a bit walking yeah on walking active drops ルミンチャンネル Thank you for following ありがとう。そういうことだよね。Groups active。今回は体調を崩すこともなく、喉が死ぬこともなく、ちゃんと見れました。あ、もっかくんのね、見てたよ。レオタンのミラー配信も見てた。さあ、音出してみたかったな。目薬しよう。やっぱり定期的、またあれだ、1時間以内に目薬通知をしてもらわないかな。しみるぜ。目薬を調べぼっと。レモンジュースで目薬で目を覚ましいやどうやってもレモンジュースほんとやばい。目つぶしやばい。もう本当に思い出すとクスクスしちゃう。ほんとダメだって。もうダメなんだって。それもう目つぶしダメだって。もうニヤニヤしちゃうからもうダメなの。レモンジュース in the eye。 そう目つぶし目つぶししちゃう。I got headgear and charm not going with beam。 はい。なんでリロードしたらリロード。一回新しく立ち上げた。
Unbreakable. It's about time the gear matches the operator.
もう一回新しいくしたらどう？ワンチャンそれで動き出すか。変わんない？なんでだろう。
This series is going the distance. That's right, a semi-final heads to a third map to decide whether this will be entirely EU or whether Brazil will have a foot in this game. Cafe was interesting. It was explosive. There were highlights from both teams' lacks, but ultimately VP looked much better.
Again, it came down to them just trusting one another. I mean, this is a great round of it. Just the trades going back and forth and inevitably going in VP's favor here. I mean, they were just doing a good job at maintaining the pressure on top of W7M, not letting them get control, not letting them play the game, and not letting them set the tempo of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a great amount of things to take away from this game. I really love the utility aspect, constantly bringing out the Echo, constantly bringing out the C4s. I think that was the best thing to see, especially from W7M, to see it, and amazing to see Virtus Pro counteract it. They handled the aggression great. Once W7M switched up their tempo, Virtus Pro also switched up their tempo. They picked up the speed a little bit, and then they started going for those executes. And I think Chalet is a little bit harder to focus around executes, but if Virtus Pro can maintain that, I think it might be a similar fashion.
Well, I guess momentum, it swings like a pendulum, right? First, we were with W7M, now we're back with VP. So I go to you here, Fox. What did W7M have to bring on Chalet to disrupt what we just saw on Cafe?
Okay, well, I gotta paint the picture here, because Chalet is a map that Virtus Pro loves to go to. They always do the exact same thing. So everyone at home, you can watch. They do a solar over take every single time. Doesn't matter what the site is, solar over.
Yes,
that's Virtus Pro's bread and butter when it comes to Chalet. And obviously, against Falcons, they almost ended up losing that game. The only reason why they didn't was because they were able to maintain, draw out everything that Falcons had, and they won in the long run. Against W7M, They can't do that. W7M has been better in every single aspect that Falcons wasn't in the gunplay and the strategy. So I don't know. I think if they draw it out, I think W7M actually comes out on top, and that's why I think W7M is going to take this last match.
Well, if I got to go for VP here specifically, I mean, they have played a total of 30 rounds. They won it once, they lost it once. The biggest thing for me is now you've played it, you're going to a third time of playing this. You should be already ready and refining your strats, knowing how you want to attack, knowing how you want to defense, moving any possible puzzle piece around to be able to slot it into the right position at the right time and take advantage of going into this for a third time now, because I don't want to see them let their foot off the gas. The teamwork, the camaraderie, everything needs to be on point here, because your conquest is going to end here if you can't get it done.
It certainly is. The stage is set here in Montreal. It's time to decide who will be meeting BDS in the grand final. Does Xenos enjoy this matchup?
Certainly will, Rob. It's a big finale for the semi-finals to go to the 3 maps. We didn't get in our first one, unfortunately. It was a BDS stomp, but this game right now could be a tantalizing prospect. Chalet for VP and W7M to decide who will play in the grand final tomorrow against BDS. It simply comes down to this single map. Both teams have shown some excellent siege on their respective maps, but now we head to the decider.
それでは皆さん行きましょう。
So far,
バ
haven't
ータス
necessarily been
プロ
close
バー
in
タス
scoreline. It has set us up for a
W7M
third and final that I'm sure is
第
going to
3
be
マップ
an
です。 それ
absolute
では行きましょう。
banger.
Good
I cannot wait
luck,
to see who
have
takes it out.
fun, go go!
Alrighty, no more waiting around. We all want to see the conclusion to this semi-final.
Chat is
It
Bartas
is Chalet
Pro?
to decide who
マジで？
will play BDS in the grand final
え、
tomorrow.
そうなの？嘘じゃん。それ聞いてない。ホームなの？
And for the final time, we must see where does this wonderful crowd have their allegiances. Are you backing in the Brazilians in W7M? Or do you want to see Virtus Pro finish this off and go into the grand final tomorrow?
うわ、すごい。バータスプロの方が声
I
が
think
優
that's
勢か
quite
もしれな
telling
い。
us. VP certainly getting the backing here in Montreal. They attack first up on Chalet, the deciding map of this semi-final. The bans come through once again. The Montaigne will not be available. Banned out by Virtus Pro. They also get rid of the Azami following the Grim ban from W7M.
Certainly no surprise to hear a lot of fan support for VP in the crowd again, rattling off some of the history for this roster. The last grand final that they made under the VP or Empire banner was 6 Invitational 2022. Last major grand final all the way back in Mexico. And the last time they lifted a trophy here in North America over in Raleigh. So it has been such a long time since we've seen VP at the top. Can they finally reach that top of the mountain once more?
You don't get too many opportunities, and this one is presented right before them for both teams. For Virtus Pro and for W7M, one single map will decide their fate as to whether or not they can make the grand final of the Montreal Major to take on BDS. It's fair to say whoever does win this map will probably go in tomorrow as the underdog, but at least you can be there. At least you can be in the ring to take some swings up against that juggernaut team. Final map all comes down to a best of one. The Virtus Pro, they got decimated on Nighthaven Labs. W7M were far too good, far too aggressive. And on Cafe, while it did take a while to get going, VP certainly did. They found that momentum. They were able to take out their map pick. 7-3, 7-4, the two scorelines. We'll see whether or not this one can go down to the wire.
So VP on attack. As mentioned by Fox, expecting a lot of these attacks to be spearheaded from the solar side of the map. Fully across, obtaining all of that control. Perhaps a reason as to why W7M have taken that Grim off the board. As it may limit their ability to crowd control a little bit. It does mean, though, that the Ash is in play. As we may see that from Joystick at some point. But it's the buck for the opening round. Powerful tool for Ver. But the attack is really going to be spearheaded by these entries eventually. A crossover towards Mezzanine. The cross is established. Very traditional defense from W7M, but it is Dan to find the person who has been razor sharp in this series.
Yeah, Dan's been great. I mean, back on Labs, he, with a lot of his team, didn't quite perform 4-9, but tremendous on Cafe. Good start as well here on Chalet. Find the opening kill for VP. Decent way to kickstart their attack here on Chalet in the first half. Someone like Basher, though, well, he's been struggling. This could be his map We know how extraordinary he can be. Now it's all about just locking in, seeing if he can be the one to make the difference. VP more than happy to just take position though, very slowly, very carefully. Joystick into bathroom.
46K ビューはナイス。
Kind of just push back this defense of W7M.
いいね、盛り上がってほしいね。
So rappel in play from Dan, who continues to look dangerous.
ルミもね、46K だ。47。
Or perhaps not. No. Well, that keeps the deployable shield in a really good position for Dodes to continue to play on the Warden. Bit of a power spot still for W7M in play inside of the map. Mute Shepard doing the job, stopping that Rotero from being able to explode and deal with the shield.
おはようまで。
Still a lot of pressure coming from this balcony position, though, outside of Piano. Very much one-dimensional push right now from Virtus Pro.
合計わートータルいいね、ナイスだね。
He's going to play top library. Very aggressive still positions for W7M, but always double down their advantage now. All the pressure certainly mounting onto W7M, and Pasha's got top library. Stairs control, catches out Dots with a good swift push. Joystick mezzanine, and it's all down to Dodes. Flawless start for Virtus Pro. On the deciding map of this semi-final, you could not have a better start.
めちゃめちゃいい試合。
Almost a perfect attack there from VP, running into little resistance.
やっぱバータスプロのホームなの？
And even with Mezzanine not fully cleared, they were able to find value elsewhere, maintain that strong advantage.
There wasn't much firepower back from W7M. They were just far too stagnant on the defense, sitting back, playing their positions. When they got pressured, they just fall back, try and at least keep themselves alive.
As
but
I expect,
there was really just no answer outside of that from Loban, who's been so aggressive, and really probably since Labs it hasn't quite been working. Yes, on Labs he was instrumental for their victory, but just no need to do that at that point in the round. Opens things up for VP, and then they've just got the numbers to flood through. A flawless start, certainly a statement made by VP to begin here on Chalet.
Good start for VP. We'll see if they can keep the ball rolling. Mirror windows facing over towards that solar take. W7M very much anticipating the clear across and establishing that backline as well in such a way that they can play deep angles as well if they so desire. Key tools for VP in this round will most certainly be the Deimos and the Capital combination, even the air jabs from Nomad as well, if they look to triple down solar stairs and clear that position in the absence of the Grim. So there'll be an onus on VP being very coordinated in this round, in vying for that control. Dots in the meanwhile looking to be very vigilant of any potential drones from VP. Shock drone to follow. We'll see what kind of an impact this may have. Pasha looking for the magnets from the Wamai.
Yeah, magnets, if not mine. Eventually maybe mirror window.
風呂場の中に盾を置いてるんだね。
cameras, lots of utility that can be dealt with by the Twitch.
あー、入り直す。お、お尻が。
That's a powerful shot from Dan onto Dodes. The way that Dan's been going, I'm surprised he actually didn't find that opening kill. Dodes just sitting in the hot tub with the deployable shield. But down to about half HP. Oh, this is going to be a free mirror window pop. Pasha on these shock drones. Can he get any more value? No. Stepped on by the Warden. VP happy with their pacing though so far as they're able to play the util game perfectly.
Oh, they're looking to pivot as well. Instead of the util dump over towards Solar, it's an emphasis now over towards the library portion of the map. Deathmark Mez. That's Dash. Still has that mirror window to play behind. That one not disrupted by Pasha with the shock drones. But Shepard has a read. Shock drone to on Q. So Dash now under a lot of pressure, but he stands up and finds the first.
Clean shot from Dash. Joystick failing on the entry. Bolt's also getting rid of Pasha, and just like that, despite the util advantage that we've seen from VP, they can't win the gunfights. Dode's stuck over towards bathroom, but a bit of help and down will fall. Good swing from Loban. W7M have been able to really offset the early advantage from VP. Shepard has yellow pink intel, needs to find this kill, does find the kill. Still a bit of time, acquires the diffuser. Dode's very low on health, does offer an entry point eventually later in the round in terms of an easy kill. Deathmark activated now onto Dash, his position will be known. W7M though can certainly fall back, play sight, not a lot of time left, and they've got the numbers here.
They can look to establish crossfires, Nitro as well for Dots. Only 30 seconds for VP to work with, always trying to sneak forward.
Close. C4
カメラのタイミング。
He was being spotted the whole time, always swung by Loban. A basic error into a catastrophic kill. Easy round now, certainly for W7M. If there was any hope, that default being left up has cost them. W7M with an early defensive round, all tied up here, 1-1.
Nice.
Didn't really feel like it was a lack of information, certainly not time for VP in that round, but purely execution based, falling short of mark. W7M doing a good job. They grab the hold over towards mezzanine in the face of that pivot from the attack to the library side of the map. Starts to unravel from that point forward. Bit of pressure creeping into the round. The default, as you mentioned, still left up. Although at that point, it was pretty much over. Full VP. They had an opportunity right there to maybe get the opening kill, and as mentioned, Dash there at Mez did a really good job.
見えたんだ。いや、ノマド飛ばないんだよね。
Whilst it was traded, it was far too late. And then W7M able to easily clean up that.
これあれポイントだ。
Yeah, definitely a strong round for W7M. Feels like at this point, in terms of that momentum swing, BP coming into this game after winning Cafe, if they had got on a roll, it could have been very detrimental for W7M, but getting one on the board early on the defense of Chalet offsets that completely. This feels as neutral as this series has really ever been. 1-1 final map, both teams finding success early on for Chalet. Kitchen and dining for the third round. Good signs early on for the defense of W7M, considering they did lose a lot of their utility from that Twitch drone. Pasha now actually on the blitz. Very big change up for him, moving away from the Twitch.
Again, though, as we flick through those drones, it feels again like VP have a rather good read as to what hold W7M are looking to employ. Dan on the Deimos.
Extend for
you can hold that rotation through trophy.
Yes, final.
To be played.
Round final.
The team will rotate elsewhere. Just the singular dedicated hard breach from Shepard. And the Thatcher as well in combination, but Joystick gets the first. Library Repel. Almost finds a second, has a read. But Box is able actually to respond, so Dan falls in a 4v4.
Yeah, good trade, gets rid of the Deimos, no death marks that they have to worry about in terms of getting information, pushing players out of position. As they can consolidate. Play the back of top floor, Solar, good spot if there's no pressure from VP. Shepard's just repelled away from there, rotating over to the other side of the map to join up with the rest of his team. Always somewhat aggressive here towards lobby. Expecting maybe a push up from Fireplace stairs, but no. No one there. Still top floor control though for W7M means that for VP, it's very difficult to just push in towards side, try and stick this plant. They must clear up above. And that's exactly why Pasha's made his way up. There is one holding close at the window though. Aggressive right now from Loban. He loves playing these aggressive positions, falls back even with that blitz in his face. He's gone for the right as well. That was so aggressive from Loban. Lost his life immediately to Shepard. Pasha looking to clear out. Player inside of Piano, surely flash, kill, pistol unsuccessful. Double stack as well here over towards the library hallway. If Pasha swings, gotta be so careful. Nitro avoided, flash ready to go. And they can just make their way down library stairs. Crisis averted there for W7M with the blitz. But it does mean for VP, they've got top floor control now.
And that's two players now isolated on the opposing side of the map. We'll see what kind of an impact that may have. Dots will need to lock down Kitchen. 40 seconds on the clock, and the pivot from VP over towards Trophy.
Yeah, Dash also down in basement at the moment. Could come eventually up West Main or Library Stairs. It will be West Main. Here comes the blitz. Dots doing a decent job. Help as well for Dash. Pasha's still up though inside of Kitchen. Diffuser needs to be recovered. Not a lot of time remaining in this round, and suddenly VP down to just 2 players.
Oh,
beautiful swing. Always not expecting it. Pistol.
Nice
for Dash.
Nice.
Oh, and 2 defensive rounds down for W7M in a row.
Thank you. Thank you for
so nice here on Chalet. And VP's attack just gets stalled out. Feels like they're just constantly pivoting around the map, never really having that strategic plan to execute from the get-go. And they're not happy with what they've seen. They've called the tactical timeout already after just 3 rounds.
Yeah, they had some really good opportunities in that prior round. We saw the round from Loban front door. Gifted free kill to the attack, and then with 2 players isolated off the back of the blitz. They should have had those rotations covered.
trying to force themselves in towards the objective. It was easier said than done, especially with the retake West main coming through quite promptly, but still struggling again to get true value from the blitz in that prior round. So a tactical timeout called and VP looking to refocus. It is only a limited opportunity though to get themselves back in this game. Of course, being Chalet, it's not a particularly lopsided map towards defense, so VP sensing that these rounds are critically important.
Yeah, the look before, 53% attacker win rate here at the major, so very slight edge towards the attack, which does mean these defensive rounds for W7M are so important. The opening kill was great from Joystick very early into the round, but then they lost a couple quickly after that. So while the opening kill is great, you then lose 2 immediately afterwards. Gives the advantage back over to W7M. I don't know what Logan was doing there running out of front entrance. He's made some very crazy plays. And as soon as you get that kill into trophy, you get the kit in a bad spot. You play off that. Pash is stuck over towards Kitchen, and W7M able to close out the round. Take the lead here in the deciding map of this semi-final. Virtus Pro must find a response out of that tactical timeout.
And so to Bar, we go then for the 4th round. Mirror in play, we've seen that be rather impactful in this match so far, and so the repick comes through with the Twitch in play from Dan. He'll be tasked with looking to disrupt that. A rather aggressive extension then up bar from W7M with the deployable shield double piano. And that makes the solo across take a little bit more precarious. Have Deimos though once more to try and get value. Unfortunately last time out though, died on the roof. And so those death marks unable to track the defense, which has sprawled across the map. And Loban likely to be the primary target of those death marks.
And it continues to just play these super high impact positions. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Could give an opportunity again for VP to try and flush him out, get an early kill, take control up above if he does look to stay over towards bedroom. The death mark actually really helpful considering the positions that Loban is actually playing. It's not like he's just sitting silent, which at this point, that death mark would be pretty ineffective. So always getting some really good information from that death mark onto Loban's position. Now moving back towards Piano. As soon as that death mark goes onto him, that's the perceived pressure. He has to fall back. He can't continue to stay towards bedroom. So it's forced him all the way back now to office. Even though he wants to make contact towards the solar side of the map, he continues to get forced back by the Deimos.
Second death mark. Loban inside of office. Are VP going to invest and try and hunt him down?
Oh, Dash is here too, in towards Piano. It's almost like they're baiting Loban. If they try and push into him and they don't clear out the right side of Piano, Joystick can be overextends. Oh, the bailiff up close. Dash just comes around the corner. Indeed, it does work out. Really calculated play from W7M to essentially bait the death mark. Expecting VP to play off it. Swing on the doorway, a chance for always, but no head taken off. They can fall back, continue to play Piano. Up close though, Loban does not fall back. He pushes forward. He wants more. Binds it. Big kill onto always. Huge advantage now in the 4th round for W7M.
2 bursts of aggression then from W7M, likely to be enough to confirm this round. Oh,
timing. Pash is just spraying the doorway, holding, pulls out the flash, dead. Loban times it perfectly. VP in a bit of a hole now in the 4th round, must dig their way out of it. Dan does find one. Shepard probably needed that kill. Dan again, and he's got blast stock as well. Great position if Shepard can make his way over with the diffuser. 30 seconds remaining. Down the hallway. Bolt goes out, but he steps on a goo mine, and that's not what you need. Down to 2 HP, pulls it out. It almost feels like Dan almost needs to get out of Barstock and help him out, but it's such a power position. If Shepard can make his way in, just tries to sit in towards Bar, but he needs to play off his teammates, but runs into the vert angle, held up the double. Oh, so well played from W7M. And a tactical timeout for VP. Gets them nothing.
Clear from solo across. Not particularly clean, and W7M finding again those opportunities to aggress, push forward in between those death marks, which were keeping Loban at bay for the most part. The rest of the team then steps up. This moment from Dash was huge. Bailiff in hand just pushes forward. VP
don't have a read, not expecting that push, and then the rest of the attack completely unraveled. Then in the 2v3, Dan tried his best to maintain that power position. If VP get the plant down, it would have been very intriguing, but far superior from the
メジャーが終わっても A パックアップあります。A パックアップが終わってもインビ予選あるでしょ。レンビス予選が終わってもインビがある。素晴らしいですね。最高ですね。楽しみが尽きない。やっぱでもオフラインじゃなくてなんていうの、このオフ期間があったじゃん。今年はさ、すごく長い。5月にメジャーがあって、5月から11月までめちゃめちゃ長かったんだよね。ショットならずにキャッピーで車線隠してプラントする作戦。まあでも人数が減っちゃったからっていう、本当は取りたかったと思うけどね。もうどうしようもなかったよね、2人しかいなかったし。
The pressure is absolutely on them right now to come through, find the next 2 rounds, even up that scoreline, and then we can reevaluate. They really must find these next rounds.
なんでピンポイントやろな。
So it's Dash again over towards Mez with the mirror window in support. 6 kills for him so far. And despite dealing with the utility decently in the past, flushing out this position easier said than done. It's a smoke grenade this time for following a Salma.
Dash doesn't look bothered. Dash will just push forward. Maybe expecting them to push off of that smoke. W7M has shown really good aggressiveness so far in this semi-final, and it's calculated. Dash repositions, hold inside a library. You've got one still library stairs. W7M are playing off each other very well. Volts, though, does he go for this run out, or is he looking to just hold the position? Was a drone over towards Barstock. Death mark goes out onto Volts. Inside camps, good information. Going over to VP as they look to try and clear him out. He's just holding stock hard right. This must be someone that you can try and clear. There was a drone as well on top of the death mark. So much information onto Volts' position, getting so aggressive. Dash up above. Also, too, wanting to get aggressive with W7M. But it goes the other way, and VP able to collect the opening kill. So much presence from W7M over towards Bar Games, despite the fact that it's not even the sidecars.
Loban as well, running out over towards Bar. So even if Volps is clear, perhaps Loban won't be, although I believe he was just drone.
Good drone, yeah, Yellow Ping. They should be able to play off of this, find this kill. Pasha through Mudroom, unable to find the kill. But Volps then gets rid of Always. At least Joystick in a really good position to catch out Loban, keep the advantage for VP. Just under a minute remaining, and Dots will fall as well on the mirror. VP starting to make it happen. A double kill from Dan, the hero from Cafe, comes to the forefront on Chalet. And puts Virtus Pro in a very commanding position now with only Volts remaining for W7M.
Well, they should know that Volps is rotating, but they may not have a read as to where. We'll wait and see in a moment's time. The plant going down from Shepard.
Danny
should be secured.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dan is the man right now in this semi-final. He's making big plays. Double kill in the middle portion of that round. Sets them up nicely. They capitalize. A second round on the attack found for VP. We'll hear what Laxing has to say as well as we near the end of this opening half.
Well, guys, I want to commend W7M specifically on their 2-2-1 split. They're having 2 players either on the top floor, 2 players on the bottom floor, and 1 player close to site. And they are doing a bait and switch, and they are doing it beautifully. The one thing I will say, VP did counter that going into this. They knew that there was going to be 2 players always with another collapse on that round. But if W7M can continue to do this 2-2-1 split and make it work and keep bait and switching out VP, they can close this half in a 4-2 and then look really solid going into that attacking half.
Thank you, Lax. 2-3, 1 round to go for the half. Can BP make it a 3-3 scoreline, setting us up for a dramatic finish here for the semi-final? Again, for those maybe just tuning in, BDS winning earlier today. They're into the grand final tomorrow. We are waiting to see who will be their challenger. Either Virtus Pro or W7M. 2 teams looking to forge their own paths from former great teams of these particular organizations. Back in the old Empire days, of course, the old W7M dynasty that concluded at the 6 Invitational. 2-3. The W7M continue with their fast-paced defense. At times, it really does feel like a gamble. Sometimes it pays off, though.
Yeah, VP did a really good job in the prior round of being patient, having a good read, not overplaying their hand, and then executing really nicely. So we'll see what kind of split is employed from W7M then here in the 6th round of the final of the half.
私が来た時点に残
Cross
ってる
again, the
で
map
しょ
from
とん
VP
でも
looking
ない
up across from double window.
あ、
It is
ル
the
インな
3
のね
players above currently for
残ってる
W7M.
消費多分相当
VP, again,
いろん
as
な
you
グ
can
ッズ
see,
が販売される気が
a
するん
rather
だけど、なん
passive
か
start to the
ミ
round,
カちゃん
playing
の
on the
T シャ
exterior,
ツとかもある
allowing
し、
others to drone forward.
コスモちゃんのやつもあるし、
And a minute
レ
into
オ
the
タンのや
round,
つもあるでし
now
ょ。
just spotting out Loban,
で
who
なん
is
か
once again
コラ
going
ボ
to be
の
a
グ
key
ッズもある
player for
し、
VP to
相
shut down.
当ありそうだ
I
よ
mean,
ね。
Loban feels like a big difference maker, whether right or wrong. He has been so impactful in this semi-final. Right now, no kills either for Dots or Dodez, so there's more firepower that can come the way of W7M. And again, these death marks as well from the Deimos have been really impactful for Virtus Pro on their attacks.
じゃあ安心だね。売れ残ること
Highlighting
はない
Volts'
ね。
position over towards Piano. 90 seconds left, a slow-paced round to finish off the opening half. Only 4 drones remaining for Virtus Pro, so information could be lacking towards the latter stages of this round.
Very slow start to the round, but a belt of utility to follow. Flashes, Capital Bolt as well, elsewhere, always. Well, he commits to the double repel and he finds a kill. Joystick as well.
Default shot out, Joystick can push forward. Good kills for Virtus Pro. No response from W7M. That aggressive play from Loban doesn't work out this time. Pinch from VP. Deathmark once again. Now on to Dodez, deep inside our office at the half-wall default position. Of course, it's kitchen dining though, but you still need to defend this for as long as you possibly can. Keep that vert established for the defense. Dodez does have Zoto canisters and the Nitro Cell to defend his position, try and ward off this push from Virtus Pro.
Well, time now becomes an issue for VP. 2 picks is great, but they need time to get in towards this site, flush out, and potentially go for the plant. Deathmark. Dash so low, 6 HP, survives.
Can he stay alive for a little bit longer and make an impact? As not, he loses his life. The damage was too much. He will fall. Big advantage right now for Virtus Pro. They must capitalize. Down to Dots and Dodez, 2 players that have struggled to frag so far. Chalet and continue. Dodez does get 1 air chat, but annoying at this point. Can he continue to stay up above, find a way to deny the plan? It could be a difference maker. Good kill onto Dead. Pasha's got to stick the plan. Is there a way that always can provide the cover? Dodez looking to find an angle. The plant must be stopped. It cannot be stopped. 1v2 post plant for Dodez. Does still have a Nitro Cell available and a Zoto canister, but not really much utility to help him in this position. Drops into kitchen. Pasha was waiting.
うわ、ちょっと、あとちょっとで言えそうだったんだけどな。言えそうで言えなかったね、あれは。ってなった。あとちょっと、こういう時こうやって覗いちゃうんだよね。
Good work then from VP in the closing rounds of the half, really slowing down the pace and suffocating W7M on those extensions. Not making the same mistakes that we maybe saw earlier on in the half with VP getting caught off guard from aggression. They instead let it play into their hands. First pick Loban, phenomenal. The second to follow with Volts under pressure. Frustration creeping in a little bit there for W7M at the conclusion of the half. And then Dodez up above, limited time, just couldn't quite find line of sight onto the planter, never winning the retake there.
I mean, no surprise, the frustration might be creeping in. You know, you go 3-1 up, you feel like you've got a really good lead, a bit of a handle on the game, a good chance to consolidate, maybe get, you know, a 4-2 lead at the end of the half, but you allow Virtus Pro back in. They win the final 2 rounds to close out the half, tie us up 3-3, and certainly they'll be more than capable on the defense as well. Chalet at this major has been rather 50-50. This should be a genuine 50-50 from here. Who can just close out better? Who's got the ability to be better in the clutch? And really, at this point, semi-finals, majors, they all have these defining moments. One will be there. It's all about who can grasp it. Be the one to step out into the spotlight, close this match out, send your team to a grand final. Doesn't matter what happened on Labs, doesn't matter what happened on Cafe. This second half is now so important for both teams.
Jackal in play, round 7. Dash to kick things off over towards kitchen hallway. So a potential horizontal clear from the Jackal and gaining information. Frees up the rest of the team potentially to be droning elsewhere. We'll see exactly what kind of an impact he's able to have. Dots as well. So the Blitz in play can be a key operator on this site for the Mez clear. Can also be utilized a bit more direct, whether that be through lobby or double window. The games itself.
お通りすがりですか。でもイエーガーの銃の音は好きなんだよな。撃ちやすい。イエーガーの銃は好きなんだ。撃ってる時の音が好きなの。
You have Dodes though over towards Piano, so offering a point of difference and a really good position to try and see if they can catch someone from VP on the move, unaware that they could be caught from both sides, both angles, red ping information. Tough spot right now for Joystick. Can he get himself out of it? No. Nicely done from Dodes. Now expecting the push from top library stairs. No one though making the move, and Dots though makes his way in, clears out the mezzanine with the Blitz pistol. Always falling back now all the way. Bot Library sensing the pressure mounting from this attack of W7M. They've been able to get some really good control of the map on the top floor.
Yeah, unable to push back up there into the Blitz, understandably so, not wanting to take an unfavorable one. It does though mean though, W7M with control up above. VP so reliant now on the Barstock backline to hold the fort for VP.
I mean, they're double stacking it. They're putting everything, all their eggs in this basket right now from Pasha and Shepard. Always towards West Main can certainly offer a flanking opportunity for the defense of VP. And Talk about to flank all the way up through Solar, looking to catch W7 off. This is a huge flank. Provided no one's watching this for W7M, always could change the course of this round.
Well, Dash is on the fireplace cam. But it is actually being held.
Loban is ready and waiting for Always to make his push. Loban should never be losing this fight, and he does not. Shuts down the flank. Shepard falls inside of Barstock. Pasha gets one, but 3 more required. And he can beat out Todes, and W7M's attack was quite clean to kickstart the second half.
Yeah, pretty brutal attack to set the tone for the second half. Able to completely negate the impact of Jackal in that round early on. So the info gathering was a little bit lacking there. But it ultimately didn't matter in the end. VP stacking back of Barstock.
The flank was the right option.
Flank was the right option, but watching it an even better call. Yeah, it was a good start for VP as mentioned. But a good play there from Dodes, the Blitz as well, getting value. Able to drop the Warden as well. Key counter. And then the sack disrupted. W7M doing a really good job of just breaking down each part of that hold.
Of the 7 rounds played, 5 opening kills for Virtus Pro, but 2 of those have not been converted. So at least doing well in the early portions of these rounds. It feels like they got more control of the early portion, but W7M's ability to then fight back, down a player, get the round back on their terms has been paramount. Good use of the Blitz as well to clear out top library, get Mez control. And Loban, game sense, awareness to watch for that flank. Pays off, pays dividends. Such an impactful player for W7M in this series. Think about how good he was to begin on Labs. He's 23 and 15 plus 8 at the moment. He's got the best KD out of everyone. The only downside though is his entries. He's 3-6. He's been involved in 9 entry battles, only for 3 wins. But it's the risk you take when you play the power position that he has been playing. 3-4, good start to the second half for W7M. Now the response from VP required.
That prior round as well, only the second occasion where the opening kill hasn't translated. On the topic of opening kills, another one, sharp shot.
But they cannot hold and maintain the advantage for very long. Loban will get the response, a very swift one on to Pasha. Good trade. He's also very low from that early engagement, so he's suffering. Can just fall back, play sight though, deep in towards Wine. Look at the clash as well to look to delay, and always on the flank towards Kitchen. Right now, pretty much most of W7M outside of the map, except for Loban, top floor. Dodes has made his way in towards Barstock and making his way in through Bar Games. Volts does find a kill onto Joystick. And Dan will fall, low HP, Dan is dead. W7M will take a big lead into this 8th round. Shepard even on the clash tries to get the gun out. Maybe should have kept the shield up and always in a 1v4. Had a big clutch back on Cafe, but surely this too much for him. But West Main stands, Dodes makes his way. W7M edging closer to being in that grand final. They go 5-3 up on Chalet. VP backs up against the wall on Chalet.
And I was making the point that heading into that round, 2 occasions, the opening kill not converted to the round win. Both of those VP. That's now the 3rd
was a really good trade from W7M, and they were able to carry that momentum forward into aggressively hitting the site. VP unable to push back. Third play was also on offer. They leaned into that really nicely. Good flick there from Volks. That was insane. And the rest of the defense crumbling. W7M looking very sharp here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder right now what the VP need to do to try and turn the tide. They're getting opening picks. The early rounds have been great. But to be fair, the credit to W7M, they've had the ability to also trade those opening picks, offset any of those slight advantages very quickly, and then gain their own. So maybe for VP, even if you're getting these opening picks, maybe you got to just fall back, play sight, play the old style of Virtus Pro. Force that clock to go down, force W7M to clear push, rather than looking to take the fights, even if you've been somewhat winning them. In the very early portions of these rounds, they're on a 4 opening kill streak. But in that streak, they've lost 2 rounds, and that's concerning right now for Virtus Pro. They've got to be better in the late round scenarios.
Kali in play for Loban. It has had a 2% pick rate when available at this event thus far. And with the castle in play, those lances will be a powerful tool in disrupting that, especially at range. There's also some long lines of sight that you can cut off with the sniper. So he'll be a threat to keep an eye on over the course of this round. 6 kills for Loban so far, despite VP's best efforts in shutting him down in the first half.
Shepard just stationed over on the trophy side here, stairs to be exact. Definitely someone to keep an eye on as to where they want to hold. Of course, the Kali there as the counter, so you know, if the clash is towards Solid, you try and get the Kali over towards that side of the map. Shepard playing very patiently though. Very aggressive position. Really, all he needs to do is delay, stall out, not give up this Solid position to W7M. Head jab. Clearly, a lot of work being put in right now from W7M to try and deal with this clash. Shepard holding strong. They've lost joystick. Now getting pushed at as well. Down trophy stairs. Shepard just continuing to fall back. The pressure from Dodes is paramount. Default finally dealt with. Dodes may be expecting for someone to be playing off the clash, but no, Shepard's by himself on a bit of an island.
Oh, it's an awkward standoff. Minute 20 remaining in the round. Shepard looking to hold this ground and feed as much information to the rest of the team as possible. Dot spotted now as well.
I mean, it's good information. The fact that he knows 2 of them have actually pushed in towards Solid. That's something that VP needs to try and play off, and Pasha does a tremendous job inside of Bathroom to find the 2 kills. Loban cannot help out on the Kali and get involved, and with that, VP have now put themselves in a very good position to find also required round, but Volks wins the battle in towards Piano. Pasha, can he win another one? The edge jab annoying, but he stays alive. Somehow, never mind, shot through a wall dash. Finds 2. Advantage W7M, and Shepard all by himself now. The defense has fallen apart for Virtus Pro as W7M collapse on in. Kill by kill, they put themselves in a tremendous position.
Nice!
Just not gonna do enough.
Nice points.
W7M
Nice points
from the grand final.
Let's go.
A bit of shell shock perhaps setting in here for VP. W7M having all the answers in this second half.
W7M
methodically clearing that defense. Avoiding some of the pitfalls there of the hold presented from VP, and doing a phenomenal job in shutting it down, leaving the clash to last as well. Quite ironic considering Shepard was one of the first points of contact there for Virtus Pro. And now 3 opportunities for W7M to close this one out.
I mean, this is either going to end in a bit of a comfortable fashion for W7M, or maybe Virtus Pro could give us one last fairy tale finish here at the Montreal Major that will set this game alight. W7M with 3 opportunities to book their place into the grand final tomorrow against BDS. Look to set up that matchup that they had at the EWC grand final. Seeking redemption.
Boom, boom.
3 chances and 3 chances on attack has set them up perfectly. They did the work early in the first half when they won 3 consecutive defensive rounds. Well, that is now exactly what is required from Virtus Pro. 3 consecutive defensive rounds.
It's going to take a huge effort from here for VP.
Haven't
quite been up to the challenge in the second half here on Chalet. W7M
and their tempo here on attack has been extremely difficult to tame. Shock drones in play alongside Rotero, so 2 drone specialists on the board for W7M who find the opening kill. Pasha falls. Bit of a rough day at the office for Pasha. He's had some good moments, but he falls here in a critical round. W7M with the advantage. And honestly, my eyes are on Dan here. Over towards Mez, he's had some big moments on the anchor so far in this match. He is much needed from VP again.
Yeah, can't be all just Dan though. I mean, he's made some huge plays in this semi-final, and if he does it again, he might just become a hero. Shepard still up, Joystick still up. You've got some real big, impactful players for Virtus Pro, down a player, but as we've seen firsthand here on Chalet, W7M have won plenty of rounds despite losing that opening death anyway. So VP now need to just do the same. Still on defense, you'll get opportunities. Playing a pretty good site in terms of being able to fall back, play power positions. They still haven't cleared out this Mez. From Dan on the warden, still holds his deployable shield always towards Library Stairs. So he's still got good positions. But yeah, being down a player certainly not ideal. They must get the next kill, or 2 or 3, honestly. Because the W7M train is certainly just rolling all over them. Joystick, deep position inside of Library, just praying that someone comes out of office. Just over a minute remaining. Dodez peeks but doesn't find any information. VP are just holding. They are not peeking anything.
Well, the last Rotero was used on that piano castle barricade, and it means that Dan has that deployable shield now to play around. And with the cross from Joystick, this config from VP may be a challenge to break down.
I mean, Dots are trying to put the pressure straight in towards Library, clear out this very back position that Joystick has been holding. Joystick cannot lose his life for free. It would also offer an entry point in towards Library. Bolt's now coming up Library Stairs. The time is certainly ticking away. Full wipe from that flash. Dots prone in towards Library. Bolts will lose his life to always. Dan is still at the mezzanine position with this shield. He cannot, but always up clutch. Only got the 2 before eventually falling at Library Stairs in a 2v3 now. VP are on the ropes. Backs up against the wall as W7M.
でかいよ、それはもう。ナイスだよ。ナイス。イエーイ。死神じゃありません。私は死神ではありません。ということで、勝利したのは W7M。Good game, GG。うわー、いい。強かったね。
W7M stepping up to the mark, and they will challenge BDS in that grand final. They'll have to play an amazing brand of Siege to take them down, but today, simply outclassing VP.
7-3, 7-4, 7-3, really a tale of this semi-final. While we did get all 3 maps, none of the maps themselves were ultra competitive. No overtimes, not even a 7-5 on the card. Well done to W7M. They were tremendous throughout, so dominant on labs, so calculated on the defense of Chalet to set them up for this victory. Pro, of course, were amazing on Cafe, but outside of that, they just couldn't match the firepower of W7M, who now book their place into the grand final tomorrow against BDS, which I'm sure, Cuz, is going to be a very difficult ask for them.
The last time they met in a grand final back at EWC, it was very one-sided to BDS, a dominant 3-0 victory. But W7M has certainly improved since then, and I think the grand final will be ultra competitive.
Well, the man with the most beautiful smile inside the building has got an interview ready for us.
Talk about Lubin, right? This guy's got a gorgeous smile. Lubin, look, you must be having the...
ありがとうございました。ありがとう。明日はちょっとまだ何時からやるかわかりませんけども、まあ2時ぐらいだと思っていただけたらいいかなと思います。7時やってからってわけじゃないかもしれない。はい、ということで皆様、また明日お会いしましょう。あったー、レインボーおや